How are you all this morning? Lovely to have your company. Oh, I'm so excited about today's show. We've got a brilliant day. For one, we are welcoming to the first time ever to the studio here at Sewing Street, Emma Bradford. Those of you that might know Emma Bradford, she is a seasoned pro. She's an amazing quilter and she's just the loveliest lady ever. So can't wait to get her on air at 9 o'clock. She's eagerly awaiting in the wings. She's going to be here at 9 and 11. Two really good projects with her as well. And we're going to learn lots with her and get all of her tips along the way. So I'll show you what's coming up later on in a bit. First though, shall we start today with a brilliant early bird. Now this has been an early bird once before, I mean way back when, near to the launch of Sewing Street, right at the start of the year, and we have begged and pleaded to be able to do this again because this is essential. If you are starting sewing, if you want to expand your thread collection, or if you're after a gift for somebody for Christmas, this is going to be the one to do it with. Gutermann 50 weight threads, your sewable universal threads, 12 different spools, great colours, and you're also getting your machine needles and pearl-headed prim pins. £17.99. Now that's saving £2 from our price. And remember, this is a brilliant value pack. So actually, the value for money on this is beyond. It's absolutely brilliant. So now bear with us because we're going to attempt to do a bit of maths this morning. Now, right, it's still quite early, so bear with us. Now, this isn't just your Gutermann thread pack. You've also got really great quality needles and also really great quality prim pins. These are branded products. You're not just looking at little freebies in here, a few little extras. These are all great. So the Schmetz Universal Sewing Needles is a really lovely big pack as well, getting loads of needles in there. We found on Amazon, on a very famous buying outlet, which we all look and compare, don't we, all the time. So we found the exact same needles. Now, normally those on their own are £5.69. They're normally £5.69. We've also found the prim needles, which are the prim pins, sorry, which are these, again, essential, absolutely essential. And they're beautiful, they're pearl headed. So you're gonna be able to see them on your fabric. You're not gonna, leave them in your projects. And these are £3.09 on their own. So there you go, you've got two great projects, two products, which we haven't even touched on talking about the main sort of event in this, which is your Gutermann spools. You've got 12 Gutermann 50 weight threads, great selection of colour. So if we just work that out, it makes if we take the price off the main price, the needles off and the pins off, it makes your threads, what price per spool, Kat? Is this what we've been working out? So your price per spool, if we take off the price, oh, this is where we get confused. She's doing the maths in the gallery. We're at 76 pence a spool. That's even better than what you worked out about 3 minutes ago. 76 pence. Right, bearing in mind, we know that you can pay between £1.50 and £2 a spool. Is that has got to be wrong, surely. Hang on. So you divide by this, then you've got the abacus out. Elliot's questioning how amazing this is. £17.99 is the price, minus your £8.78, which is the total for these, £8.78, which takes us to £9.21. £9.21 divided by 12. 76 pence. I mean, that is amazing. That is so good. And these are your universal Gutermann, amazing quality threads. You might have heard Debbie Shaw talking in all the advert breaks about using a great quality thread. Gutermann is one of the leading brands when it comes to strong, gorgeous polyester threads. You can use this in your sewing machine. You can use it in the bobbin. I don't blame you for questioning her. I was questioning her too, Elliot. I think Kat was questioning herself. It was so low. That's the lowest price I've ever seen Gutermann spools. That is so good. Good morning, everybody. Hello, Pat. Hello, Glenys. Hi, Viv. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Jackie. Hi, Angie. Hi, Sheila. Stephanie, good morning, everybody. Yeah, the sun is shining in South Devon. Oh, good. I'm pleased the sun's shining. I feel so much better today. Told you I've been feeling glum the last few days, and it's, I think it might be, the sun's shining. We've got Emma Bradford here. Elliot's had 10 hours sleep, which makes him, instantly happier. So we're in a good mood. 2 coffees he's had though so far. 3 coffees he's had. No, it's not the 4th. Right, you need to stop drinking too much coffee now. This is why he's questioning Kat's authority. Good morning, Lorraine. Morning, Vicky. I've been teaching myself to crochet all night. Have you got the knack of it? Because it's one of those sort of, when you get into the rhythm, you just get on with it, you just do it. Elliot taught me to crochet the other day. She said, I've been teaching myself to crochet all night. I absolutely love it. Managed to master a granny square. Amazing. You'll be able to do the cardigans in no time, Lorraine. Very proud of myself. Yarn Lane's brilliant, isn't it? I was watching yesterday. Those little chocolate orange toppers were so cute. That was yesterday's show. It was just on the replay with Wendy Orlando as well, which is really exciting. Right, so today's early bird, $17.99. Just making sure that everybody gets hold of these before they sell out because over half the stock's now gone. Good morning, Tom. Lots of love today. Hope everybody's well. We've had a message come in from who? Sorry, Kat. Hi, Judith. Judith says, hi, Vicky. Judith, it's brilliant, isn't it? It's absolutely brilliant. I must say, it's something we all need. And normally, when I see something like this, when you go to the shops and you see, especially this sort of time of year, I know we can't at the moment, but you normally see gift sets, don't you? And you think, well, that gift set is great, but it's got things like foot salts, which I don't use. I've got about 4 packets of foot salt. Exactly, Elliot. It's like, what on earth is a foot salt? It's what you put in your bubble foot bath and you give yourself a nice foot soak, basically, like little salts. No, it's real. It's a real thing. But do you know what I mean? Like normally if you get a gift set, they're more sort of like little novelty things in. Whereas actually, value for money, even if you were just getting your threads, that is the lowest price I think I've ever seen Gutermann threads for. And you're getting really lovely quality extras. You're definitely going to be using your prim pins. And let's face it, we were talking to Faye yesterday, you need to change your sewing machine needle every 8 to 10 hours of sewing or every project. And these are great universal sewing machine needles. So all very, very useful. You get sizes. Somebody just asked what sizes you get. You get 7 to 10, 8 to 12 and 9 to 14. £17.99. And look at the range of colours. Oh, do you know what? This is going to be lovely for the Bargello. We have got Emma Bradford and the Bargello, her Bargello quilt coming up. 2 amazing kits, 1 in autumnal colours and 1 in Christmas colours. And do you know what? Both quilts, whatever kit you go with, would be brilliant for this because this is the autumn one. We'll show you both of them. Elliot's ready. The autumn one looks like this. Oh, look at this. Right, do you know what? We're going to put it on pre-order now, just because I know people are going to want this. So that's your Bargello with the applique, with the maple leaves, which we love. We also have your great Christmassy snowflakes wintry quilt, which I imagine with the beautiful ones that we have, the beautiful blues as well. Have you got a picture of the blue or not? I haven't got a picture of the blue. We'll have a look at that later. Yeah, I was going to say the one you sent me on WhatsApp last night. Where was that from? Just from Kat's phone. We'll show you on Kat's phone. It's a lovely colourway, really lovely. Just so you know, this is about to sell out. We're down to single figures. Today's going to be epic. If you've opened your order today, stay with us because we've got a launch of Liberty. We've got Emma Bradford. We've got, the most exciting show at 12 o'clock. I haven't even mentioned it yet. We're getting quite giddy in the gallery. We are very, very excited about today's show. Can you tell? I'll show you in the run-up what's coming up. So that is today's early bird, £2 saving, but I mean, it isn't just £2 saving, let's face it, is it? If you haven't yet checked out, I've got a feeling you could miss out as we are oversubscribed. Good morning, Christine. Morning, Sheila. Morning, Susan. How's everybody today? Come say hello to us, keep in contact. We're not here till next Thursday then, are we, us lot? Us 3 aren't here till next Thursday. I know that our bubble also, Well, My Bubble, Kat and Elliot, they work with Debbie Shaw as well, and Debbie's going to be here on Sunday. Debbie will be here on Sunday. Yeah, we can show you the cool colourway now, actually, of the Bargello quilt. Look at this. How about with metallics as well? You could use some beautiful metallic threads. Have a look on the website. So both kits are now live on pre-order. I will show you how to get on pre-order. Don't worry, after the menu. $17.99. I want to be able to say this is sold out because there's so many of you who've got these in your basket. They are about to go, over allocated. Check out as soon as you can. So let's have a look at today's menu, and then we'll have a bit of an indulge of what's coming up in our Liberty show. So this hour, fabulous fabrics. If you loved John Scott's show a couple of days ago with his beautiful Japanese prints, you're going to love some of the prints that we've got today. We've also got some lovely rainbow bundles and some fabulous fabrics by the half metre. Early bird sold out. Well done if you got it. At 9 o'clock in the city. Oh, no, that's the wrong song, isn't it? Not We Built This City. We Built This City. In the city, Bargello with Emma Bradford. Oh, I'm so excited to introduce you to her. For those of you that have not met her, she's amazing. She's such an interesting woman as well. She's she's just incredible. Credible quilter, great sewer. Elliot's now recruited her for his baseball team. She's just been telling me about a brand new motorbike that she's got. She's also a botanist, by the way, so she's also incredible. She's just fascinating. We'll learn loads from her, and she's brilliant when it comes to sewing. Those of you that haven't met her before, definitely stick around for 9 o'clock and we'll learn how to do Bargello. At 10 o'clock, launch for us. This is the Liberty Summer House Fabric Collection. Now, I've seen hints of this collection in the past. It's the first time that we have got the beautiful Liberty Summer House Fabric Collection, which we'll have an indulge in just a second. At 11 o'clock, we're going to be talking all things creative grids. I know that Emma Bradford is a huge advocate of creative grids. She's going to be using the stripology ruler at 9 o'clock. We're going to be talking log cabins. We've got some great books as well to help assist for anybody who's brand new to using creative grids. They'll really, really help you as well. So that's coming up with Emma. And then, sorry, what was that? At 12 o'clock, we have waited for so long to be able to get the NX7. Now, if I'm being brutally honest, the NX7 is one of the most specialised, incredible sewing machines that we've ever had here. And every time Gary from Juki comes in to talk about it, he is so clear and so thorough. And I understand it is an investment. So we've decided to replay the show when Gary was here so he can talk to everybody really, really thoroughly with Rebecca Reed at 12 o'clock. So I'll show it you. We'll talk through the prices. We'll talk through split pay because it is going to be available on split pay. We'll talk to Emma about it as well because I know she's going to be using it through the show. But if you've got any questions, get them in and we'll try and find out during that hour because we'll still be here. But we just thought we're probably best to let Gary talk to you about it because it's incredible. Now, what else do I need to tell you? Shall we show you how to get in touch with us and then I'll show you how to pre-order. If you want to email Kat, my producer today, it's studio@sewingstreet.com. If you want to come and say hello to us, it's studio@sewingstreet.com. Or if you want to jump us on, message us on Facebook, it's Sewing Street TV. I have got the Facebook Live up and running now. I can see everybody watching on Facebook. Good morning, good morning. Come say hello to me. Jill said, morning, Vicky, your bubble team and all the viewers. Good morning, Jill. Janine, you're there. Julie, Jan's there. Hayley, Sheila. We've had loads of people saying good morning today. Thank you very much. Come say hello to us. So, and then if you jump to the website, you can also send in messages to us via the web. So, click watch live. On the right-hand side, you'll see the products. I think the early bird is now gone. You can, of course, say morning, morning bubble. If you scroll down, you can see on the left-hand side, today's show deals. Now, to the right of that, it's not highlighted until you hover your cursor over it, but it will say pre-order. You can click that. All of the products from this hour are already loaded there. So you'll see all of the beautiful colours, all the different fabrics. You keep scrolling down. If you want to get to the kits, you will find them there. Kits are loaded right towards the bottom. So just keep scrolling. There's the autumn and there's the winter. You're getting your fabric, instructions, and Bondaweb. Look at the price. Is that price right? Surely that can't be right. You get loads of fabric. How much fabric do you get? 5.5 meters. Gosh, that is good. It's going to be a brilliant day today. £44.99. We want to make sure that everybody's keeping busy through lockdown. So I know the prices have been amazing to be able to get kits home out to you for you to do some sewing during this strange time. So yes, that's how you pre-order. That's how you get in touch with us. Come say hello. If you already have worked with this collection before, please let me know. Send us pictures, because this is just one of the most indulgent collections I've ever seen. It's just so luxurious. This is Liberty. This is the Liberty Summer House range. It is brand new to us and it's absolutely sensational. You've got all of these different prints. We've put them into sort of print order. We had such fun unpacking these earlier, didn't we? We've actually made you a complimentary bundle as well to go with all these colours, but they are just amazing. Hayley Bryan, our marketing manager, she was absolutely in love with this one. These are some of the most classic, iconic Liberty prints, but then seeing them in this beautiful colourway is so exciting. When I saw that it was the Summer House range, I thought, it's going to be very, very bright. You know, some of the flower show range that we've seen with Kerry, but actually, do you know, this will take you all year round. There's some beautiful autumnal shades in here as well. The burgundies and these deep greens are amazing. So remember, we're not going to be talking about them just yet, although I find it difficult not to. So they're going to be coming up later on. Oh, who's this? Alison. Alison's asked about the big balls behind me. No, we're not selling them. They're not available. And we've been told that they were very expensive, so we've got to look after them. We've got to be very, very careful. Loving the set today. Oh, it looks amazing, doesn't it, Alison? This was PS Events who came in to do it for us. Right. Should we come over and see the fabrics that we've got coming up this hour? Look at the Bargello. Looks amazing, doesn't it? Those colours together just look gorgeous, and especially then with the applique on there. Looks so, so good. Absolutely love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, so should we start with the cranes or the... Let's start with the cranes. I just want you to see these four colourways that we have in this beautiful Japanese-inspired fabric. It's gorgeous. Maybe you've been watching over the last couple of weeks. Did you see Susan Briscoe on air? John did a show as well. Whenever we do these fabrics, oh, look at that. They just look amazing. Oh, Jill, I know it's my favourite too. Jill said, good morning, everyone. Liberty is my favourite fabric. We've got that launching later on at 10 o'clock. Very, very exciting. No, hi, Nova. Morning, hungry tummy. Looking festive on set today. Oh no, going for an operation on my hand on Monday. No sewing for weeks. You have to just watch us. Just watch us. Just stay with us. We'll keep you company still anyway, Nova, don't worry. Right, which one do you want to start with? Red. I like your display cat. This would make beautiful, I'm thinking like a kimono. And if you're just getting into dressmaking, maybe you're inspired after yesterday's show with Faye, want to do some dressmaking. We were doing some dressmaking after the show. If you do want to, then a kimono is a really great place to start because it's just nice and loose fitting. There's not too many pieces. I think you can just get patterns very easily, you know, online. This is gorgeous. Kat's thinking a bag, like a Japanese folded style bag. Origami style. I just wouldn't want to cut this up too small. I'd want to keep that print because look at the size of the print. You've got a really, really big scale print. £6.99. £6.99. And you have got such beautiful metallic in there as well. Metallic gold. We love it. Oh, look at that. Beautiful reds. You've even got purples, greens, you've got these lovely peaches. And can you see that it's got that metallic gold running through? You don't need a metallic needle, but it's just a little hint of metallic. I love all of these different patterns. You've got a fan, Can you see the fan? You've also got a bridge. Oh, you're seeing it as a bridge. This part, this is the bridge. But it's in like a fan shape, isn't it? So cool, I love it. Absolutely love it. Just £6.99.5 metre. Hi, Norma. Morning, Vix. And Merry Christmas! Do you love our set? It looks amazing, doesn't it? We are 43 days till Christmas now. I've got my countdown calendar to the side of me today because we've got our quilt up. Love the Bargellos. They look fab. Liberty today as well. You're spoiled. I know. I'm spoiled. We're spoiling everybody, aren't we? Yeah, it's really, really exciting day. We've got loads, and especially the NX7 back in stock as well. We've waited so long to get the NX7 back in stock. So just £6.99 for your reds. We've got it in a couple of other different colourways as well. We've got it in the purple. Oh, were you? Only 43 days till Christmas. Gosh, it's just crept upon us, hasn't it, really quickly. Oh no, it's just been strange, hasn't it? What do you mean we're having a new bank holiday? Have I heard we're having a new bank holiday? When? Oh, that's good news. In 2022, we'll have a new bank holiday. Amazing. Did you dream that, Kat? She said, I read it very, very early this morning, so I could have been dreaming. To celebrate the 4-day weekend in June 2022. Oh, so it's not going to be a bank holiday that we have every year. It's just in 2022 there will be one more day. Because of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Oh, there you go. Oh, these are beautiful, aren't they? Look at their... I just think these stalks... Are they stalks, aren't they? Or cranes? Cranes. Look at their feathers. £6.99. And this has got a lovely deep purple. Purple and red. It's like a reddy purple. It's like a plum, isn't it? A lovely, rich plum, opulent royal purple. Let me know what you're thinking of making. Cushions, bags, dresses. It's just amazing, isn't it? I can imagine just, you know, lovely little bolster cushions on like a chaise longue. It's very opulent. We've also got it in blue. Today's going to fly by, isn't it? It is going to absolutely fly by today. We've got so much going on today. Well done if you managed to get the early bird. This way. It does have a direction, I think. No, it doesn't. Because look, there's the crane upside down. There's the crane the right way round. Upside down. So it doesn't have a direction. So if you are doing dressmaking for the first time, you don't even need to worry about pattern placement, pattern matching and all that. It will just work. Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? I love it with the dark dramatic background. It's still got the gold metallic. It's still got that beautiful gold metallic sheen. And it's beautiful. Let me know how you're going to use it. What about some incredible Roman blinds? Is it Roman blinds, the ones that fold? Yes. Yes. We saw with Susan Briscoe that she was using like a panel, like fabric like this in the centre, print like this for the centre, and then her sash go around the edge. Or you could do the other way around. You could have your sash go or something else in the centre, and you could use this as a really big, wide border around. We've got a sash go hour coming up next Thursday. I've not done a sash go hour for so long. Very exciting. Is that an hour on my own, or have we got on my own? I love sash go. Hi, Laurie. Morning, Vicky. Oh, I know. How exciting. Haven't seen Emma for, it's got to be a year, got to be over a year now. She said, I'm so pleased that you're with Emma this morning. Her Bargello looks great. Have a lovely day. Thanks, Laurie. It looks amazing, doesn't it? Bargello. And we've also got the wintry colourway as well, which are the blues. Lovely for Christmas. So if you do want either of them, grab them on pre-order now because they are selling quickly already. We've put them on the website. If you do want to speak to the customer service team, let them know because they'll be able to put the order through for you too. And when I say pre-order, you still will check out at the same price point that you see there. You just can get it earlier than the show, basically. There's no change, don't worry. I love that. With the navy deep blue, it's lovely. Gives it a very dramatic feel. In fact, the next one's going to be equally as dramatic. The last one has got a black background. What's wrong? Technology failing us. Oh no, we haven't got that high-pitched noise again on my microphone, have we? No, I'm not going to jinx that. There's just a crackle. Look at this. This is with the black background, 112 wide. It's quilting weight cotton, so you could do some lovely patchwork with it. But still, it's absolutely fine for dressmaking. It would just be more structured. A nice cotton dress. Nice cotton dress would look gorgeous. Yeah, a big bag. I would do something quite big because I'd really want to focus in on some of these amazing motifs. Kat's saying, no, I'd do a little clutch bag. Just £6.99. Hi, Diana. Hi, Shelley. Oh, Susan really wants this. Just £5. £6, sorry, 99 pence, half a metre. And remember, we can cut continuously off the bolt. If you want more than half a metre, then that's absolutely fine. It will be cut for you off the bolt, so you can buy as much as you want. Only £6.99. We'll move on to some more prints because I'm very aware that it is almost 1:30 and we've still got lots that we want to show you. So, do you want to do the koi carp? We've got two different prints of koi carp, two different colourways. And it's got, what I love is it's great for fussy cutting, but also the background has got this pattern, which I think is called the hemp leaf in Sashiko. You'll see this print quite often with Susan Briscoe and our Sashiko designs, which is lovely. We'll start with the one with the black background. Now, this feels different. This feels like it's, feels like a linen. It's not linen, but I think it's the way that it's been sort of woven. I don't know whether it's been woven as opposed to be, printed. It's definitely still printed, but it's still got that lovely texture. Wait till you get this home. It's really beautiful. £6.99. You've got the koi carp. You've got the waves, and or moons. Are they moons? And then you've also got this sort of geometric print in the background, which is a very, very traditional Japanese pattern, which I think in Sashiko, as I say, is called the hemp leaf. Have a look in your Sashiko books. If you've got the Susan Briscoe book, then you'll probably recognise it. This one doesn't have the metallic gold, just so you're aware. I know around the koi carp it almost looks a bit on air like it's metallic and it's not. But these are going to be lovely to fussy cut. I've done a design with this fabric before where I've had them all swimming around in a circle and then put some embroidery in the centre. So, I mean, you can completely sort of recreate your own fabrics with this as well. Look at how many koi carps you get, just on half a metre. There's loads and loads and loads and loads and loads. Hi, Catherine. We've had a message come through from Catherine. Catherine, it's something we're getting in. We are getting in. We don't sell pattern paper at the moment. Yeah, kimono out of this would be absolutely brilliant. It would be perfect for both of these. Thank you for your question, and we are absolutely getting pattern paper in ASAP. It is on the list for our buying team to get it in. Because that would be great, wouldn't it? So that's the koi carp with the black background. We've also got white. This is the white. Don't say that, I've jinxed it. We were going to we sang, today this will be the greatest day of our lives. Kat had take that in her head, so just before we came on air, we started all singing it. It was quite a moment. So do you think they're moons? Or I see them as like sort of waves. Circles of waves. Absolutely love it. It looks so different again in white. Half a metre of each is going to look amazing together. You could do a beautiful contrasting monochrome bag. £6.99. Your white koi carp. This is your chance to buy by the half metre. How big are koi carp? I just wondered. Are they massive? I imagine them to be absolutely huge. They are very big. Lisa, woohoo! Lisa just messaged in saying, morning all, my Stripology XL has just arrived. Can't wait to get cutting. Yes, Lisa. Lisa, stay tuned at 9 o'clock because you might get some more tips on the XL as Emma Bradford will be using the same ruler that's just arrived at home. So if you do want some tips, I know that all of the Bargellos were done on the Stripologies. You're going to have so much fun. You will love it. You will absolutely love it. I'm excited for you, Lisa. And you'll have more time for sewing. You'll have more time to do other things because it will reduce your cutting time by, well, Creative Grid say 75%. That's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, we're not great at maths. We've done our maths for this morning, Kat. We're not doing any more, okay? No more maths today. Gosh, that was quite heavy going, wasn't it, maths before even 8 o'clock this morning to try and work out how brilliant the deal was on the early bird. And we questioned it and had to do it all again because it seemed too good to be true. So £6.99, this is your koi cup. And again, this has got that lovely textured cotton. Perfect for dressmaking. Absolutely perfect. I love it. £6.99. Okay, do you want to do, I've never seen these. The banner strips. These are great, aren't they? So, right, 1 second. Right, Elliot's back with us now. You're right. Oh, again, same texture as the other one. So these are really beautifully textured. They feel like a linen texture. These are the two different colourways that we have. We'll go with the red one first. I'll open this out. Oh, this is cool. Oh, hang on, right. So this is really interesting because you're going to get so much out of this if you're subcutting it. Don't get me wrong. If you're thinking for soft furnishing, this is going to look great. It's going to look like you've done lots of piecing because you could very, very easily do your quilting line straight down here. You could do like a cross hatch. You could do whatever you want and it's going to look really, really impressive. But I'm also thinking if you were to cut these up and use them as individual strips and use them for borders, you could then subcut them or use them in EPP. You could do some patchwork. You could do that heart design that we had earlier on. You could applique it. You could simply just cut shapes out of this and applique it on. That is brilliant. Now let me show you. If you buy more than half a metre, your stripes are going to be going vertically. They will be going vertically. So if you are doing a kimono, this will look incredible. This will look absolutely incredible. You've got, as I say, the hemp leaf design. You've then also got your stripes. You've got your checkerboard. That is beautiful, isn't it? Flown into baskets. I'm not surprised. It's brand new to me. It's absolutely amazing. Could be brand new to you too. Just be aware it is flown straight into baskets. Just £6.99 a half metre. What about for a binding? How about for binding small projects? This is going to be great. Or cutting it on the bias and doing, I mean, there's loads you can do actually. Because you've got so many different prints on here, if you're doing some smaller pre-cuts, I mean, how many different fabric prints are you going to have to buy to be able to get something like this? Well, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the 8th is your repeat again. So you've got 7 different prints on here. £6.99. That's great, isn't it? It's your standard width is 112 wide, 112 wide. And I love that it's got those sort of nods to Japanese culture again. It's got that really lovely, it's got the signs, it's got the hemp leaf design, it's got the blossom. I wonder what these ones are. Kat thinks that they're a dartboard. I don't know if that is really significant in Japanese culture. Maybe maybe it is. Darts maybe might, you know. Are you thinking a crest, like a family crest or a flower? Love it. We also have it in a second colourway. Oh, I wonder which one will be more popular, because that absolutely went crazy then. We've also got this grey. I think these would be lovely for bags. Really nice for bags. Whoops, sorry, my bad. There you go. We all moved at the same time, didn't we? Such a contrast again, isn't it? What do you think? Because you could just team this with a grey or a black, or more of a neutrals. Do you know if you got the neutral bundle yesterday? This is going to go great with that. It's got that sort of warmer beigey tone in it as well. Maybe with the dark greys and the black. It's also got like, this is like an olivey green line through. It's really nice. You got your navy blue. You've got your lovely blossom. They're all slightly different, I think, width strips as well. So you've got lots of scope here to do all sorts with them. They're really cool. 7 different prints. Your stripes are running vertically again. Just £6.99. You can buy it off the bolt and buy as much as you want. Hello, Gillian. Morning, Vicky. Placed my first order today. Woohoo! Welcome to the family. Very exciting. Loved the show. Discovered you by accident while stuck at home nursing a fractured foot. Is it better? Hopefully it's better now. Hopefully you're just staying with us for fun now, not because you've fractured your foot and you stuck with us. Whereas Gillian, oh, I'm so excited. What was your first purchase? I wonder what you got as your first purchase. Wonder whether it was the early bird. Oh, stay with us because you'll learn so much. It's brilliant. And it's a lovely community. Gillian, are you on the Facebook page? There's a Sewing Street fan page where everybody always, every day, is sharing different makes and different tips, and it's a great place to be. Our official sewing page, Facebook page, is Sewing Street TV, but also there is a Sewing Street fans page. So we also have some, let's stick with the Japanese fabrics. I've got the, what I think, if I remember rightly, these are your Yanos. We've got 3 of your swirly patterns and then 3 of your waves. So, which ones do you want to do first? Let's go for waves first. Now, normally, quilters, you might know these as clamshells. In the world of Sashiko, they're called waves. And it's a very, very, very popular print. We called them rainbows. We've called them rainbows. They do look a bit like rainbows, don't they? But, oh, it's such a popular pattern. Oh, I love that. Again, in Japanese quilting, in Sashiko and stitching. And the reverse of it is this lovely plain cotton. So some of them I'll stitch through and some of them aren't. I'll show you which ones are. This one's great because you've got 2 in 1 here, really, haven't you? It's £6.99 for your Yano in red. That's so cool, isn't it? This is one I am thinking for smaller projects, actually. You could do yourself some nice little Sashiko bits and bobs to keep all your Sashiko needles in, like a needle keeper. You could do a little scissor keeper. You could do a pin cushion, bits and bobs like that. Be lovely. Just £6.99. Remember, if you just get half a metre, there's so much you're going to be able to make with half a metre. Little purses, nice little purses with the purse frames. You know, the metal purse frames, like a little coin purse. We've got 2 other colourways. Hi, Carol. How are you, Carol? Morning, Vicky. Lovely fabric, lovely show. The striped fabric could be cut for Bargello. Good idea. Gosh, could you imagine, actually? That'd look pretty cool, wouldn't it? Good idea. That is a really good idea. I'd love to see that, Carol. Have a go. Have a go. If you get some fabrics today, because you could also get a couple of these to contrast in with it. So, for example, if you got the navy blue, let me move to the navy blue. If you did get the stripe one, and you do just want to add some more to go with it, both the next 2 are going to go perfectly. So there's your stripe. There's only literally a few chances left on the grey stripe. You can see it there on the side of your screen, £6.99. Half a metre of this one, £6.99. Half a metre of this one is £6.99. This is your Yano navy blue rainbow. This one does, again, have that lovely navy background. Rich navy blue on the reverse. Just £6.99. It's lovely. We also have this colour. What do you think? The sand and navy. Sand and navy. Or slate, I should say, actually. It's called slate. Don't apologise, Kat. This one also has the plain background. There you go. Which is versatile, isn't it? Pardon? This is one with like, yeah, a sand background or a slate background and then a navy rainbow. Navy rainbow. I'm so thirsty today. I feel like I've had, you know when you eat lots of salty food and then you just parched the next day? I didn't really eat salty food, but I just drank lots of water this morning. £6.99. No, you guys can't get cold. No Pauliness in this bubble, please. No. £6.99 for your Yano in slate. And I love that. You could almost stitch over the top of them as well, couldn't you? Even just sporadically. Right, Kat's getting really excited about this now. Go on, she says, can you imagine? Oh, she said, have you got the slash cutter at home? Because what you could do, what are you thinking, Kat, to do at the start? If you were to go round the hump of the wave with your slash cutter, and it would be like gills, you know, like scales on a fish. Pillows that are textured that you... Oh, nice idea. £6.99. I know, I can't repeat anything she's just said because I mean, it was absolutely fine, but it just sounded rude. Right, something completely different now. Oh no, we've still got the swirls. By the way, the autumn Bargello that's behind me, oh no, right, okay, half stock already gone, and we haven't even got to the show yet. So just to remind you, if you jump to pre-order, which is sewingstreet.com, click watch live, scroll down, you'll see on the right-hand side pre-order, keep scrolling, you'll see this colourway, and you'll also see this colourway. You get your instructions, you get your fabrics and your instructions from Emma Bradford, plus today's demo, and they are less than £50. They're such good value. Love it, absolutely love it. Do you know, once you've got the pattern, do you know what I'd be intrigued to see somebody do? This is like a skyline. So I know it's a skyline, but I mean like buildings, you could do it as like, actually as buildings, and every now and then you could have small squares of light or people in buildings and things like that. Oh, little LED lights. Oh, that would be so cool. And with the Christmas, the blue colourway, that would be amazing. I mean, the colours in this though are just gorgeous. That roaring fire. It lights up the whole studio. I mean, I must say, it's just transformed me, hasn't it? I'd look just quite dull if I was just stood here on my own, but it is beautiful. I know, I do love autumnal colours. They are I'm definitely, I'm a warm colour palette. I like all warm colours. Kat, you're definitely more of a cooler palette, aren't you? The only reason we say that is because of our hair. Like, our hairdressers, you know, it wouldn't suit me going an ashy blonde, whereas it wouldn't suit you probably a warm blonde. Kat's very ashy. Right. Let's go red first. So do you prefer the blue colourway then in the kit? Oh, they're both beautiful. They're both beautiful. We can't decide. We can't decide. Get them both. They're such good value. £6, 99.5 metre for your Yano in red swirl. Pardon, sorry. What does Yano mean? Yeah. Oh, I thought Paul was in the other bubble. Kat's doing bad Paul jokes. It's pardon, sorry, what? Oh, it's a surname, last name of the designer, I think. Oh, I love it. And again, let me show you the reverse. The reverse on this one. Oh, in fact, this is interesting because this is like a cream swirl and then this is like a white swirl and it goes all the way through the back. So you have, again, got two fabrics in one. So this one's the cooler tone and then this one's the warmer tone. So exactly like we were just saying, Kat would be all over this one and I'd be saying I want to stick with my warmer colours. Love it. We've got the navy blue. When are you going to the dentist, Kat? She's been moaning about her teeth for months now. I know, it's at the moment, isn't it? They're only doing sort of very emergency teeth. But if it's hurting you, yeah, you should go. £6.99. And again, warmer, cooler. Do you think that's a bit Christmassy? Oh, was there a little cursor on the screen then? I was like, what was that? £6.99. Did you see it? You can really see the colour. Valerie, call the customer service team if you're struggling to, I can't help you from here. It happens to me sometimes, not necessarily here, but sometimes I'm putting my card details in. I'm like, why do you keep telling me my details are wrong? I'll put them in. So if you want to call the customer service team, I'm not going to be able to help you from here, but the customer service team will definitely be able to help you. 0800 001 4433, and they're lovely. It's completely free to call them, and they'll help. That's lovely. That's two fabrics there, isn't it? That's two fabrics in one. That's great. It is obviously one fabric, but two in one. Okay, now the last one we have is called Sand. Yeah, the sand is like a reverse because it is, oh, is it navy? It is a really deep midnight navy blue. It's not black, it's still navy swirls on this. Let's see what the reverse is. Oh, see, now this one hasn't got the swirl on the reverse. £6.99. What are you thinking, Kat? Kat's on about getting the Bargello kit as well. We've got so many projects to do, me and Kat now. We did make the little dungarees yesterday. We did do the little dungarees when we went, when Faye went home yesterday. We've got the reindeer that's coming. It's on its way, isn't it? I know that Hayley Bryant, she bought the little cactus crochet kit. What did you buy for your mum, sorry, Kat? Sewing for the absolute beginner. She's determined to make some bunting. Oh, there's some lovely bunting books as well. £6.99, and that's for your sand swirl. Right, so they're all of, that's lovely for soft furnishing, or using it as a bit of a mixer between maybe some of the bolder prints. Now, so they're completely different. Are you ready? Have you got your sunglasses on? We're going really bright. We've got two brilliant bundles that are lovely and bright. We'll start with the spots, and then we've also got this sort of linen texture. We've got the red first. Oh, is it a bundle? Let's go for it. Bundle £29.49. You get half a metre of red, half a metre of orange, half a metre of yellow, half a metre of green, and half a metre of blue for £29.49. That's 2.5 metre of your colour fun fabric. If you just want them individually by the half metre, the red on its own is this one. £5.99 a half metre. What are you thinking? Christmas? Are you thinking Christmas baubles? Are you thinking table runner? Christmas tree skirt? If you're not feeling Christmassy, that's absolutely fine. If you're feeling, what about doing using this in with your patchwork, using this in with any of your Japanese fabrics, using it in with, instead of a solid, with your Bargello. In fact, with the blues and the whites, I'd absolutely, yeah, I think that would look amazing. Look like snow, wouldn't it? Oh, the blue, definitely. It's only £5.99 a half metre as well, which is brilliant value. Really, really good value. Oh, Elliot's seeing it as an aerial view of a city at night, so you can see almost like the streets, you know, like the roads. Just £5.99. Shall we do the orange? Oh, this is lovely orange. It's made me really upset with myself though, because after talking about chocolate oranges so much, I had the whole chocolate orange yesterday. I had a whole chocolate orange. Haven't had a white one, no, just a normal one. £5.99. They're in the shops. They're in the shops at the moment. Your the white chocolate oranges are probably better because they're a bit more sickly, aren't they? I think you'd struggle to eat a whole milk chocolate orange. White chocolate orange. £5.99. No wonder me and Kat have always got toothache. That is so beautiful, isn't it? Remember, this is a 100% cotton, quilting weight cotton. Lovely for toy making. We were thinking earlier on as well, when we saw all the colours together, we could just imagine, you know, like a kid's playroom, doing stacking blocks or skittles, hopscotch mats, storage tubs, just really fun, fresh colours. £5.99. We've also got the bright yellow. How long we got, Elliot? Oh, good. We're not running out of time. 8 minutes. That's all right then. Here's our lovely bright yellow. Oh, sunshine lollipops. Elliot, you had a car this colour. This colour. Why? He said, what do you mean why? It was amazing. What car did you have of that colour? I was going to say, but this was before I knew Elliot. Kat and Elliot went to school together. Oh, did you have it when we were there together? I only see you in a little sporty car. £5.99 for your beautiful, beautiful, bright, bright yellow. That is sunshine yellow, isn't it? Oh, he liked his cars. At one point, he says he had 3 cars. That yellow is just stunning, isn't it? I would do my big cloud pillow with this. Or what about like an emoji pillow? Emoji face. Big love heart eyes. We've got green and blue. Don't forget on pre-order the kits. The kit behind me, already over half has gone. So just be aware, I would check out before Emma comes on, so then we can sit back and relax, have a nice cup of tea. She's going to be demoing in the winter colourway. So you'll be able to see that all come together as well. There's the winter colourway. Oh my word, looks amazing, doesn't it? It's such a beautiful design. I must say, I love Bargello. It's so effective. Mary, speak to the customer service team. I feel like, I don't know whether we do or not, if I'm being brutally honest. Mary, are you in the USA? Or are you thinking to ship for a friend or a family? Mary, will you do me a favour and speak to the customer service team? Because I did ask about this not so long ago, and I know that we were looking into it. So it says on the website, the last time I looked, that we do. It's just extra cost, obviously, in your postage and packaging. So it's worth speaking to the customer service team because they'll be able to help you. Hi all, I think Vic, you should do some sewing. Oh, we should actually. We will do Craft Club on air. Jim, I must say, I know I'm chatty on here, but sewing on telly scares the life out of me. I've done it a few times now, but I'll do it all at we do like little Craft Club after the show. And I'll happily sew and I do it all at home. But honestly, I will get so nervous sewing on telly. You always hear our guest designers who say, it's sewing on telly is so different. It really is. Our guest designers are amazing, absolutely amazing to come and sew on television because it's tricky. It's tricky. But no, yeah, I would get too nervous, I think, Gwen. So to find out if we ship internationally, if you go to the website, if you keep scrolling down, Mary, can you see delivery tab here? Kat's saying, look, it does say US there. So it's definitely worth speaking to the customer service team. It's just that you would probably need to speak to them because you'll obviously have to pay more for your postage and packaging. But we've seen that there on the website, so it's definitely worth speaking to them. I'm in California. There you go. Oh, she says, I love that, Yano. It's wonderful. It's lovely, isn't it? I'd love to be in California right now. Oh, San Diego. Isn't that where John Scott goes? Yeah, John Scott goes to San Diego as well. Yeah, Mary, speak to the team if you can. £5.99 for the green. Or drop them an email maybe. And we also have the blue, which I say I would maybe swap in one of the colours because you'll always use the blues that are in the kit. Imagine, the Bargello that's behind me in the blue colourway. Imagine just swapping out one of the blues for this one. Maybe not the darkest one, the second one down. The second one down. You could swap in for this and do like snow. It looked like snow falling. Oh, Mary said I'll get in touch. Look at how gorgeous that is. £5.99. £5.99. I have been saying to Kat, though, that we should bring our craft club to air. So we should do a show where we're both here. Maybe we're both here over Christmas. So maybe we'll do a show where we're just sitting and doing some sewing. I'll bring in some Christmas pud. Who's that? Hi, Mary. Mary says, cuppa, sausage sarnie to start, and then I'll be finishing off my niece's blanket with your wonderful company. Good morning sorted. There you go. I think that's what we all need to kind of do during this lockdown, is to just take a bit of time, have a nice chill in the morning, and set yourself a bit of I'm going to start to do myself a little bit of a list, just one thing that I want to do. But that blue is lovely. That blue is absolutely lovely. And then we've got one more bundle. We'll run these through individually in the break as we want to get Emma on, spend as much time with her as possible. So, whole bundle, 3.5 metres, £41.49. Oh, Hayley B is going to come and do Craft Club with us. Hayley B, we'll definitely get some of that Liberty involved. That Liberty, we were all looking at it yesterday and it's just amazing. It's coming up in an hour's time. But yeah, good idea. £41.49. Hayley's well involved in Craft Club. She's doing her crocheting at the moment. 3.5 metres. She was making, oh, did you see Marge yesterday on air? Oh, so gorgeous. She was making a little jumper jacket for Marge. So all of these fabrics at that price point, make the most of it whilst you can. They are going to be available individually on the website during the break. So have a look at those. Don't go anywhere because we are going to be looking further into the kits. Remember, check out nice and early as we've got them on pre-order now. And we'll get Emma Bradford on air. We'll see you in just a few minutes. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Whether you are a knitting newbie or a career crocheter, Mariner Yarns is passionate about its yarns and products to keep you creating what you love at outstanding value. As part of the yarn-loving community, their aim is to provide you with quality products that you need. They know the importance of being able to find the perfect yarn that you would love to work with again and again, fitting perfectly within your wool stash. They produce a stunning range of traditional and contemporary yarns in a choice of popular weights with patterns too to cover all of your knitting and crochet needs. Yarn Lane has been working with Mariner to create exclusive kits using their yarn and patterns in choice of styles, colours and yarns.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Helen from Woolly Chic. I design knitting and crochet patterns and I also teach crochet in Hitchin, Hertfordshire, where I live. My mum taught me to knit and crochet when I was a teenager, but it wasn't until my children were little that I picked up a crochet hook again and literally became hooked, and I haven't stopped crocheting and now knitting ever since. I began designing about 8 years ago and started selling my patterns as part of kits, putting together my designs with British wool, some of which comes from my family's sheep farmed in Pembrokeshire, Wales. I love the fact that with a simple fibre like wool, you can create something really beautiful and unique, like garments or handmade accessories, cushions, blankets. Yeah, the possibilities are limitless. I'm also passionate about teaching crochet and passing on the skills that I have learnt. I'm really looking forward to being part of Yarn Lane TV and sharing some tips and tricks with you, and I really hope that you enjoy watching.
Hi everyone, my name's Faye and I'm going to be joining the Sewing Street team as one of their guest designers. I work as a professional dressmaker. You can see here you've caught me in the middle of making a petticoat for a wedding dress here in my workroom in North Yorkshire. I started off in fashion design, studied that at college, and then I actually made the move into costume. So I've actually spent several years making costumes, quite high-end costumes for both television and theatre. So hopefully with that professional experience I'm best placed to give you some advice on how to get the best results with your sewing and to show you some really interesting techniques. So it would be great if you could join us for that if you're an avid dressmaker, and I look forward to seeing you.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Whether you are a knitting newbie or a career crocheter, Mariner Yarns is passionate about its yarns and products to keep you creating what you love at outstanding value. As part of the yarn-loving community, their aim is to provide you with quality products that you need. They know the importance of being able to find the perfect yarn that you would love to work with again and again, fitting perfectly within your wool stash. They produce a stunning range of traditional and contemporary yarns in a choice of popular weights with patterns too to cover all of your knitting and crochet needs. Yarn Lane has been working with Mariner to create exclusive kits using their yarn and patterns in choice of styles, colours and yarns. Hello, welcome back. I'm very excited about this hour, and we've just had a little bit of an update on the pre-orders, and loads of these have already sold. In fact, I'm just going to give you a quick heads up because we'll get chatting with Emma and we'll get demoing, and I don't want you to just leave it in your basket and forget about it and then miss out by the end of the hour, because we're down to single figures on the autumn colourway, and we're almost in single figures for the blues, and we haven't really seen it all, all properly. I know that we saw the photograph here, and we'll see it coming together with Emma, as that's the colourway that she's using. So do you want to start with that one? Do you want to start with the blue or the autumn? The blue is this one. Now, I absolutely love it. Bev, thank you ever so much for your message this morning. Bev has sent this message with a photograph, and she says, Vicky and Emma, here's my Bargello all ready for quilting. I bought this kit on your previous demonstration. That's from Bev. Well, Bev, you must remember Emma from a previous life when we were part of Sewing Quarter. It is Emma's first show here today. It's so good to be back with you.
Yeah, it is. Oh, I'm so excited.
How are you?
I'm great.
Good.
Yeah.
You're looking beautiful. You look amazing. And as always, bringing us great projects. This Bargello, I know that you are queen of Bargello.
Yes, I love this one. This pattern is one I actually designed, the snowflake one originally for the Sewing Quarter. So I'm excited to come back and be able to do it again.
Oh, I love it. Really exciting. So the blue, let me show you what you're getting in the kit. And I think the value for money is absolutely amazing. It's £44.99. For how much fabric you're getting is phenomenal. You're getting 5.5 metres of fabric, 5.5 metres. So you get 1 metre of slate and 1 metre of ivory, and everything else is 0.5 metre. And look at all of these different shades of blue, and that is what you're going to get. That's how you're going to get this effect with the Bargello, is by using all these different shades of colour. And let's face it, if you go to a fabric shop, quite often you won't be able to find more than 1 or 2 different shades of blue, whereas here you've got that whole spectrum, which will give you really effectively this gorgeous, gorgeous pattern. Not only for this price do you get all of your fabrics, you're also getting Emma's full instructions, which are really comprehensive. I mean, you've got pages and pages and pages here talking about what you're going to need, talking about your cutting, talking about attaching borders, binding, and then you also get your colour code and your guide, which we'll talk through, and then the pictures and the placements guides of your finished quilts. You also then get your templates, because this is an applique on the snowflakes as well, so you get some Bonder web. Everything that you need to get going, £44.99. I was really shocked, if I'm honest, when I saw the price. We were saying, are we sure that's right? I think we need to sort of question that, because there's 5.5 metres of fabric here. That is a lot of fabric for your money. We'll talk through with Emma as well. We'll talk about threads, and we'll talk about different things that are going to help you along the way with stripology. But that is the main thing that you're going to need. Everything all in there. Bonder web instructions and all your fabrics for £44.99. Now, just so you know, lots and lots of you have got those in your baskets. Be aware that if everybody checks out, we're going to have people missing out. We've slipped into single figures, and there is a lot more of you that have got those in your basket than we have availability. Talking of single figures, autumn. I love this colourway. It's absolutely beautiful, perfect for this time of year. The colours together just remind me of that roaring fire. You've seen it behind me over the last hour, and I've had so many compliments on our set. It looks amazing. You get 1 metre of your tan, you get 1 metre of corn yellow, and then everything else, your brunettes and chocolates, your golds, hot tomato, paprika. You've even got peach in here. You've got all of these amazing colours, all 0.5 metre pre-cuts. Fabrics, 5.5 metres in total. Full instructions from Emma Bradford, and you're getting your bond away. Plus you get today's demonstration, which I would jot down today's date, the 12th of November. If you want to watch it back online at any point, you'll be able to sew along with her as well when you get your kit home. It's just a good, you know, especially this strange time we're in at the moment, we want to make sure that everybody is keeping busy and keeping sewing. And I think it's certainly keeping myself sane. It's great to be able to have it. Just so you know, we've got less than 5 of those remaining. That will sell out any second now. Be aware. Brilliant. We'll talk about other bits and bobs, as I say, as we go along. So, Emma, for anybody who hasn't met you before, tell us all about your sort of sewing journey and when did you start sewing?
So I started sewing, I have to think about it, 24 years ago now? Yeah, so, well, sewing before that, but quilting 24 years ago. I've always loved to make things. I have a different background as far as career-wise and job-wise, so it's all science and plants and flowers and things like that.
I mean,
but I love the sewing and I love the quilting. I've always done it. So I've been demonstrating for a couple of years now. Yeah, online, which is really cool. And doing it online on YouTube and stuff. Yeah, have a fabric shop, but quilting lessons, unfortunately, which haven't been happening this week. So this has been great, where I can still show, because I love to teach people how to quilt. Yeah. I love that, because it took me forever to find somebody to teach me, because my mum, I didn't have it in the family.
Right.
So whenever I meet anybody who wants to learn, I'm like, oh yes.
Yeah, and well, here in the UK, it is still difficult. I've actually got in my town, it's a shop called Quilter's Den. It's not very often that you find quilting shops in the UK, whereas in America, and I know you lived in America for a long time, America is huge, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. And then you've got your little individual quilting shops, and then we've got nationwide fabric shops, which are just heaven as well. But yeah, I love, and a lot of problems with beginners. So I've got one lady that's been coming to me, and she was very unsure, even though she's brilliant. So I've been able to take her on the journey from like, oh, I'm not quite sure, to now her favourite phrase is, I'll just wing it. I'll just wing it.
Brilliant, brilliant.
So I love it. Every time she says that, I'm like, it's brilliant. I'm brilliant. She's gotten to the point where she's like, yeah, whatever, I'll just wing it.
Perfect.
It'll work. And it always comes out fine.
So your aim is to get everybody quilting, get everybody inspired. So with a Bargello, I mean, when I first saw Bargello, I thought, this looks so complex. It looks incredible. I'll never be able to do it, but actually, it's achievable.
It is very, very achievable. And I've written the instructions to go with a stripology ruler, if you've got one.
Brilliant.
So
this will really help, won't it?
Yeah, I love my stripology ruler, and they've got, so if anybody hasn't seen it before, you've got every half inch, there's a, what do you call it, a guide?
Like a groove?
A groove, there we go, that's the word. That you can put your rotary cutter in, which is my rotary cutter, and then cut. So it's perfect because one, it's very accurate. Yeah. You don't have to worry about your ruler sliding. You don't have to keep readjusting. So very often when I cut with a ruler, I have to readjust to square it up again a little bit, so you lose a little bit of fabric. But with the stripology, it's perfect. You don't have to worry about that.
So you can do a majority of your cutting. In fact, you could do virtually all of your cutting.
All the cutting, yeah, with the stripology, if you've got one, if you want one.
Brilliant. They came back into stock literally like a couple of days ago, so we've seen a flurry of these go. In fact, there was a lady who messaged in earlier, Lisa, saying, my Stripology XL has just arrived, I can't wait to get cutting. So I hope you're watching this, Lisa, because you'll get some more tips. Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah.
So you start off with strips.
Yeah.
Ooh. And I'll show you, for those who don't, because I actually learnt this from watching on public television back in the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on how to cut strips, because I learnt to sew by hand first, quilt by hand.
Nice.
Quilt by hand. So rotary cutters and rulers were all a bit new until somebody actually showed me this is how you cut strips. So this is the fabric that you get for the borders. I haven't cut it yet. So borders and binding are in the slate. So I haven't pressed it, so normally you would press it out really nice first.
Okay, so before cutting any, give it a good press.
Give it a good press. And then what you do, so you've got your selvage edges, and you can tell the selvage edges because they're the woven edges. So when it's made on the loom, it basically is made like that, and then your selvage edges are the edges.
Yeah.
So if you fold it up, it'll come pretty much folded up with the selvage edges together. So you match your selvage edges, make sure they're all aligned. I hold it up to make sure there's no, I don't want to say, wrinkles in it, basically, because even though it's cut straight, you don't necessarily want to line it up along the straight edge, cut straight, because the way it's folded on the bolt, the fabric is folded on the bolt, one side goes around quicker than the other, basically. So it's not always lined up with a straight edge, but if you line it up along the selvage and just give it a little wiggle, make sure it's all straight. If it's not, then I just move them a little bit with my thumb and forefinger. So fold it in half and fold it in quarters, and I match up my selvage edge with the fold in the middle. So everything is all straight and aligned. There's no rooks, no wrinkles. And then I can start cutting my strips from that. So you can, I don't know if you can see along here, if I move it over, you might be able to see. So this was my cut edge. Yeah. And you can see how it's not quite aligned. That's fine. That'll very often happen when it's cut off the bolt.
Yeah.
It's not a problem.
But it's good to be able to know, because quite often when our demonstrators come in, they've already done that first cut. So when you get your fabrics home, you do want to make sure that you're cutting nice and straight and accurately. Is important.
Yeah, pardon me. Yes. Because what will happen if you don't cut your strip straight, what can happen, because it's folded up into quarters, you'll find you'll get a bit of a zigzaggy strip rather than a straight strip, which isn't totally the end of the world. You can still kind of use it, but it's not ideal. So that's how you line it all up. And then I'm going to use my stripology ruler. And the way that you use these, so there's lines along horizontally. And I'm just going to line up one of the lines I can see really well, which is a white line, with the bottom fold of my fabric. I'm going to scoot this first cut over. Actually, I'm going to flip it around the other way. Now I said that. Because I like to cut from right to left.
Oh, okay.
And I like to have my numbers 0 to 20 that way.
Do you know, you're not the only person who I've seen do this. Sarah, who's one of our other guest designers, she comes in and she uses it the same way, and I've never seen anybody do that. I wonder if it's because I'm left-handed.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, it probably
You're
is.
not left-handed, are you?
No, I'm right-handed.
Right, so maybe it is that way. It's personal preference, isn't it?
Which doesn't make sense, because when you read, you go from left to right.
Yeah,
so,
but you like to cut the other way.
Yeah, so, but you can do it either way, which is what is so great about the ruler. So I've lined up my first cut edge so that all those little gaps that you saw at the beginning are all on the cut bit, basically. So I'm going to cut all that off. A very technical term, the cut bit.
So always do your first cut on the 0 line to get a nice
zero
clean
line
edge.
Now these are all going to be 3 inches. Now the instructions do tell you to cut, I think there's 12, I think. But that comprises all the strips you need for the border and the binding.
Oh, brilliant.
So I'm just going to cut 1 or 2 though, just to show. When you're cutting all your colours, you're going to cut them in 4-inch strips. Do one more. There we go, so then you can see how lovely.
Oh, clean, nice cuts.
Yeah, and no waste in between, it's perfect. So I'm going to put those aside for now, but that's how you cut your strips.
Brilliant. Because that's all really that Bargello is. It looks like you've done lots and lots of piecing of rectangles, whereas actually it's strips, isn't it?
It is, it's magic. Very easy. So then I've got all of my strips in order, so try to keep them in order. I think when I did it the first time around, I used a water-soluble pencil, or you can use a friction pen in the selvage edge just to mark down, number your colours.
Okay, so make yourself a little key.
Yes.
So you want them going in colour order from dark to light.
Yeah. Or what you can also do is just snip a little tiny bit off the little sort of a 1 centimetre square off the selvage and actually paste it onto your instructions, so you've got what colour, so when you never get lost, basically you know which colour corresponds to what number.
Good idea.
Yep. So those go in all of that order, like that. The autumn ones, your peach and your one yellow So your peach isn't at the very end. I think it's like number 2.
Okay.
So this strip right here is 1 to 8. So
Right.
just be careful when you're
Okay.
putting them out, just to make sure you keep track of everything.
All the autumn's now sold out. Well, I don't know if you've got the autumn
that's
colourway.
good. I love it. And you said fire, yeah. Oh, and the other thing I was going to say, I haven't tried it for this one, but I think you could. So the snowflakes, you can actually reverse it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so one way, if you hold it up, it looks like a skyline.
Yes.
And if you turn it the other way, it looks like mountains.
Oh, love that. Yeah, it's like peaks and mountains.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, yeah, right. Kat's going to try and flip the image round now
perfect.
so we can
Yes,
see.
we can see. So I have just sewn all of my strips, and you'll need...
There it is, there it is. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, see?
Yes.
I love how you can just change your mood and
Love that,
tell
yeah.
you what. It was
Amazing.
funny, I didn't realise it till I'd finished it. I'm like, oh, actually,
Yeah.
I turned it around, like, that's nice.
Brilliant.
So I've sewn all of my strips together in order, and you'll end up with 2 widths of fabric that look just like this. So 2 sets that look exactly like this.
Okay.
Now, I've pressed my seams out, which for quilting, you don't normally do. But when I'm sewing strips together...
So open, like you've opened them. Right, okay.
Yeah. The reason I do that with strips is because I find it keeps the strips laying straighter.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if I'm sewing strips together and I press my seam allowance to one side, my strips have a tendency to sort of banana shape. I can't keep them straight as well. And it also reduces the bulk a little bit when you're putting them all together here. It reduces the bulk in those seams. But if you do press them all to one side, you might be able to get them to nest a little bit better.
Right.
But I like to press them open. So it's personal preference. It's whichever way you prefer to do it. So I've sewn all those together. And then the last step is I'm going to sew my number 1 fabric to my number 8 fabric.
So you make like a tube.
Make a tube, yeah. So I'm going to do that right now. Oh, sorry, I'm going to do a John.
John, and throw things on the floor.
He does. Using the lovely Juki today. Which,
it's literally just come back into stock.
I haven't used it before.
And how was it?
Nice.
You've been
It's
playing around with it for the last hour, haven't
I
you?
have. I've been playing around. First thing I did, so I've got my 1/4 inch foot on here for my 1/4 inch seam allowance. The first thing I did actually was adjust my needle position
Okay.
so that I get a proper 1/4 inch. So if I show this on here, you might see it. So this line is when I first turn the machine on and the needle is centered at 3.5. And then the second one, I just kept moving it over to the right a little bit, and you just nudge it basically.
So is that like when you would widen your stitch basically? If you were
Yes.
doing a zigzag, it's
Yes.
stitch width
It is.
to
It's
move the needle.
Exactly, yes,
Okay.
thank you. So I've adjusted it to 4.6, and that gives me, I don't know if I've got a ruler, I can use this one. So I've basically done it until I've got exactly a 1/4 inch. So that first 3.5, that is going to give you a little bit too wide of a 1/4 inch seam allowance if you leave it there.
Is it important to have a bang on 1/4 inch seam allowance?
For this one,
Yeah.
not so much, because as long as it's all consistent, you'll be fine. For the next thing I'll demonstrate, it is important because you're cutting to certain sizes.
So it's good to get into the habit.
It is good into the habit, and to just know that you can do that. So even without my Juki, the one I have at home is just a little brother.
Yeah.
I can also nudge it one way or the other,
Yeah.
just using the stitch width.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good to get into that habit, just to know, or to get to know your machine, because
Absolutely.
sometimes if you don't know you can do that and you just think it's a 1/4 inch without checking,
Yeah.
and it doesn't work out for you, you get frustrated. So,
Absolutely. Yeah, great tip.
yeah, but I love it. But yeah, it was real nice. And it has a lot of increments that you can change the needle to as well, which was really nice.
Oh. Now, would you pin this, Emma, or nah?
I'm not.
Wing it.
Yeah, I am not known to be a pinner, but you can. So if you find, so naturally when you put when you're sewing, especially long strips, the fabric that's on the bottom will get fed through the machine a little bit faster than the one that's on top.
Yeah.
Because the feed dogs do that naturally. And it's ever so slight, but when you've got a long strip, by the time you get to the end, it might be more noticeable. That's especially noticeable on like borders and things. That's how you end up with wavy borders, one of the reasons. So you can, and I would just pin it.
I'm sure with this machine, you'll have to see at 12 o'clock. I'm sure Gary was telling me that this machine has got that dual feed, so it glides the top layer the same time.
Oh, nice. So that's even less. Oh, I love that even more. So even more reason not to pin. But yeah, so I would do it.
No, we're saying for anyone, like you say, for anybody who is getting into quilting,
it's good.
Takes a couple of seconds longer, and it will mean that you get really lovely, precise, accurate work.
And I definitely, when you come to the borders, I usually do always pin my borders. A lot of people like to measure them as well. I don't find that's necessary if you're pinning at regular intervals and making sure that your fabric is feeding together. Yeah, I'll just do that one. There we go. Oh, and it has a nice big throat as well for getting the quilting in.
Oh, it's a big machine. This is probably not one that you would have as your, you know, a machine that you would have that you then put away. You want to have a designated sewing space.
Yes, you do.
It's quite a weighty machine.
Definitely. Yes, it's not one that you can just put in the back of the car and take to classes, for sure.
Yeah. It's got that automatic foot thing on the front, that's it.
There we go. And then I didn't, oh.
You've even got your little stylus out, Emma.
Yes. There we go. Just to adjust it to the right side.
Hi Lorraine. Lorraine sent a message in. Morning, great to see you, Emma, as part of the Sewing Street team.
Yes. Exciting.
Oh,
thanks,
so
Lorraine. Yeah, so good. So good to be here.
Elliot was like, hang on, do you guys know each other? You're all very familiar with each other. Oh yeah, we go way back.
Oh yeah. Yeah, new and you're still Miss.
I know, gosh, yeah. That feels like a lifetime ago now.
Mm-hmm.
You still call me Gordon, don't you, Elliot? He has to ask me every day, how do you spell Carol? How do you spell Carol? That sounds, I just love the sound of this Juki machine. It just like purrs at you, doesn't it?
It does, it's so smooth. It is really nice.
We are very, very limited, just so you know, on the winter colourway. Very limited. In fact, actually, we're about to sell out the stripology as well. So if you do want the stripology, I don't know how long it's going to take for us to get that back in because we've waited months for it. So if you were thinking about it, absolutely grab that today. I told you it sounds good, doesn't it, Elliot? Elliot loves the sound of that machine.
There we go. Almost there. Oh, we've got plenty of time.
Oh yeah, we're all good for time. We don't even stop you halfway through now, Emma.
Oh, okay.
Go all the way through.
Oh, nice.
We're talking to Emma about getting her into Yarn Lane as well, because you do crochet, don't you?
Yeah.
She made a really cool Yoda.
Yes. Oh yes, Kaylee was very excited about that. Kaylee's my daughter. She was excited because usually I make things for my granddaughter, and then I said, no, this is for you. And she was like, it's for me! But I don't think it lasted long. I don't think Alice,
No, it wasn't your daughter that was playing with it on the video that you showed
No,
me.
it wasn't. It wasn't. There we go.
So now you've got your tube.
Got my tube. Just gonna
Do we press this one open as well?
Yes. just going to finger press. It's easier to finger press it and then to press it properly.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose it opens it out a bit
Yeah.
first, doesn't it? Yeah, we've got the rollers, Elliot. You know, the little clover roll and press.
Oh, nice. That would work really well.
Oh, do you know how lovely this is? Bex is watching as well. Rebecca Alexander Frost is watching.
Hi,
Baffa!
Oh, guys.
She says morning, Vixen Emma.
Oh,
You've got a button.
Yes, a needle keep. It's
a needle keeper. I saw these
that's
on
from
your
Baffa.
Facebook.
Yeah, that's from Baffa.
We'll have to get them in. Oh, can you show everybody? Let's show us.
So it's
Stay there.
magnetic.
Look at this.
So it saves
Hang
me
on,
from.
stay there.
Yeah, usually I pin them. I pin the pins in my sleeve and then I forget about them.
That's
but
so clever. That's so clever. Oh, we love them.
Yeah.
Baffa, will you bring them for us next time, please? Oh yeah, last time you were at home pre-recording, weren't you? So when you're here in the studio. Yes.
Oh, yes. Right. Matte.
Oh, sorry, have I plugged you in?
I think it is. Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, it's this one. Have to keep track of which seam I'm on. Oh, that's nice.
Sorry, we've got steam on.
That's okay. I don't mind steam. So one thing I learned from John actually about steam, because there's always a debate with quilters, steam or not to steam.
Most people like a dry iron, don't they,
Yes.
as quilters?
Well, the reason for it is there's no right or wrong way, which I always say anyway, but if you use a dry iron and you press it and you've made a mistake, it's easier to get that crease out. You can re-manipulate it. Whereas if you're using steam, it'll set it in place, so it'll be harder to get that crease out, basically, if you want to redo it. So.
That is a good tip.
So now I've got my tube. Now if you're doing it with just a ruler, you'd use a ruler and the mat to line it up. So you'd use your lines on your mat to line up one of your folded edges and then cut across straight and then cut your bits, your increments, basically.
Oh, so you get the stripology again.
Yeah, I'm going to do the stripology because
Right, do you need me to read numbers as well
yes,
at this point?
please, I will.
So there's also a guide, isn't there? There's a cutting.
There is a cutting guide. Now it tells you in the instructions how many of each size to cut. Definitely go by that. And then the schematic, or whatever you want to call it, the graph, the grid, that tells you how to place them. Now the grid, when you look on the instructions, the grid tells you inches, your finished measurements. So don't get upset, don't get worried, thinking, oh no, I've cut them bigger, and those numbers are smaller. Those are supposed to be 1/2 inch smaller than what you've cut, because those are the finished size to account for the seam allowance.
So I'll tell you the finished sizes.
Okay. Get lined up. Okay, so I've got my first cut. Okay, far away.
So we want 1 inch finished cut. So if it's going to be finished, what are you going to cut now then?
1.5 inches.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You'll do the maths for me then.
Yeah.
And then another one, please.
So that's about 1.5. Okay.
And then a 1.5.
So that's going to be a 2. Okay.
A 2.
So it's going to be 2.5.
A 2.5.
That's going to be a 3. Okay.
Can I have a 1.5, please?
1.5. That's going to
Cat
be
feels like we're on countdown.
There we go.
I love that you haven't had to move your fabric or your ruler. This is what stripology is great for.
Yes. Okay. That's
A 2.
That's another 2. There we go.
A 1.
That's 1.5.
Rachel Riley, you're thinking of. Elliot likes her. Another 1, please.
Okay. There we go. Do one
The next one was a 2.5.
2.5.
Can you fit that on? No.
It won't quite fit.
Yeah.
So that's.
But look at how many you've done so quickly.
Yes.
I mean, you can do it without stripology, but it's so much quicker. You'd have to measure across. And
yes, it is so much quicker, and it's accurate, which is really nice.
So just be aware, there's 2 stripology rulers left in stock, and then they're gone. I'm just going to tell you now because I don't want anyone to miss that.
Okay, so I'm actually going to flip these around because that's going to be the order they're in.
So these are like long, thin tubes now, aren't they?
They are, so I'll show you. Look just like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to need my...
This is where you do need an
jack.
unpicker.
Do need an unpicker.
I wondered what these were earlier on. They're nice fancy unpickers, aren't they?
Yes, yes, there's a lady that on Facebook who does them. This one actually matches my new motorbike.
Really?
Yeah.
I love that, coordinating unpicker with a motorbike.
Yeah. So now you need to undo, but at the right, so that's where the grid comes in with all the numbers.
Yeah.
So this is my
Could you just
8
come to
fabric.
the left, sorry.
Oh.
So right. You to the right, that's it.
Yes,
Perfect.
there we go. Okay.
Here. Thank
So
you.
I'm going to start on the left-hand side. You can start with whichever side you want, but I'm going to start here on the left-hand side. That's where we started cutting, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, good.
With a 1 inch.
Yeah.
So then it's nice to do this over, you know, a few days, a weekend where you say, right, now I'm going to sit and do my unpicking in front of the telly.
Or you've got space to put down on the floor or on the dining room table or wherever, on your bed. But this is where you get to see the design come together really well.
So how are you knowing which one between to unpick, if you know what I mean?
Gotcha. So all of my colours are numbered, and they're numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Yeah.
And all of the grid has the numbers inside the colours.
Oh yes,
So you can match it up. And if you don't want to match the numbers, you can really just see visually.
colours.
Yeah. And where I tend to go is I look at the darkest one, and then I see how many squares there are above it or below it, so that I can sort of gauge where I need to be. So this one has three lighter colours. So there's my dark. I need 1, 2, 3.
And then unpick between there, yeah.
And between these two. And you'll start to see the pattern emerge because it'll go down in 1 square increments. So you can tell, are you going down, are you going up, which way do I need to go? There we go.
So you'll start to see that pattern come together
emerge.
really quickly.
And then this one is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's in between these two.
Oh, if you've got the little battery operated seam ripper as well, that'll be good. We've got to get this. We've got to get it back in stock before Christmas. Fingers crossed we will. The Bridgewater seam remover, stitch remover.
Yes. There we go. So that's 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2.5. It's going to be 3.
When you've got your instructions home, you can sort of do yourself, you know, little markings and things on your instructions to keep you.
Yeah, interesting
tick it
pencil, tick it off, see where you are. Post-it notes work really well as well, so I do that very often.
It's just all about getting stuff organised. I've found actually a lot of quilting patterns, if you're organised, it will come together really easily.
Definitely. And so one of my previous jobs was working in a lab and doing, now that everybody knows the word, PCRs and things like that. And when you're doing that, because you're doing tiny vials, but it's very repetitive, you've got to get the same amount of stuff basically in each vial. Yeah. And sometimes, especially when you're doing PCR, you have to make sure you only put that DNA into that one, so you don't cross-contaminate. Yeah. So you have to have some sort of system. Yeah. And because it is quite mind-numbing work as well, if somebody comes and talks to you and distracts you, it's hard to know where to go back to. Yeah. So I always had a system of like, oh, no matter what I was doing, if that number was in that spot or that cap was in that spot, then I knew that's the one I was on. So I always had a system.
Yeah, so you're very organised anyway, aren't you?
I wouldn't say I'm organised.
You have a system.
I do have a system. I do know that is one of my weaknesses. I get distracted easily, and so I need to have to do the same thing the same way.
Yeah.
Even position the fabric in the same way. Mm-hmm. I have a way that if I'm stitching, chain stitching, I'm doing a lot of pieces. I will lay my pieces out with the seam on a certain side, so I know as soon as I pick it up, that's the seam I need to go down.
Right.
Because it's so easy to just go down the wrong one and then have to spend time with Jack.
Is that his name, your unpicker?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Jack.
I get it. Who was I talking to the other day about, someone was asking me about the fabric getting chewed up in the feed dog system. And I always mention you because you've got it into my head now to just call it your donkey to do another little bit of fabric. And everyone just thinks I'm just a bit strange the way I call it a donkey. And I'm like, well, blame Emma Bradford because she talked to me.
Well, it does the work for you, that's why.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
A little mule. Yeah, so those little habits, if you get into the habit of doing them every time, one of the things I do, because I haven't gotten into the habit, even though I teach people to do the donkey, I just hold my strings.
Oh, right, okay.
So I always do it that way, but that's what I've gotten used to doing. So every time before I start stitching, I hold my strings so that they don't go down there.
Hi Paula. Paula's messaged in saying good morning to you both. Lovely to see Emma on Sewing Street.
Yes. So excited to be here.
Very excited.
Yes, yes.
Just feels really normal. It feels really strangely normal.
This one's going to be, that's going to be a 2. So that's the summit of my next one. So if I put this, I'll show you where I am. And I'll just do the last one and we'll start stitching.
How are we getting on with stock cat, did you say, sorry? Okay, limited, very limited on the winter, by the way. So if you do want that, now is the time to check out.
So this one corresponds, so I've just done my second peak there,
okay.
And now I'm on to this one. So moving that way. So this obviously is narrower than what I've laid out because I haven't taken up the seam allowances yet. So.
Yeah, so would you do all of this first before you start stitching your rows together?
It's personal preference. I have done, so when I did this one, actually both of them, I did lay everything out, and then what I did was I just, again, have a system, so I just pinned that one to that, and on this side, so pinning it there tells me that that is going to be the seam that I'm going to be sewing down.
Right.
And that's all I did was that. So I pinned them all together in pairs and it just went so much quicker. But if you're only got a short amount of time and you just want to get a little bit done, you can just do this bit.
Yeah.
You know? And then put it away until the next time. I mean, there's no right or wrong. It's whatever system works best for you.
That's it, especially at the time. We've got loads of time at home, haven't we, at the moment? It's nice to spread it out over, over time. Don't need to do it all in one day.
No. It's just enjoying the make.
Absolutely.
And then I layered them up like that so that I know my top one is always going to be my left-hand most one.
Love your organisation. That's really good.
That's why. I said about systems. That's what I need. I need systems so that I don't have to think.
Yeah.
So if I think once, think first.
Yeah.
I don't have to think the rest of the time, which is great because I just listen to my podcasts and things when I do my
Well, that's
sewing.
it. It's all done for, all of the organisation's done for you.
Yeah.
You can just enjoy the sewing.
Yep. Or a book on tape. Actually, I did listen to a really interesting one recently. The last one I listened to.
Go on.
It was by author Matt Haig, who I like anyway.
Yes.
And it was about, I can't remember what it was called. It was called The Library or something. But this girl dies and she ends up in the library. And it turns out that all the books in the library are all the same colour, just different shades of the same colour.
Yeah.
And those are all the possible lives she could have had.
Oh, that's interesting.
If she'd made just one decision differently at one point, her life could have been, all those junctions that you have, you can go one way or the other.
Oh, that's scary to think about.
Yes.
That is scary to think
and so
about.
she goes back and she tries them out until she finds the right one.
That's really good.
Yeah.
So you listen to lots of audio books, podcasts, and things like that when you're sewing?
Yeah, yeah.
Elliot's now giving you recommendations. Says, have you tried The Martian?
No. Oh. I'll have to look it up. Who's that by?
Who's that by? He's not quite sure. Oh, so it's got a botanist in it.
Oh, okay. Definitely then.
Called Mark Watney.
Actually, this machine is a dream.
Oh, we're going to learn more about the machine, by the way, at 12 o'clock. We've had a few questions come in, so we're going to try and get those answered for you as well. Do you need to worry about getting these points matched up? Are you nesting seams at this point,
I'm not, only because they're open.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm just saying it is a really nice machine. So you can pin at each junction.
Yeah.
If you want them to perfectly match up. Now, I don't usually tell people to point out any mistakes, but I'm sure there are some. So this one it's maybe like 2 millimeters out.
Oh, Emma.
I know, and this one's a little bit, but can you see it?
No.
Exactly. That's why I always tell people never point out your mistakes, because nobody's going to see them. You're the only one that sees them.
Yeah.
So, So,
Yes,
but
so don't worry.
this machine, so on mine, I did have the bottom fabric feeding a little bit quicker than the top one.
Yeah.
So I was having to make sure that, that's also why it's a little bit off.
Mm-hmm.
Try and match them up. But this one, even without pinning, it is coming out beautifully.
Oh, good. Christine
show
said,
you.
well, hello, Emma. Lovely to see you back. You know what John's got to be saying? Not back. Not back. It's a new channel.
It's new.
starts.
Yeah, first time.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, lots of people asking about your fancy unpicker. Can Emma let us know on Facebook? Are you on the Facebook fan page? Or on the Facebook page?
Oh, yeah, I am.
You'll have to drop a message and say where you got your unpicker from as well.
Yes. Yes, because the lady that does them, she's got lots of pictures because she is on Facebook, and if you tell her which one you quite like, she'll actually make one for you that's like that, yeah. I've got another one. Oh, I've got to show you my other one. This is also my favourite.
Oh, yeah, pop that on the desk and we'll have a look at that
It's
as well.
lovely. It's wood and resin.
Oh, gosh, they're amazing. We'll have to get
yeah.
those on. We'll have to get them, Ryan on the buying team.
Yeah.
They're lovely. But can you imagine, they're like bespoke, aren't they?
They are.
Ryan,
and they're so nice.
Ryan ordered about 25 miles of elastic the other day by accident.
Oops.
Oh,
I'll show you. So one side's a ripper and the other side is stiletto,
Oh,
which I really
yes,
like
like
for
an
those.
awl.
Yes, exactly. For the really fiddly bits that sometimes you can't get your fingers quite in, but you need to hold it, I always use this bit to feed it into the machine with.
Nice.
Which is really nice.
A nice gift.
Right, I'll just start this one up and then I'll pull the other one out so we can have a look.
Hmm?
Time is it? Oh, yeah. I'll literally just do a little bit on here just to get it started.
So chain piecing these is... Do you find that it saves time, or what's the benefit of chain piecing?
It saves time, but if you just want to do one at a time, there's nothing wrong with that either. So you could just take this one out, press it, and then add the next one onto it.
Okay.
The only thing that you might find is when you start adding narrow strips onto a bigger piece, it gets a little bit unwieldy.
Okay.
That's why I tend to do them in pairs and then grow them and grow them and grow them.
Yeah.
The first couple of times you go across, you'll feel like you're just constantly doing strips. And then all of a sudden, you'll have 3 seams left to do. And you're like, oh, it's done.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It is very satisfying when you see that pattern, isn't it?
It is.
Oh,
It comes out, yes.
Love it.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm just going to show. Now for this one, I actually cheated. And I sewed it all together and then pressed it. And I'll press it to one side.
So you don't need to necessarily do the pressing
Open.
at every point. Or, well, you do, but
Yeah.
you do them all alternately.
Yeah, I did do them all. But the correct way of doing it, the more accurate way of doing it would be to, every time you do a seam, press it.
Yeah.
But you can just press them to the side. You don't have to press them open for this
Okay.
point. Because even though you're still technically sewing strips together, because you've got seams in there, it adds a little bit of bulk or structure. So it doesn't seem to banana quite as much. So I'm pressing the seams to lock them in place first, and then, actually this mat is quite handy because it's got the lines on it, so you can make sure that you are actually keeping it nice and straight before you press it open.
Oh, it looks so beautifully crisp. All of your points matching perfectly,
Yeah.
aren't they?
And that is just from the machine, because I didn't pin anything. That is just from that machine. There we go.
We've got about 8 minutes.
Okay. So that is pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
So you do the whole thing until you get to, well, basically all your Bargello is done.
Okay.
Add the borders.
Yeah.
Now the borders,
They're in the slate, aren't they, as well?
yes,
So
in the
same-
slate for this one.
yeah.
So you're going to want to sew 2 sets of strips together. So this is a strip, this is a strip sewn together. And then on each side is just 1 strip. So you're going to need 6 strips just to go around the border.
Okay.
And the way that I do that when I'm attaching them is I always put my border strip on top of whatever I'm sewing it onto, on top of my top, if that makes sense. I never feed it through the machine like this,
Right.
because there will be a little bit of stretch in the fabric. So you combine that with it feeding a little bit faster, although
Yeah.
not on this machine, but
Yeah.
feeding faster, and then you end up with the wavy borders.
Right.
So I always put it on top, and then these ones I do always pin. So I always just pin my borders, making sure that the fabric is just nice and even. So every sort of 3 or 4 inches, all the way down basically. And you don't want to pull on either one, but when you're sewing it through, just make sure that that is nice and evenly fed through.
Just so you know, anybody who's asking about the Juki, we're going to make it fair for everybody and launch the limited machine amount that we have at 12 o'clock. So please do make sure you're staying tuned for then. Are you going to be able to load it any earlier, Kat, or not? We'll try and work out if we can, but we want to make it fair for everybody. So if you yeah,
Sorry.
we'll try and get it on before.
Right, so for this, my snowflake fabric, so I have traced it out.
So you've got the template, haven't
Yes.
you, in your, and it's to size, isn't it? Could you just
It
move
is.
all to the right slightly, please? Just shimmy all over. That's
Sorry,
perfect.
there we go.
Thank you.
Yes, you've got 2 different snowflake designs. This is one of them. You've also got 2 different leaf designs.
Yes.
So those are the 2 leaf designs.
You get both of them in the design as well, don't you? That's
Yeah, yeah.
good. So if you've got fabrics in your stash or whatever, if you've got the instructions, you've then also got the
Yeah.
leaf design as well.
Yep. And then the 2 snowflakes. So you need 3 of each one, basically.
Okay. You do get bond web in your kit.
In the bond web, yes, and there's plenty in there to do all of the one that you need.
Do you trace it directly onto your bond web? You trace it onto
Yes.
the glue side or the non-glue
There's
side?
a non-glue side.
Okay.
So there's a shiny, paper side, and then kind of a shiny side. The shiny side, or rough side, is the glue side. You want the smooth paper side,
Yeah.
the up. If you're doing the leaves, there will be, although they are fairly symmetrical, well, maybe not. It'll be a mirror image,
Yeah.
basically. So I'm just going to bond web this onto here. Press that out
Got a
first.
message coming from Dawn. Hi, Dawn.
Oh, hi Dawn.
I'm absolutely mesmerised by this demo. Emma is fascinating, just like old times.
Thank you. So I'm using my Teflon sheet for a couple of reasons. One, well, mainly to keep my the iron nice and clean, because even if you use pencil, it can come off the bonder web and onto the iron, but also to prevent any glue getting on there. So it just, prevents any issues.
If you do want a Teflon sheet, your applique mat, your graphics live for that. It's just £6.99. And also, I traced this out once using a friction pen, and then it completely disappeared. I was like, what am I doing?
You did it, Emma!
So you've just used a normal...
Yeah, just a normal
pen.
Sharpie. Sharpie or ballpoint pen or pencil. But yeah, I have done that too. I've actually done that on a demonstration with John. So that's called doing an Emma. That's on there, and then you just cut it. I don't know which ones to use because...
are paper scissors, are you thinking?
Yes.
I think they're the white ones, white-handled ones.
White-handed ones?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because you're going to be cutting through the bonder web and the fabric, do not use your nice, expensive fabric scissors for this. I usually have a pair of sort of for all-purpose craft use.
They're quite intricate shapes, so do you think that you need like a nice little pair of scissors? Would that be?
That would help, especially for when it comes to the other snowflake, because you've got some bits to cut out on the inside. So this is where, if I show you that one, you've got those little diamonds. You have to fold the fabric over a little bit and make a little indentation and then cut it out. But if you've got small children's who are accurate, that's always that's always something to do. See, what time is it? Oh, yeah. So you just basically, I'll cut out a little tiny bit.
A couple of minutes.
Okay.
To be honest, we've got nothing to really talk about afterwards because virtually everything's gone. Stripology's now sold out. The has the blues? Yeah, both kits have now sold out.
Oh, okay. I was going because the other thing I was going to show you, that's my white, is
how much fabric you still have.
How much fabric I still have. So this is all that is left over.
Because Emma, it's such good value for money, isn't it?
It is.
You have loads of fabric still left.
So you can actually possibly even get a second one.
I was going to say, somebody messaged in asking, could you make it any bigger if you wanted?
You could make it longer. You could double it. You could make it twice as long.
Yeah.
Oh, that would make a good table runner.
Ah, nice.
Wouldn't it? Or Christmas table, so you can make it twice.
Huge table.
Yeah.
Do you live in like one of these big grand houses that seat 30 people? That'd be amazing.
No. That's my border that I haven't quite. You don't have quite enough border.
Yeah.
So you might, you'd be able to have enough border if you doubled it, but you would have to bind it with something else.
Okay.
If you wanted to do that. And and this is my blues, which
Gosh,
I
you have loads left over.
Yeah. So this was all, like I said, I've cut a whole nother set of strips.
Amazing.
From all that.
So you can do another one.
Yeah.
So once you've done your applique, you've cut it out, you're going to iron it in position to where you want on your quilt, and then do you sew it down? How would you recommend sewing them down?
So for the leaves, because they are quite irregular, I didn't do it on this one, but I would have. I would do a free motion quilting or free motion applique on there in a quilting thread. So the thing with free motion applique, or quilting, I find is getting the right needle and the right thread.
Okay. What needles or would you recommend?
I tend to use a Microtex needle, or it's called Sharps. It depends on the brand of the company.
Yeah.
But something quite fine.
Yeah.
And then the thread, I do use Orifil.
Yeah.
Polyester thread sometimes works quite nicely, but Orifil, the 50 weight, is actually what I use because I do long arm quilting.
Right.
I use that on my long arm quilting machine, and I love it because it just goes through my normal machine really well.
And we thought these colours would be perfect for this. Absolutely perfect, because look, you could choose and do a contrasting. Would you match it in, or would you contrast?
You could do either. So I would actually probably do a tan or a brown on here just to give it a nice edge. And with free motion applique, I would go around it twice, and it doesn't have to be perfect, because actually I find if you've got it's quite a squiggly lines. Yeah, it looks quite nice and doodled. Yeah. On the snowflake, I did a blanket stitch on the machine, and I do recommend Orifil for that, definitely, when you go over the top of applique, because it just comes out so nicely.
Beautiful.
Yeah, even the same machine, so my big machine at home, I used a different thread, and every once in a while it would make a little loop, which wasn't very happy. Then I ran out of that and I changed to Aurifil, and it was just like butter.
Oh,
it was nice.
I love it.
Yeah.
Colours would go perfectly. I mean, you've got your greys,
got
you've
your
got
silver
all of your
grey,
autumn.
your nice ones with snowflakes. You could even go around your snowflake in the dark blue if you wanted. And yeah.
Oh, the in the dark blue as well would be lovely. You'll get a nice new box. Sorry, ours has been ours is open and it has been battered a little bit. But you do get all 10 different colours, 50 weight, 200 metres on each, and it is premium Aurifil cotton. It's beautiful. Can I show you this other colourway? Just because I'm thinking, is it the same one? I think it's the same one. Oh, it's just, there you go. That's what yours will look like.
Yeah, nice and wrapped.
Yours will look lovely like this, all nicely. Just $33.99. Anything else that you wanted to mention? How about the quilting, Emma?
Oh, the quilting. So, I'm trying to think. I think on my original one, I did long arm and it had swirls and snowflakes.
Oh, wow.
But what you could really well do, straight lines would be good for this one. Or if you can do swirls up and down. Or,
lovely.
Yeah, or leaves. It really...
It's up to you.
Yeah, completely.
Brilliant.
Completely.
We've had a message from Gerardine. Hi, Gerardine. Hi, Emma and Mrs. Carroll. Love the designs. Great demo and good tip on tracking on tracing on Bondaweb.
Oh, yes.
You both look lovely, by the way. That's from Geraldine.
Oh, thank you.
Geraldine, the next hour, we're going to be talking all things creative grids, and I know that you are a collector of creative grids, Geraldine. So we're going to be doing more creative grids, aren't we? Log cabin.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
We'll see you in an hour. Thank you very, very much. Well done to everybody who managed to get something this hour. It's been busy. Speaking of busy, we're going to do it now. We're going to put the Liberty on pre-order before we even go to the break. So if you want any of the Liberty, we have got a mega bundle, and I believe there's even a saving on the mega bundle, which is crazy. So we're going to be launching our brand new collection of Liberty. It's the Summer House collection, coming to you in just a couple of minutes, but we'll get it on pre-order now, so you can absolutely start checking out on whatever colours you want. Don't go anywhere. We're back right after this. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. Watch us on Freeview Channel 74, Sky Channel 670 or on our YouTube channel. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick unpick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on Channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon.
Whether you are a knitting newbie or a career crocheter, Mariner Yarns is passionate about its yarns and products to keep you creating what you love at outstanding value. As part of the yarn-loving community, their aim is to provide you with quality products that you need. They know the importance of being able to find the perfect yarn that you would love to work with again and again, fitting perfectly within your wool stash. They produce a stunning range of traditional and contemporary yarns in a choice of popular weights with patterns too to cover all of your knitting and crochet needs. Yarn Lane has been working with Mariner to create exclusive kits using their yarn and patterns in choice of styles, colours and yarns.
Hi everyone, my name's Faye and I'm going to be joining the Sewing Street team as one of their guest designers. I work as a professional dressmaker. You can see here you've caught me in the middle of making a petticoat for a wedding dress here in my workroom in North Yorkshire. I started off in fashion design, studied that at college, and then I actually made the move into costume. So I've actually spent several years making costumes, quite high-end costumes for both television and theatre. So hopefully with that professional experience I'm best placed to give you some advice on how to get the best results with your sewing and to show you some really interesting techniques. So it would be great if you could join us for that if you're an avid dressmaker, and I look forward to seeing you.
Aren't I spoilt rotten? Honestly, a day like today, we are... Oh, I just love it. Right, Kat's already going. Half the stock's gone to the mega bundle, everyone. Half the stock's already gone. I am so thrilled to be here launching this collection because I am a huge, huge fan of Liberty fabric. In fact, who isn't? Who isn't? Those of you that don't know quilting designers, right, Elliot, he's just getting into the world of crafting. He's been in television for a long time, but he's just getting into the world of sewing and crafting. And surely, Elliot, you know Liberty, don't you? Everybody knows Liberty London. You don't need to be an expert on quilting or sewing. We all know that beautiful department store in London that is just... I just associate it with luxury, wealth, class. Oh, it's just the most beautiful, beautiful store. And whenever I go to London, I'll always, top of my list is I want to go to Liberty. I just love it. So when we started to bring the collections of Liberty in, obviously I knew that it would have huge, huge demand because, of course, anything in the store that you purchase, cushions or furnishings, even small little notebooks or things like that, are really expensive, and to have the genuine Liberty fabric by the half metre is so exciting. So this collection that we're launching today is called the Summer House Collection. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, sorry, I've probably not displayed this the best, but we've put it all into sections of print. So you've got different colourways of different prints. Can we have a bit of a read before we start diving into the mega bundle? Because I know there's so many people who are very excited to see them all individually and to see the mega bundle price. But also, let's just have a read of this because this is the Summer House Collection. The latest collection from a Liberty Fabric Design studio drew inspiration from the interiors of 17th and 19th century orangeries. Now, instantly when I thought the Summer House Collection, I thought it was going to be really bright and very floral, and it's not. It's classic Liberty, but still gorgeous, rich colours. The Summer House Quilting Collection, these are all quilting weight cottons, illustrates the grand architecture of these structures, paying homage to the detail of decorative tiled flooring, ironworks and trestles. This is, it's just beautiful. Can you just put it onto the other screen for me, Elliot, so I can read it from the closer screen? Thank you. So then, if we have a look back again to it, it says archives are, we can do it on both, thank you. So then the artworks are translated into conversational prints inspired by citrus fruits, plants and vines, weaving amongst detailed ironworks. White floral geometric designs evoke the forms of intricate tiles. The Summer House is available in 3 distinct colourways, offering a tonal palette that graduates from neutrals to blues, hints of citrus tones and warm reds. So it isn't, really bright summer colours. there is just so much warmth to this collection. I absolutely adore it. Now, normally when I talk about Liberty fabrics, quite often they can be lawn weight, so a lighter weight, which again is beautiful, very, very delicate. But this is quilting weight cotton. It's heavy, it's robust, it's going to be brilliant for so many different projects. So, shall we dive straight into the mega bundle? You are getting 16 meters of Liberty, 16 meters of pure luxury. It's £233.50, but for the first time ever, we're offering a Liberty mega bundle on split pay. This is such an exciting moment because it opens it up to people like you and me that have dreamed about doing those huge, amazing, almost like, you know, the Liberty quilts that you think are going to become heirlooms in the future. There'll be ones that are passed down through generations of family, I'm sure. This is the sort of collection that you could work from. And don't get me wrong, you aren't just going to make a quilt with this. This is going to be something that is, especially if you're teaming it with other fabrics as well, it's going to go such a long way. It's 16 meters of Liberty. So, as I say, yes, it's on split pay for the first time. 3 easy payments. It's something that's very, very easy to do. You pay the first payment of £77.50 today. You pay your post and packaging. And then on the 12th of December, your second payment will automatically come out. And then the 12th of January, it will be paid off. Your last payment will come out. But you'll get it. You'll get it within the next few days. You don't have to wait till January 12th, and you won't pay interest on those payments either. So you're not going to be paying any extra for the privilege. In fact, you pay less because we're doing a discount today. On the mega bundle, you're getting half a metre for free. So you're getting a saving of £7.49. So one of them you'll get for free as well, which is so exciting. So you get everything from this collection, all of the different prints, all of those colourways for £77.50 on split pay. Of course, it is Liberty. It is always going to be considered. But I tell you what, how much you can pay for Liberty cushions even. A Liberty cushion, I've seen over £50 for one Liberty cushion. You could make a whole array, your own range of Liberty cushions. You could make a huge selection of bags and wash bags and gift ideas for people to last forever, for ages and ages and ages and ages. But the most exciting thing is that we got it on split pay. All of the other bundles won't be on split pay, just so you're aware. We've got everything by the half metre, but there's nothing else that we can offer you with those split payments. This is the most incredible mega bundle we've ever done for Liberty. So I know that we have a lot of very big collectors who are fans and collectors of Liberty prints and Liberty fabrics. I love that you've got some of the most iconic prints from the archives, but with those beautiful colours. I mean, just look at some of these. Just start to indulge in these beautiful prints and patterns. Half a metre. Let me show you how big every single one of these is, because every single one of these will come pre-cut like that. So you're getting half a metre of each of these. I mean, how amazing is that? 32 half a metre pre-cuts like that, which is a lot of fabric. Oh, let me know if you've made anything from the Summer House range, you know, that you've had from elsewhere. Please, please, please do let us know. We'd love to see photos of what you've made, because we did actually put together a bit of a complimentary bundle for you as well, because you're going to be able to team this with so many other colours as well. You've got the oranges, you've got the greens, you've got teals. Oh, it's just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. £77.50 for all of these fabrics on split pay today. Never been a better opportunity to be able to secure these. They're gorgeous. £232.50. Of course, you can pay for it all in one go if you prefer, but honestly, that is so good. Now, just so you know, half the stock of the mega bundle has completely sold out. And because we've bundled it, some of them aren't available individually. So or if they are, they're literally down to like a metre or so on each one. So should we go through them individually and then we'll come back to the mega bundle, because you might want to have a bit of a closer look at some of the prints. Can we start at these orangery ones, because they are absolutely beautiful. So the collection is taken from inspiration of very decadent orangeries. What's that, sorry? Oh yeah, absolutely. We've got, Kat's also found a bit of a slide here, which was an interview with Adam, who's the lead designer of Liberty Fabrics. I mean, what an incredible job. When we work on a collection of Liberty, we always start with a concept. In this case, summer houses and orangeries. And then we start to look through the archives and find prints that would be right for the concept. Then I start to edit them down until we feel we have the right aesthetic for the collection and its intended use. I'm always thinking about how people might use the prints when we're picking out designs for the collection. The prints in this collection have been chosen to work for both traditional and contemporary designs, and even a mix of the two. For example, I love the juxtaposition of the graphic prints with the classic floral motifs. It's a very versatile range. And lends itself well to making quilts as well as homewares such as cushions and lampshades. It is something that I absolutely agree with Adam there, that you've got a real mixture of, I can't quite put my finger on whether I want to do something really, really classic or something quite contemporary and modern. I can imagine a really stylish house that's got just incredible lampshades and cushions, opulent cushions and things like that would look amazing, footstools, you know. But actually then, also real traditional quilting would look beautiful. So this one, are you ready? Let's start with this one. So 1/2 metre, this is Conservatory Fruits. Colours are stunning. Midnight blue for just £7.49 1/2 metre. Now, this is where opportunities are going to change. I've got it upside down. That's probably your correct way, because you can see the orange trees. So this is where opportunities change, because you can now, of course, buy the 1/2 metre. So if you're thinking of larger projects, if you're thinking of blinds, if you're thinking of doing huge cushions, if you're thinking of doing even dressmaking, be aware obviously it's a quilting weight cotton, but it will still make a really beautiful structured cotton dress. And in Liberty, how much would that be? If you're buy the 1/2 metre, it will come joined up, it will be cut off the bolt for you to whatever size you want. It's sold in 1/2 metre increments, so £7.49. Now, don't quote me on this, because they might have changed it, but I was always told a few years ago, Liberty, you can't just go into the store and buy 1/2 metre of a print. I don't know whether their minimum is a metre, or I don't know whether it might even be more. Don't quote me on that, as I say, but there's a lot of places that it's hard to buy pre-cuts like this. Or if you say to me, right, I want 8 metres of this, or hopefully if we've got it in stock, we can do that. So absolutely take advantage of the fact that it's one post in packaging, £7.49 1/2 metre. If you just want to get a taste of it, if you just want to get 1/2 metre, if you've never worked with it before, and if you're wondering what the hype is, work with it. It's the most beautiful quality cotton. You can feel it. It's so soft. It sews like a dream. But as soon as you start making even small projects, scissor keepers, pin cushions, needle cases, toiletry bags, gift ideas for people, smaller gift ideas, how much are you going to be able to make with just 1/2 metre and maybe one of the complementary colours? What I would personally do is get, because it's quite a, even though it says midnight blue, it's got quite a greeny, tealy sort of tone to this background. So if you get 1/2 metre of this and then 1/2 metre of teal, it will just go beautifully together, absolutely beautifully. And then it will make your Liberty fabric sing, just having 1/2 metre of this with it. A Liberty tote bag, for example, will make your Liberty fabric sing, and it will make it go a lot further. So what I would personally do is just even use your Liberty for the front flap of a bag and the strap or something, just having pops and accents of Liberty, just putting it into pockets in jeans or using it in pockets in jackets, having it as elbow pouches on jackets or cardigans, just adding that little nod to Liberty. I know Rebecca Reed, she came in yesterday and she was wearing a Primani cardigan. And she'd personalised it. She'd changed the buttons. She's put fabric at the bottom. But just by doing like a ruffled edge of Liberty around a grey cardigan, making your own little Liberty buttons, you could make like the little needle keepers that Emma was making, that Emma was showing us that she had. I mean, it's just amazing. Love it. Sorry, it's 20 past, isn't it? Kat's telling me off for talking too much. I'm just going to go for it now. Are you ready? Because if you love something, check out as soon as you can. Okay, you're only going to pay 1p&p all day. Stock up on your Liberty because this is going to be a collection that comes in and disappears. Another colourway. This time, same print, different colourway. How different does this look? That is beautiful. It's got these lovely soft pinks. I must say, we did have great fun yesterday picking out all of the complementary solids. We got all of them out. We got all of the solids that we've got in stock at the warehouse and had a real good play and picked our favourites to go with it. So if you do want to make it go as far as possible, if you just get 1/2 metre even of your Liberty at $7.49, I think the beautiful peach looks gorgeous. What about like the slate? Those three colours together, how far will that go? 1.5 metres of fabric. And remember, this one's £3.49. I don't think it would, Elliot, but I'll entertain it. I'd go these two. I'd go slate and peach. Kat and I, we spent a lot of time yesterday, Elliot, whilst you were editing at VT's, picking out all of these. Whilst you were having your 10 hours sleep last night, we were picking out colours. Isn't that gorgeous? Gorgeous, gorgeous. Just so you know, mega bundle update, we only have 2 left. 2 mega bundles left. They're on split pay as well. We also have the orange, the lemons. They look like lemons. Can I just say, Elliot, you're going to say this all show. He says, oh, I take it back. This is now my favourite. This is now my favourite. He's going to say this the whole time. I think John Scott would look fabulous in a shirt. A tie. I bought my uncle, Kieran's uncle, a tie for Christmas last year, Liberty tie. Honestly, it was very expensive. Very expensive. I'll tell you, it's £80. You can pay so much money. Yeah, £80. Liberty. You pay it because the prints are beautiful. You just do. You go into Liberty and you're like, oh my word, these are absolutely amazing. You can make your own. No. You've got beautiful colour here. Again, I'd put this with slate. I'd put that with slate. I think that's the same colour as this one here. Right, so they are all of the lemons. They are all of the lemons and oranges, the Orangery Conservatory patterns. Let's go for another bold print. This one is called Feather Dance. This is called Feather Dance. We've got 3 different colourways. I love Feather Dance. That's such a beautiful peacock feathers, aren't they? Gosh, that's so fun. It's almost a bit of a twist and a take on a bit of a paisley style print, isn't it? And look at the price. I mean, it's so good. It's $7.49.5 metre. And when you start to look at Liberty fabrics, I keep all the salvages. Look, Liberty fabric. It's just gorgeous. $7.49.5 metre. Good to see a lot of people scanning all through, going ahead of me, and checking out on lots of different prints available. The only problem is by the time that I get to them, they'll probably be really limited. So I'll keep you up to date on what stock levels are. We've got a good stock level of this one at the moment. I'm thinking toiletry bags, overnight stay bags. When we're able to go next year, maybe on little holidays or staycations, this is going to be beautiful. Do you know, I'm doing this a lot, but slate goes so beautifully with loads of these, and maybe even a grey. What do you think to Elliot's blue? That's lovely. In fact, Elliot, I'd go with that. I would do it. We'll talk about the colours, don't worry, the complementary colours afterwards, but if you do want to see any of them together, let me know. If you want to see any of the Liberties together, if you want to see any of the complementing, let me know. We've also got another Feather Dance. This is your favourite cat. She says, I'm calling it now. This is the beautiful oranges. Gosh, I love that. There's still so much detail in this. You can see why Liberty is world renowned. Look at that detail. And as Adam was saying, when he's choosing this design, he's thinking about how people are using it. And obviously this is a quilting weight fabric. So if they are thinking of quilting, you've got to have your different scales of print. You want to have different textures. You want to have different combinations of colours. In the background, you can see you've got tiny blue dots. You've also got, you've also got tiny little orange dots. You've got all of these beautiful feathers. There's so much detail. Shows the quality of the printing, doesn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. And then we've also got the last feather dance print, which is with plums and ochres. Oh, gorgeous. What's that, sorry? Oh, is this one sold out? Let me show it to you. If you saw it on the website, that one is now sold out. 2 feather dance prints available. Grab those whilst you can. Okay, that's how quick it's going to be today. I'm going to stick with large scale prints and these 3. Let me show you them all just in case they sell out very, very quickly. Just so you know, the mega bundle is about to sell out as well. I don't think we'll even get to show that towards the end of the hour. $7.49, we're going to start with the blue. This is just classic Liberty, isn't it? When I see this, you've got the ditzy scale floral, you've got those big, beautiful, it reminds me of a very sort of the arts and crafts movement, you know, William Morris, Liberty, those really beautiful country homes. I would put this with your blue again, Ellie. No, I wouldn't. I would put this with maybe a grey. What do you think? With a grey? With a grey, it would look lovely. Even with a cream, it would look really nice. Just with something, you know, quite neutral. Because that's the thing is with Liberty. Quite often they can look. Sometimes, if you put too many together, it can look too busy. You don't need too much of them. Don't get me wrong. If you put together an amazing quilt of all Liberty, it would just look sensational. But I think that just little sprinkles of Liberty here and there, that's how to do it. This one's beautiful. This is the pink and grey cat. So I know that Hayley Bryant, she absolutely loved this one. This one's called Victoria Floral. Oh my word, it's literally calling my name. Sorry, the wrong picture's on the website, but don't worry, this is the one that you're getting. This is the one that you're getting, the one that you see on telly, and it's stunning. 112 wide, machine washable, quilting cotton, super, super soft, quilting weight, 749.5 metre, and this is called Victoria Floral, ALYV 45. Sorry, the picture's wrong on the web, but you can see exactly what you're getting here. And it's got that lovely charcoal background, the detail with the pink and the white floral. Looks completely different to the blue, doesn't it? Just changing the colourways. We've also got it in red. The reds and the oranges and the blues, Kat's very drawn to. This is like a, I say red, it's like it is quite an orangey red. It's a beautiful, beautiful red. Look at that. See, this is very, very opulent. $7.49. 749.5 metre. Your red Victoria floral fabric for $7.49. Isn't it gorgeous? Absolutely gorgeous. And those, I'd put this with maybe like a very, very light blue. Let's have a look at slate again. I think slate keeps coming into my head with this one. Slate and grey maybe. That red is just stunning though. It's absolutely beautiful. What do you think? What's everybody thinking of making? It's very busy, just so you know. It's really, really busy. Lots of people checking out on all sorts on the website as well. Just be aware. They're the 3 colourways that we have in Victoria Floral. We'll stick with floral prints. These 3. These are, so it was, if we had a look back at the Adams, put a bit of inspiration, it was actually taken from inspiration of tiles and oranges. Here we go, have a look at this, oranges. So, at what point, I'm just scanning through, does it say about the tiles? Traditional contemporary design, strips with graphic prints with floral motifs, very versatile. Where does it say about the tiles? Was it on the slide before, potentially? Summer house, orangeries. I think it was on the slide before. It was on the slide before. So these are the 3 different colourways. We've got the red, again, this lovely burnt orange. Not one outshines the other. They all work so, so well. Oh, here we go. So, drawn inspiration from 17th and 19th century orangeries of decorative, paying homage to detail of decorative tiled floor, ironworks and trellises. So, I mean, you can see you've got the trellises here, you've got the almost like the tiled floors here. You can see that beautiful floral print. That's amazing. £7, 49.5 metre. It reminds Elliot of, do you know when you would see really detailed, beautiful ceilings, artwork ceilings? That's what it reminds me of. And look at this beautiful detail of the cornerstones as well. You've got the yellow spot in the centre of the square little spot in the centre of the flower, and then also between each grid. 749.5 metre. Deep blue, beautiful quality. So much detail. Oh gosh, this would be so fabulous for blinds and soft furnishings, cushions, things like that. You would pay a fortune for those in Liberty. A Roman blind made from Liberty to your window size. I mean, can you imagine how much that would cost? Oh, make it yourself. Absolutely. We have orange. Oh no, I've got 2 stickers on here. We'll work it out. This one's called Manor Tile. Manor Tile. What item code number is this, Kat? Oh no, got in a little bit of a mess with my stickers. How beautiful is that? Again, almost like a terracotta burnt orange. 749.5 metre. We are loving this. We're so excited. It's the launch today, just so you know. The first look in at these fabrics. And normally we'd have sent, you know, designers fabrics to work with to do a quilt or something. But it is that limited already that you haven't even seen this in a project yet. So please do make sure that you're checking out nice and early, because that is just stunning. Oh yes, I have got the sticker on that one. Okay, what about the grey? Grey and pink. It's like an ochre dot on this one. Ochre dot, like polka dot, ochre dot. 749.5 metre. This is your Manor Tile. Yeah, I just enjoyed that all by myself then. Thanks, Bubble, for the support. 749.5 metre. Oh, it's just so, so beautiful. Honestly, I wish you could feel how soft that cotton is. I'm excited for you to be able to get this home. Oh, we've had so many people very, very excited about this collection messaging in. Thank you for all of your messages. Just 749.5 metre. This is your Manor Tiles for just $7.49. Don't forget, all of your complimentary solids are on the website as well. They'll mainly be on pre-order. They'll mainly all be on pre-order. So they're all of your Manor Tile prints. We are absolutely flying through these. I'm going to stick with the trellises. Let's do these. Okay, so you guys, you've had your favourites. I think that these are mine. I absolutely j'adore these. They are beautiful. Which colourway should we start with, Kat? That blue is beautiful. Blooming blues. With your lovely yellow again. It is very bright, that lovely yellow. It doesn't, you know, it's not overpowering. It's it complements in perfectly. And whenever we think of floral prints, I think of Liberty. It doesn't get any more classic or any more iconic than this. 749.5 metre. I love that. the detail in these gorgeous trellises. And remember, this is exactly what we envisage when we think of true classic Liberty. 749.5 metre. Look, you can see that lovely detail on every single flower and the trellis between as well. We've got a couple of other colourways in this range, but they've already been flying out, just so you know. Already very, 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 very popular. This one is called Q Trellis. Or this print is called Q Trellis, but then to have it in all of these different colourways is so exciting. So this one is the reds and the coral pinks. £7, 49.5 metre. Imagine a dress. I can see Kerry living in loveliness. She loves her Liberty dresses. You wait till she gets her hands on these. She's going to have a gorgeous dress. I can just see it now. £7, 49.5 metre. And I just love those sort of jade blues that are coming through. In fact, I'd put that with teal, because it really pulls on these colours here. That's lovely, isn't it? 749.5 metre, and this one is called White and Red Q Trellis. 749. Okay, we've also got blue and yellow. I thought I'd have so much time, you know, to sit and just indulge on this, and it's just flying by. I knew it'd go quick, but I thought we'd have a bit more time. This one's beautiful. We've got all of these fabrics to get through. This, I think the blue and white reminds Kat of, you know, like Delft pottery or Dalton and Wedgwood. They all do these beautiful collections of pottery. That is stunning. To be able to just have parts of this as borders on a quilt, you don't need to necessarily have the whole mega bundle and do lots and lots and lots of small piecing. This I would probably keep I'd keep these in quite large prints. Even if you've got a plain white pillowcase and you just put a strip of it down the one side of your pillowcase. I do like the idea of upcycling and embellishing. We were talking about this yesterday with Rebecca Reed. As I say, she was wearing just quite a plain cardigan that she bought from, you know, a really affordable shop, and she said, I changed the buttons, put a frilly trim around the bottom, and it instantly looked like a designer, very expensive cardigan that everyone was saying, oh, where'd you get your cardi from? Where'd you get that from? Whereas imagine doing just a little frilly trim of Liberty around the bottom of a cardigan that you've already got. Little girls' dresses, the jumpsuit in Liberty. Can you imagine? Oh my word. That would look incredible. We also have the teal. What have you got to drink? Have you got more coffee? Is your tooth not good? Oh, she's got ever so bad toothache. Ever so teethy, our cat. Just £7.49. Oh, look again, these lovely teal colours. £7.49.5 metre. Your Liberty Summer House collection. This is Midnight Blue. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Every single one of them. Every single one of them is gorgeous. Every single one of them. I mean, they're just not going to disappoint, are they? Detail, colours, opulence, beauty, quality, and brilliant price point today. Brilliant price. I do love that jade blue, that teal blue again. Would look lovely with those flowers. We've got one final colourway in Q Trellis. Oh, Christine, the trouble is with Liberty, I buy them all. I just buy them, and I don't know what to do. I don't know what to make with them, but I just want them all. But I don't want to cut them up. Do you know what? I completely know what you mean, and especially when you're thinking, what can I make? I just don't want to cut into it. This is why I say I would keep them as quite big cuts. I'd be too scared to subcut these, but how pretty would they look as well, fussy cuts? Each of these little frames. Just add it to your Liberty collection stash that you just look at and stroke. £7.49.5 metre. Aren't they gorgeous? It's just designer. It's just designer. I have a pair of very, very expensive shoes that I bought when I was, well, about 10 years ago now. And I've worn them twice, 3 times. And Kieran, my husband, doesn't understand it. He's like, why would you buy expensive shoes if you're not going to wear them? I say, I just look at them and I'll have them forever. And I just love it. It's like that with Liberty fabric. I think you just have it. And even if you don't know today what you're going to do with it or how you're going to use it, by all means, I have serious envy of people who, you know, just go, right, I know what I'm making. The day I get it home, cutting it up, I'm making it into a quilt. I've got my pattern sorted in my head. I know exactly what I want to make. But then, yeah, I'm with you, Christine. I'd be like, I'm just going to look at it and I don't know what to do with it yet. I'm going to build up more skills before I start cutting up my Liberty. Oh, I love it. But then I also think if you're starting to sew, do you ever find that if you're starting to sew as an adult, you don't want to just make something babyish? And actually just doing simple patterns, a simple tote bag, a drawstring bag, a makeup bag, or smaller projects that are really easy to sew but look amazing because they're in Liberty. That's what I'd be doing. Just a tote bag, simple tote bag. And a Liberty one is just going to excel your sort of sewing that people are going to compliment and ask you about it straight away. Be like, oh yeah, let's just throw this together, it's Liberty. Right, so we go to some of the smaller prints. Now this is one of the most iconic Liberty prints. You've probably seen this quite a lot. It is one of the most iconic prints. But today, brand new in the Summer House range in these colourways. We've got 3 different colourways. I've got the grey, the navy and the red. We're going to jump to the navy to start with. 1/2 metre, just to remind everybody, 1/2 metre looks like that. It is, it's quilting weight cotton. I mean, it's beautiful, beautiful weight. This is called Hidcote Berry. This would be a brilliant shirt. This would be a beautiful men's shirt, ladies' blouse. It would be absolutely stunning as a dress. Do you want the item code? VHYV48. Right, it's called black on the graphics and it's not. It's like a charcoaly grey in the background. I don't think it's Liberty that have named these. On the picture it looks like it could be black, but as you can see we're really close. It's a lovely slate grey. Complements all of the other fabrics absolutely perfectly. The only black that's in this is all of the sort of stems, the fine detail of the vines. But that pink is so pretty. Little purses. The grey would work with this, the slate would work with this, the peach would work with this. There's so many colours that you could match in. Small, little purses, bags. Oh, love it. 749.5 metre. Ignore the fact that it says black because it is more of a slate grey. Okay, and our team are ready to cut it up to whatever size you want. So buy the 1/2 metre. You can buy 2 metres of this. If you want 2.5 metres, add 5 units to your order. Goes up in 1/2 metre increments, so you can have as much as you want. We've got another couple of the same print, different colourways. This is so good, isn't it? I know so many people who come in and say, right, I want 10 metres of it. I've got so many different projects in mind, whether it be dresses, whether it be soft furnishing. I'm going to do a collection of cushions. Just so you know, there is 1 mega bundle left. 1 mega bundle. Do not be put off by the fact that there's only 1. You can call now and you can get the whole shebang at the mega bundle, which we will show you the graphics for in a bit. Oh, it's there. It's there, £232.50 or on split pay for £77.50. £77.50 on split pay. That's for the whole collection. You get 1/2 metre for free. You're saving £7.50 if you get the whole shebang. Oh, just pocket squares, pockets on blazers. If you're just using it for cuffs, if you're just using it for pockets inside, like inset seams, that, you know, how luxurious is that it's only you, but you know that your pockets are Liberty. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. What do you feel to your first experience of Liberty? Yeah? Elliot's loving it. Loves it, loves it, loves it. What's the name of the plain fabric you put with the lemon Liberty? I think I put it with slate. I think, let me see. Are you talking about we'll run through all the different complementary fabrics, but of course, ask me if you want me to put them next to each other. So this is the lemon one, I'm guessing. Is that BHYV10? Yes. I'd put that with slate. Those two together look lovely, Carol. They look really, really nice. Sorry, there's slate. That's a 1/2 metre slate, IFLJ14. Hope that helps, Carol. Of course, let us know. We're an interactive show. This one's beautiful. Hidcote berry again. Lovely ditzy print. This is what Liberty's all about. Doing small scale ditzy prints with your black little outline. By the 1/2 metre for £7.49. What was that, Kat? Oh, lovely to see so many new customers. New customers joining us this hour. Oh, brilliant. Doesn't surprise me, you know. Does not surprise me. When we're offering Liberty by the 1/2 metre as well, quilting weight cotton. Of course it's going to be busy. One of our new customers got the whole shebang, got the mega bundle. What a great first purchase. What a way to start with us. Honestly, you are going to have so much fun with all that fabric. You are going to have so much fun with it. Right, so that's all of the colourways of the Hidcote berry. We'll keep with a small ditzy print. I've also got very, very limited on Hidcote berry in red. These two. Now these, I hate, and I would never say the word mixer or blender when you're talking about Liberty, because they are all focal, show off, amazing fabrics. But if you're doing a quilt that you just want to focus on Liberty, this is amazing. Oh, Carol, I'm so pleased that helped you. Right, this one is called Oxford Fern. This is Oxford Fern. The item code is SVYV79. Yeah. That's hilarious. We've called it Cambridge Fern. On the salvage. Hilarious. It's called Oxford Fern. Quite similar, isn't it? Oxford, Cambridge. There's a little bit of rivalry between those universities, isn't there? Okay, now, can you see the detail? Because I can't on my monitor, and there is so much beautiful detail on here. It isn't just a plain fabric. It isn't a plain cream. But this is what I would be mixing with any of your fabrics that you're thinking, right, what solids or what patterns should I put with it? This is amazing. I love it. Oh, look, you can see. See, this is where I would absolutely love cushions, soft furnishing, just a little hint of Liberty. It's so delicate, it's so beautiful. Dark denim dress, little pockets of this Liberty, or if you're doing a little girl's dress with a Peter Pan collar in white and then just this, oh, it would look stunning, absolutely stunning. Sometimes, I mean, I'm a bit different. If I buy something that's designer, I want it to say the designer all over it, that yes, I've spent that money. Whereas, you know, sometimes if you just want a little nod that's a little, oh, Kat's saying, well, money whispers, doesn't shout at you and tell you, I'm Liberty. That's what this is. This is, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. It's a little nod. You're going to love working with it, and it doesn't scream, I'm a designer brand. It's beautiful. I love that. It's so soft. Oh, linings, waistcoats. It's just absolutely beautiful. Cushions. Oh, yeah. You can make this into, just use it as the collar on a nice crisp shirt. Gorgeous. We have it in one other colourway, which is really dramatic, actually. Really dramatic. This would be so nice. Hi, Daphne. If you want to edit your order after you've checked out your basket, you best speak to the customer service team. They'll be able to help. We can't do anything from sitting here, but the customer service team will have access to your order and be able to edit for you. So you just need to call them. It's 0800 001 4433, and it's free to call. Okay, this one. Oh, look at it. So this is really dramatic. I love this. I think this is so cool. Item code, please, is, bear with, PXYV75. This one is called Oxford Fern. In our graphics, it will probably say Cambridge Fern. Yeah, it does. Oh, I'm so sorry. The picture's incorrect on this one. Picture is incorrect. Sorry. Oh, Christine says, I'm a bit selfish, but somebody asks me what fabrics I have for making face coverings or bags. I don't show them Liberty, Cave, Tilda. They're too gorgeous to share. I don't blame you. Keep those for yourself. Absolutely. Can you imagine though? In fact, I saw a member of the royal family wearing a Liberty face covering, and my mum said to me, "Oh, I want a Liberty one." I said, I'll make you one. But yeah, I haven't shared any. I've got a Liberty face covering actually. I think you do notice now, don't you? Kat says, I notice when I see people walking down the street, there's this Liberty. We have a little because you can't obviously see your face from here down, so you just do a little eyebrow raise. Can see you. This is lovely. Little nod to Liberty. This is really dramatic though. Gorgeous. I still think that this would be great for travel bags, and because it's something that you don't need to worry about, getting things dirty. It is machine washable. They all are machine washable, but they're lovely for bags. £7.49 for your Liberty Summer House range. Okay, so we've got to hurry up, haven't we? Because I've still got so much to show you. I'm going to jump to Hayley Bryan's favourites. Oh, these are gorgeous. Right, now these are similar. Slightly larger print though, so you can see the print a bit clearer. Look at these. Can we do the bottom one first? This one is called Cambridge Fern. This was called Cambridge Fern. It's not us that's got it mixed up. I think it's just the name of the graphics. This is MKYV28. Okay, this one's been called Oxford Fern. It's been a little, I think this is just a little human error. Don't worry, it's you'll get this one. 749.5 metre. This one is called Cambridge Fern, but on your graphics you'll see Oxford. Don't worry, you'll get this one. Oh gosh, they're amazing, aren't they? Look at these beautiful vines. And the dark background as well, very dramatic indeed. I am going to pick up the pace a bit, just so you know, because I want to make sure that every one of these is seen on telly, so that then you could go and have a look. And just in case there are things on the website with wrong photographs or things like that, I just want to make sure we clear up exactly what is what. So this one is called Cambridge Fern, and the 4 different prints are beautiful, 4 different colourways, sorry. Cambridge Fern. This is the one that was Hayley's favourite. This is pink background with white flowers. We've also got white background with pink flowers, but this is, yeah, pink background, like a blush pink. BAYV81, yeah, that's correct. £7.49. I mean, these prices are just brilliant, aren't they? It's manic, by the way, just so you are aware. Baskets are going left, right and centre. There's lots of people getting there before us. So if you are after a specific print, please do not wait to the end of the hour to check out, especially if you're wanting more than half a metre. Mega bundles completely sold out as predicted. Oh, I'm excited to see what you do with all that fabric. Oh, remember, you can make your own mega bundle if you want. You can bundle most of them together. There's a couple of them that have now sold out, but you could start to make your own bundles. I'm sure our bundle queen Kat will start to bundle some of these Liberty fabrics for our next bundle shows. Can you do that, Kat? So Christine, our management are quite similar, where they say, oh, this is Oxford Fern, just so you know. I put them in the wrong pile. So the Oxford Fern's also got the this one. So it's OKVYV72. This is pink flower on cream, and it's the same print as the dramatic background one and the cream. So these 3 are all the same print. It's the wrong picture on the website, but don't worry, this is the one that you're getting. Sorry, we're all too excited. It's just all arrived in very, very quickly, and we fast-tracked it on air. Wanted to get it straight on air. So you can get it in time during lockdown to do some lovely Liberty sewing. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, cats are, just so you know, Christine, the management are the same with Kat. So you know Kat loves putting bundles together. She says, they don't let me have Liberty though. That's like this is the one that's always like, no, we're reserved. This is one's, can't have it. Out of reach for you, Kat. Start bundling. These are beautiful. Put your own bundles together. We've then got the final one of your Cambridge fern. Oh, this is amazing. Look at this. £7.49. What do you think with slate? Put it with grey. 7.49 a half metre. 7.49. I mean, these aren't blenders by any means, but it's nice to have the different scales of print, isn't it? It brings sort of texture. If you are working with one of the larger prints and you want to just add some texture, bringing a half a metre of this as well. That's gorgeous. Okay, so they are all of the Cambridge/Oxford fern prints. I'm pleased that I did those all back to back anyway. That was good timing. So we then also have these little mini trees. This is another very, very famous Liberty print. And can you see from a distance? Yeah, you can. They're all in sort of chevrons. Now we've got the 3 different colourways. Should we start with this one? This is called Topiary Chevrons. This is UYYV36, please, Kat. Called green, but straight away, I mean, I'm not seeing that chevron as clear as when I see it then on the camera. I'm looking at all of these beautiful colours, the different coloured little trees. That is so cute. This is going to make some great secondary patterns. And what I would do is cut this using that mirror technique that you could make a star with it. £7.49. I know they're little topiary trees. They're cute, aren't they? I love them. And that one, again, would go really, really well with slate. It'd look great with your blue. Sorry. You've got that hint of yellow. It will all mix and match in so beautifully if you're mixing it with any of the other Liberty collection. We don't have a yellow colour blender. We did toy with putting a yellow in, but it didn't quite complement. I mean, we went through all of our solids. We spent a lot of time. Kat said to me, well, you'll have great fun talking about this on air tomorrow. We're not going to have time, are we? All of the complementary colours, I will show you just these last few very, very quickly, and then we'll whiz through the complementing colours. £7.99. This one again is your chevron in, what colour are we calling this one? Multi. So this is like your purple and plum. Purple, plum, and a lovely turquoise. So turquoise row in there as well. That's gorgeous. The last one in this print is this one. I can't believe how quick this hour's gone. I did think we'll have so much time. These are bright, aren't they? And look from a distance. So cool, isn't it? You've got like a lovely red, a pink, a blue, a jade teal green. Again, I'd put that with teal. So this teal is coming in really, really handy, actually. I'd get yourself a couple of metres of this one. We'll run through all of the different complementary colours as well. Just £7.49. I've still got 3 more fabrics. Liberty show you. I'm going to have to do 30 seconds on each of them. Right, we've got grey, yellow, red. Let's start with grey. Oh, Hampton Vines. Hampton Vines. And it's got beautiful floral detail on this one. Really, really beautiful floral detail. £7.49 a half metre. Should we do that next week? £7.49 a half metre for your lovely Hampton Vines. Oh, Kat's just thinking of all of our craft club ideas of different projects that we're going to be able to do with this. Even if you just get half a metre, if you've got any of the fat quarter books, there's loads you're going to be able to do. Face coverings and little bags, things like that. It's great. Let's do your yellow. Now, there's been nothing else quite like this. And I know earlier on, we were looking at the lemons. Different scales of print. Love it, absolutely love it. Or any of the fabrics that had that bright yellow in. There was quite a few actually, the yellow and blue with the dots. Start putting together your own bundle. Now we've actually seen all of the prints. Start teaming whatever you want together. We've got one other colourway in Hampton Vines. Sorry, Elliot, that we're probably going to just run over a minute or two. Sorry, Emma. Don't worry, we won't steal any of Emma's show either. We've got so much to do before 1 o'clock. Where is time today? Where is time? Time, come back. 749.5 metre. Oh, it's that lovely, rich red again, which should look beautiful. Summer dresses, absolutely, good idea. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. Congratulations if you've got any of those prints. Let's have a look, especially the mega bundle. Let's have a look at the complementing colours. Right, I'm just going to dive into these liberties and see where we're going. So you can have a whole bundle of complementing colours. The teal was used a lot, that lovely blue, slate, peach, grey. We've also teamed it with a green, sage. Did you? Lilac and a beige. So all of those colours, sorry, I'm getting in a right mess now. All of those colours, we sat yesterday and have matched all of these in perfectly. So they will all go together. If you've got the mega bundle, if you get this as well, this is going to be brilliant to make it go a lot further. All of them are individually available on the website. We'll run them through in the break and yeah, have a bit of a play around, but they all go perfectly. £27.49. What a show, what a show, what a show. Right, over the next few minutes, please, please, please have a look through the website, see what's available. Now we've seen them all, spend the next few minutes just checking out and seeing what it is that you want to put together. And by the way, the Juki NX7 is about to be launched on pre-order. If you want to make the most of it, on split pay, if you're at that position, if you've been waiting for weeks and weeks and weeks, in fact, it's got to be over a month now since we had it in, and we've been waiting for so long to be able to get it back. So if you have been waiting for that moment, absolutely make the most of it, as it is still quite limited. So don't go anywhere. You'll see it in the next hour, and then you'll see Gary talking about it later on as well at 12 o'clock. So do not go anywhere. We're going to be talking all things creative grids, quilting, and learning about starting out with a log cabin maybe, and some beautiful books to go along with it. So don't go anywhere. Emma Bradford's going to be joining me after this.
Whether you are a knitting newbie or a career crocheter, Mariner Yarns is passionate about its yarns and products to keep you creating what you love at outstanding value. As part of the yarn-loving community, their aim is to provide you with quality products that you need. They know the importance of being able to find the perfect yarn that you would love to work with again and again, fitting perfectly within your wool stash. They produce a stunning range of traditional and contemporary yarns in a choice of popular weights with patterns too, to cover all of your knitting and crochet needs. Yarn Lane has been working with Mariner to create exclusive kits using their yarn and patterns in choice of styles, colours and yarns.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright. I'm from Leicestershire Craft Centre, which is based in Market Harborough. I love all kinds of sewing, but probably my favourite thing to do is dressmaking. But I also teach patchwork and free motion embroidery and anything to do with textiles really. I love to have a go at felting and crochet and knitting and, oh, you name it, I'll have a go at it. So I started sewing when I was 7. My mum taught me to sew, and the very first thing I made was an apron. But I'm a terribly impatient person. I always just want to get on with the project. So I didn't wait for her to help me cut it out, and I cut it out myself, and I didn't know you had to have a seam allowance. So I made the world's smallest apron, and my mum still has it somewhere. Sewing tips, I would say, I teach a lot of people to sew, especially beginners, and I would say don't get disheartened. Take your learning journey slowly. Don't expect to suddenly make a ball gown or suddenly make a king-size quilt. Build up your skills, you know, slowly. And I would also say the iron is your friend. Use your iron a lot. It makes your sewing look so much better. It helps you get things in place where you want it before you sew, and is a really handy thing to have.
Hi, I'm Helen from Woolly Chic. I design knitting and crochet patterns, and I also teach crochet in Hitchin, Hertfordshire, where I live. My mum taught me to knit and crochet when I was a teenager, but it wasn't until my children were little that I picked up a crochet hook again and literally became hooked, and I haven't stopped crocheting and now knitting ever since. I began designing about 8 years ago and started selling my patterns as part of kits, putting together my designs with British wool, some of which comes from my family's sheep farmed in Pembrokeshire, Wales. I love the fact that with a simple fibre like wool, you can create something really beautiful and unique, like garments or handmade accessories, cushions, blankets. Yeah, the possibilities are limitless. I'm also passionate about teaching crochet and passing on the skills that I have learnt. I'm really looking forward to being part of Yarn Lane TV and sharing some tips and tricks with you, and I really hope that you enjoy watching.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Welcome back, welcome back. Well done to everybody who managed to get some more liberty during the break, by the way. It was busy in the customer service team. Right, so this hour we've got Emma Bradford back with me, and we're going to be talking again about quilting. And for those of you that are potentially starting out quilting, we'll be talking about some rulers that are really going to help you on your tracks. And in fact, even if you're not a beginner, if you are an experienced quilter, they're still going to be really great to help you out. So we've got the rulers today, and we've also got, I believe, a brand new book. Has this ever been on air before? Nope, brand new to us. So we'll go through it with Emma in just a moment, but Let's just have a quick flick through and show you the price of it, because it's great. If you are starting out and you've got the Creative Grid ruler or you're planning on getting it today, I am definitely a visual learner. So at the start, it introduces you to the blocks that you can do using the 6-inch log cabin trim tool, which is one that we've got today. But what I also love about it is that it will literally show you where to place your ruler on the fabric. So it is eliminating any sort of guessing work. I'm definitely a visual learner. I like to see exactly where it is that it's going to go. And I know a lot of people prefer than scrolling through internet pages or looking through videos. I personally get very sidetracked. If I start watching a YouTube video, I'll then end up on a bit of a rabbit hole of going through lots of YouTube videos. So sometimes it's better to just have a physical book. It's like when you're cooking. Does anybody else prefer to just work from a physical recipe book? So that's what I love about this book. It is one that you're going to be able to pick up time and time again and find exactly where you need to place your ruler to be able to do it. Now, it isn't just a techniques book. It will talk to you about the techniques and how to get that accurate, precise, great log cabin, half log cabin, and also your chain piecing for log cabin. It will talk you through. 1 second, I know where I'm going with this. What I love is that further on, it will also then give you lots of projects to put your log cabin trim tool into place. So it will talk to you about using your Creative Grid, placement of fabric, using different colours, applique technique there as well with your little cabin on there, adding borders. You've got templates. It will talk you through all of these different ideas, but then using that again just in a smaller block as a wall hanging. Maybe for somebody who's moving home, that'd be lovely. There's some really great projects in here. It isn't just a techniques book. £18.99. It is going to work in conjunction with your Creative Grids, but imagine some of these with your Liberty. I know that we said earlier on about not wanting to cut it up, but having a book like this, step-by-step a guide-by-guide book, laying out, holding your hand exactly what to do, it makes it a little bit more possible. I love the cushion, that was gorgeous. In the pocket table square, look again with a bit more applique, it's so cute. But it's lovely, isn't it? And then again, this, I wouldn't have guessed that that is a log cabin, but it is. We'll show you how to do it as well today with Emma. So if you've got any questions about the Creative Grid ruler or any questions about working from a book like this, then please do let us know and we can ask Emma. It's £18.99 and we will have a further look at that, as I say, in just a moment. So the ruler that we're talking about is this one. So you've got your 8-inch log cabin trim tool, which you can see here. So as you sort of go around, it will give you all of the instructions that you kind of need on the ruler, whether you're doing a half log cabin or courthouse steps, log cabin or courthouse steps you can do here, and all of the rounds you can see are really clearly highlighted in bold. So we'll go through exactly how you use it. As always with Creative Grid, they've got a brilliant online presence, and I think it is probably one of the most traditional blocks to do, isn't it? You see it over and over again. And if you start to Pinterest or have a look on Instagram, have a look in the books, you get so much inspiration. Whereas actually it doesn't need to just look like that one classic log cabin. As soon as you start putting them together with different fabrics and the placement of your fabric can be key to get some really, really cool designs. So we love that. This is your up to 8-inch. It can help you create a perfect 8-inch finished log cabin, half log cabin, half log cabin, and quarter house steps. So we also then have the larger one. Now I've got one that's already wrapped up. It will come like this. Do not lose this little piece of paper here, because I thought that this was just like, you know, the little pamphlet that comes with it that gets chucked in the bin. But actually, it's not just the label. Inside there, you get instructions. So the reason that I say it is I speak from experience, because this is our open sample and I absolutely have no idea where the little leaflet is. Your instruction set is. But luckily with Creative Grids, they're designed by quilters, they're made by quilters, so they're really precise, they're very, very accurate indeed, but also they are eliminating too much thinking. I remember when I was first introduced to Creative Grid, and in fact, it was with the Stripology ruler where I was thinking, looks too much maths for me. Too much maths. It actually does the opposite. It eliminates a lot of the maths and a lot of the extra sort of thinking work, because you can see really clearly all of your instructions and all of your markings on there. Okay, so we are going to be working with lots of different fabrics. It's a really good one to try out using your stash though. Kat's going to put lots of fabrics on the onto the website as well as we're going along. So Emma, when did you first get introduced to log cabin? Is this one of the first sort of blocks?
Yes, actually, the log cabin block was the very first one that I did on the machine.
Oh, hang on, I don't think we've got your microphone on.
Oh.
1 second,
Sorry.
we'll come back to you, don't you worry.
I turned it off and I forgot to turn it on.
Are we on?
There, we should be on.
Thank you,
Okay.
got you.
Sorry.
We've got you. No, it's all right, Elliot said, sorry, that's my fault, can't believe I forgot to ask you.
Gotcha.
There we go.
Yes, so going back, log cabin was the very first one that I did on the machine. So I started off learning how to hand piece and hand quilt. The next step was learning on the machine, and log cabin was the perfect one to start off with because it's just strips, and like you said, you can start with just squares, but the log cabin is so iconic.
Yeah.
So you get really quick satisfaction, like, oh my God, I actually am quilting.
Yeah.
And it feels like a proper patchwork. Even though you're just a beginner, it's the first one you've done, it's really satisfying.
It looks very effective as well. It doesn't just, don't get me wrong, I know 4 patch square blocks can look very, very effective, but log cabins, once you know how to do it, so many possibilities
there are. Just by rotating the blocks a little bit or changing the colours, you can just make it look completely different.
So which ruler are you starting out with? Which one are we going to talk to first?
So, I'm going to talk about the big one because the 12-inch one, you get 6 inches and 12 inches.
Right.
Now the 6-inch one is what you need to use in conjunction with the book.
I'm pleased that you said this because I was a bit then confused because I thought, okay, actually, it says on the front here 6-inch log cabin trim tool, and I looked at mine and I thought that's an 8-inch. Is that not going to work?
Exactly. And
So
I have to admit, I started off because I did an Emma, because I always do an Emma, which is always starting off with a mistake. So I make all the mistakes so other people can't, so I can warn everybody. Yeah, I just assumed, I'm like, oh, 6-inch, I'll just start with a small one without actually looking. And I actually changed some of my numbers in here because as I was going through, I'm like, that's not going to work. So I started amending the numbers and then it was twigged and like, oh, actually the 6-inch is part of the 12-inch.
Right, so you can do both with this,
Yes.
a 6-inch trim tool and there's your 12-inch there.
And
Great.
the beauty is, it also, like you said, the instructions, it literally tells you how wide you need to cut your strips actually on the ruler.
Oh, I can
So,
see.
yeah.
So for your 6-inch, it says here, cut strips at least 1.5 inch wide and centre the square at 2 inches.
Yeah, so that's actually perfect for the stripology as well. So they're all 1/2-inch increments, so that would be perfect. But then if you want to go bigger, if you want it to build bigger, you can just go to the 12-inch, so you get literally 2 in 1.
Oh, wow.
And the book. So I was quite excited about that.
Lovely.
Yeah. So just to differentiate a couple of things. So the log cabin, this is, I'll put it in the centre. This is your traditional log cabin square.
Okay.
If you can see that. So you've
So
got
it
your
starts with
centre
the
square.
centre square, yeah.
And then you sew it on one side at a time, basically. So it builds up kind of in a spiral.
Right.
So there are no, well, there probably are, but in general, 2 sides are this kind of the same size, but it's incremental.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, which is a similar, it's in the book as well, it's called Courthouse Steps.
Okay, so what's the difference with this one then?
Difference is you start with a centre square as well, but instead of doing one side at a time and going around in a spiral, you're doing 2 sides. So this one is the same. This one and this one is the same. So you're building them up stepwise.
And that, again, is another really versatile block that you can change
Totally.
your placement to create some really cool patterns.
It is. So it's just as easy, perfect, just different, slightly different technique.
And you could do that with the ruler as well?
Yeah, the ruler as well.
Okay.
And then they give you a third option. Oh, this one is exactly the same as this one. just to show you how different colours can make it look completely different.
So is that the one on the front cover of the book? They've used something very similar to that?
So that is actually a courthouse steps pattern.
Right.
But instead of alternating the colours, they've gone one colour all the way around, one colour all the way around. But it's built the same way as this.
Ah.
Yeah.
So changing your fabrics and changing placement is going to give you endless possibilities.
Possibilities, yeah. And then the last one they did, which actually is quite fun, is the, what do they call it, half log cabbing.
Okay.
So your centre square is actually just in the corner. So you can also build that up. So this is like that.
I like them all scrappy as well. You can really sort of play around with your different fabrics, can't you?
Definitely.
Lights and dark, lights and, absolutely.
Yeah. I've also seen some really effective ones where they've alternated light and dark on the same side.
Oh, okay.
So that's also really another way of doing it. But what you start off with, if I get my bits, it's in the instructions.
So, right, at what point, why do you think that it's worth getting the book as well as your ruler to work alongside it then?
I would, definitely. Well, it's perfect for beginners, definitely, like you said, because of the visual. So the first sort of few pages are all your instructions on how to construct the basic block with the ruler. So it gives you lovely pictures, which again, I'm the same way, I need to see pictures. And it was really visual, because if you just looked at it and you're like, what? And that when you see the ruler in the pictures with the fabric, it all starts to make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm definitely a visual learner. I think a lot of creative sort of people are, aren't they?
Yeah, I need to see the pictures, definitely. So the first few pages are, like I said, your essential basic blocks. The first page is, it tells you what dimensions of strips you need to make one of each of the blocks. So you can start preparing your cutting out if you want to, or your scraps or whatever it is, and it tells you exactly. And then it tells you how to construct them step by step and trim them up after each time. Because that was the other thing that I really loved about this tool. So usually when I do a log cabin, it's not perfect.
Right, so it is possible to do log cabin without creative
It
rules,
is.
but this is what's going to make it really accurate.
Exactly. So because you've got so many seams, when you build them up, each seam that you do can add a little bit of inaccuracy.
Okay.
And so what I tend to end up with is it not quite square, a little bit offside, or a little bit rounded.
Right.
Which you can kind of work with, but this makes it so perfect. So you end up with a perfectly square 6-inch square or 12-inch square, which makes it really nice to put together when you're putting your whole quilt together.
Yeah.
And quilting it as well makes a big difference.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah.
I mean, Creative Grids, they are a fantastic company, aren't they? They create so many different rulers that I know Geraldine, who has collected over 30 Creative Grid rulers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is one that, like you say, the stripology you're a huge advocate of, but start building them up and trust in them, because they're very accurate.
Definitely. And I have to admit, I've been a convert, because I started off with OmniGrid and I never changed.
Yeah.
Because that's what I knew. And then 2 years ago, I was introduced to the Creative Grids, and it's a complete game changer, because they've got the little grippy bits on the back. It's really nice and clear. Yeah, I love them.
Love them. Great.
Love them. All right, so, check time. We've got to get started. So I'm going to start with the traditional log cabin, if I can remember which one. I put my bits together. I'm pretty sure this is the one. No, that's the side one. That's that one, this one. Yeah. So you can sort of mock up your block just to try out your colours before you get started. So it's not going to fit perfectly because of the way it is anyway. Got seam allowances in there. There we go. There we go. And then you sort of build it up like that.
So at this point, do you need to sort of think about, right, what do I want to use this for? If it's going to be for a quilt, think about your lights and your darks.
Yeah.
Separate your colours.
Definitely, I would. And look through the book as well, because like I said, like you said, there's all these patterns in here. If you have an idea of where you want your lights and darks to be, and start off with that, separating and then putting them out where you want to.
Oh, see, I love that one. That's amazing, isn't it?
That one is called, so each of the ways that you can arrange a log cabin block has a name.
Okay.
And that one is a barn raising, if I can find it as well.
It's on page 50.
And they've got diamonds, they've got stripes. Oh yes, so this pattern right here, that's typical barn raising.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so you end up with sort of squares going out.
Typical
ripples.
barn raising, that
Yeah,
one.
yeah. And then they've got diamonds, you've got stripes, you can actually make a star as well.
Oh,
But yeah.
lovely.
So we start off with these, and then we'll start trimming. So this is my first one.
So at this point, you haven't used a ruler yet. You don't use a ruler yet.
No, they're built up in what they call rounds.
Okay.
So each time you build it up is called a round. So 4 strips around the centre square for the log cabin is 1 round.
Okay.
And then the next 4 strips makes the second round, and then the last one the third round.
Right, with you.
And it's in between each round that you trim up.
In the last hour, you were talking about getting your 1/4 of an inch accurate. This one is important to get
It is.
accurate 1/4 of an inch.
Even though you're going to trim, yeah, I would get the 1/4 of an inch accurate, because you're going to line up, I'll show you, you're going to line up your centre square with the ruler. And if your 1/4 of a seam allowance isn't accurate, then you're going to kind of lose the dimensions of that square.
Right. Just so you know, the book, very, very popular. Over half the stock's already gone
Oh, wow.
of the book.
I love the book. I love how it gives you the basics at the beginning.
Yeah.
And you can actually just stick with the basics and do your own thing,
Yeah.
or you can use the basics to make the patterns that they've got in the back.
Oh, that's so good. So if it's going to grow with you, isn't
Yeah.
it? If you're a complete beginner to
Oh, yeah,
creative
yeah.
grids, it's going to really grow with you.
Definitely. Oh, put that on there.
Is there a particular way you need to press those seams? Did you press it away or towards, or because you're
I
going to have quite a
tend
lot of seams?
You are going to have a lot of seams. I would stick the same way.
Okay.
I tend to, if I can show the back of, if it's not too untidy, it shouldn't be. I tend to press away from the centre square, so outwards from the centre square.
Right.
See if you can see those. So it's pressed out. This is my log cabin. And I always
Lovely.
press in the same direction.
Right, okay. That's just good to know how to reduce the bulk.
Yes. It tends to want to go that way, to be honest with you. And when I'm pressing, I try not to fight
Don't
with
argue.
it. No, try not to fight it.
Emma automatically does this, but can you see how she's holding the tails of the thread? Yeah. That's what you do to stop it from chewing it up.
Yeah. And even though this one has a really nice thread cutter, I don't tend to use the thread cutters because I like to have those tails.
Yes, two pull.
If you do use a thread cutter, then I would recommend using the donkey method.
Okay.
Having your little scrap and doing the donkey.
Oh, if you've made any log cabin cuts, by the way, or used log cabin block, please send in photographs of that, because we'd love to see the different. It's really inspiring, isn't it? I went onto Pinterest and there are so many.
There are so many.
Brilliant quilts out there using this block.
If I'm making a log cabin, I tend to chain piece them. So I'm just doing one block at a time, just for demonstration, but I tend to chain piece it.
Right.
And the beauty of that is they all grow at the same time.
Yeah.
So once you get that final strip on that final block, all of your blocks are done.
Yeah.
Which is exciting.
It's a very satisfying block to do, isn't it?
It is. And you don't have to rush it and do it all at once. You can just do, today I'm just going to do one strip on one side on all of my blocks. And then the next day you do the next one, or next week or whatever. Or you decide I'm just going to do one round.
So if I do stop, the phone rings, how do I know which side to now stitch onto?
Good question. So, the first round is a little bit different to all of them, but I always line it up so you are sewing over a seam. So the last, I'll show you here, the last strip that I've sewn on, there will be no seam in that strip at all. So that's the last strip that I sewed onto. So you can see when I sewed this pink one onto here, it had to go across this seam.
Right, I'm with you.
Yeah, and when I had to sew this one onto here, I had to go across that seam.
Right.
So the first one, you just line it up with a square. That's how you can tell. That is the last strip that I sewed on. So then I always put my last strip up at the top, and then I line it up like that. This one's a little bit, I cut it a little bit longer. It'll work.
Oh, Fiona's sending a picture. Thank you, Fiona. We've had our first picture in. Let's have a look. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Look at these colours.
Wow.
Hi, Vicky and Emma. Love the Creative Grid ruler. Would never have managed to make this quilt without it. Literally just use random scraps of fabric and those, and then the red in the centre squares. Because isn't that traditional,
it is
isn't
traditional,
it?
yeah, because it represents the hearth.
The hearth of the home or
Yeah,
something.
that's the one. But you don't have to do red, and you don't even have to make them all the same colour.
Fiona, I love it.
I've done all of mine blue, but you could do them all different colours.
Oh, Fiona, they look great. And like you say, what a great way to use up your stash. It looks really cool, doesn't it? Modern.
Yes.
Oh, but if you put it with Moda or if you put it with William Morris, it can look really traditional as well. I think it's very versatile.
It is, and also you can make it very modern if you just do your light as white or grey, or you can do it black. If you just have a solid colour, or you can do completely traditional. It's very versatile.
So do you press at every seam, at every stitch?
Yes. There we go. This is where we trim. So I'm just going to move all these out, and I'll show you. So it doesn't matter which corner, but you're going to trim 2 sides at a time. And the ruler will tell you. So there are squares in here which are bolder. Oh, that's why it's not lining up. That's my 8.
That's your small one.
That's my small one. Right,
so the large one you can see your graphics for £24.99.
There we go.
You
That's
able to use
better.
it for so many projects.
So my bold square is lining up with my centre square.
Yeah.
And it tells you centre square, centre square, centre square, and it will tell you the round. So this one doesn't tell you which round it's on, but you just move it over one. Whereas the 8-inch one, I don't know if you can see, I'll put it in here.
Oh yeah, we can see perfectly, thank you.
So you can see round 1, you line up the centre square on round 1, round 2, you line up the centre square with this one, and then on round 3, you line it up with the centre.
Oh, you know we were talking about earlier on, being organised and getting yourself all organised. I love that Creative Grids do that for you. It's like having Emma there for you, getting all of your organisation all done with this ruler. Amanda, you've got to attach the picture. You sent us the email and haven't sent the picture. No. Send us the picture. Unless you just wanted to tell us that you made a table runner for a friend. Send in the picture. Yes.
There we go. So I've done my right and my top. Now I'm just going to flip it around, line it up again. Just like that. There we go. Now that's perfectly squared off for my next round.
Lovely. Oh, see, that is gorgeous, isn't it? Right, so that's where the ruler sort of comes into its own, isn't it? It's being able to not have to work out and measure and move your ruler and keep moving it around. Brilliant.
Except I've just done my first Sewing Street mistake.
Ah, you've done an Emma.
I have, I've done an Emma. Well, it was bound to happen. I used the wrong colour. So I should have had this colour there.
Right.
So you end up with 2 colours the same.
Okay. How easy is it to rectify? Well, you just have to unpick it, wouldn't you?
Unpick it, yeah. We just use my jack. That's why the strip was short. I'm like, that's why it was too long. See, that was a clue.
Oh. So you do still need to get yourself semi-organised to cut your strips to certain length so that you know, right, actually.
Yep. And what I did actually when I cut them all up is I had little baggies. I don't have them here, but little Ziploc baggies that I wrote the length on there.
Right.
So that when I went through and like, oh, I need so many strips of this size, this size, this size, and I put them all together into my little bundles.
Oh, yeah, good idea. The fabrics, by the way, that Emma's working with is a big selection. of the fabrics from the website. There's some Alison glass in there, there's some solids in there. The book is very, very, very popular indeed. You can see it on the graphics there, £18.99. And this is to go with the large log cabin trim tool 2, which has got a 6-inch log cabin and a 12-inch log cabin as well. Brilliant.
There we go. That's better. Just give it a finger press.
Thank you.
Well, I'm
Easy to
surprised.
rectify.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised I made it to the second hour.
So Amanda sent in a photograph
There
now.
we go. Ooh.
Oh, brilliant. We're going to
There we go.
just put it onto PowerPoint.
So now, when you try to work out which way you need to start again, so I've turned it over, so you can see this is my strip that doesn't have any any seams in it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put that back, and then actually I can use that on there.
Do you always go in the clockwise direction?
You don't have to, and there's no right or wrong way, as long as you keep it consistent.
Okay.
So if you want to go the other way, that's not a problem. I always tend to automatically do it this way. But you can't go one way and then go the other.
No.
You've got to continue. So this is the only bit you're going to have 2 seams to go across. I'm trying to think, is that correct? No. Actually, from now on, you always have 2 seams.
Right.
That's how it works.
The NX7 is on pre-order, by the way. We've had so many lovely questions come through. I'm sure Gary will answer all of those questions for you. It's a pre-recorded show, so it's not one that is here. But the messages that you've sent in, there's lots of those questions that are answered, we know, during that show, as it was a previous show with Rebecca Reed.
There we go. So that's my next one. So again, that's my strip with no seams in it.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that to the top. So then that will go there.
So this is then round 2.
This is round 2.
They're giving you like a boxing bell. Ding, ding, round 2. We've got a picture from Amanda. Hello, Amanda. Do you want to see it? Oh, I made a table runner for a friend. Again, look how different, using different fabrics. Brilliant.
Oh,
thank you, Amanda.
I love the green.
And a Christmas version come in as well.
Oh,
from Dee. Oh, a lovely
Love
Christmas
it.
one. Oh, see, that's so cool that you've then also got
Got
the
those stripes.
the stripe running through. That's nice.
That's why I love a log cabin, because you can do so many different things with them.
Yeah.
There's that.
Once you've got the ruler and you've got the book and you know the technique, oh, it is then down to fabric placement and how you want the pattern to look.
Trying to think. I think I might have lost one. But that's the next one. So then I'll do these 2.
Okay. Just
Trim it
keep
up.
going round and round and
Yeah,
round.
trim it up again.
Yeah.
And do the last round, basically.
How many rounds are there to do then? Can you just keep going and going, or how many
You
to
can.
make the 6-inch block is the 3 rounds?
There are, yes, just 3 rounds to make that one, 6 inches. But you can do bigger. You can't use a ruler to do bigger.
Yeah.
If you want to do it bigger, then you've got to use a 12-inch and the wider strips. So
Right.
you've still got the same amount of rounds.
Yeah.
It's just your strips will be wider and it'll be bigger.
Brilliant.
But yeah.
So that's that one. You can
That's a log
also do
cabin.
the courthouse steps and the half log cabin though as well.
Yes. So I'll show you the courthouse steps. Just right here.
That looks so cool as well, doesn't it? Just so you know, there are literally, bearing in mind the book only launched today, there's about 15 books left, which we had a huge quantity of books, and there's only about 15 left. So if you're thinking for a gift idea for Christmas, that's a lovely gift idea.
Oh, perfect. Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
I'm not surprised actually people are buying multiples. I'm thinking, yeah, maybe for gift ideas. I know we're not able to go to classes and workshops, and I've felt when I first started, it was sort of invaluable to me going to my classes. So having those workshops and those classes almost from home, you could even set up, if you've got, I know a lot of people are buying multiples, you could set up like a little Zoom call or something.
Zoom group.
And do a little group, that would be so good.
there. So that's what it's going to end up looking like. So it was all my bits.
Nice.
So this is actually what I do tend to do on this one, is do 2 sides and then press it and then do the other 2 sides.
Oh, Kathy, Kat loves your court-out steps quilt. Look at this. Oh, this was a lockdown special.
Oh, wow.
Gosh, how have you done that? I can't even see where the blocks are. So is it white in the centre? And then you've got red and yellow and green and red above. Ah, I see.
Oh, yeah. So each side is a different colour.
Yeah. That's really clever, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
I love that, Kathy. I love your border as well. That looks lovely. Thank you, Kathy.
There we go. So then these go here on both sides.
So do the pairs above and bottom and then side
Side to side. Yep.
Oh, keep all your pictures coming in because we love seeing them. It's lovely to see all your inspiration. So this is still, by the way, the same ruler, isn't it?
Same ruler. Yep.
I like that around the edge as well. It's got that 1/4 inch seam allowance. So this is quite a nice reference point to just check that your seam allowance is.
Oh yes, that's what
correct.
that's what I used earlier. Is actually the little 1/4 inch.
And that's frosted, so that's your non-slip grip. I know Emma mentioned earlier on, all of these little circles here are actually non-slip grips. So they're not stickers, it's not going to damage your fabric, it's not scratchy, it's completely built in. And around the edge, all the way around the edge is perfect, 1/4 inch, which is obviously your seam allowance. So if you do just want to get your iron and check that you're happy with the accuracy of your seam allowance, it's good to know.
There we go.
Right, so this is where the ruler comes into play.
Yeah. So again, I'm going to line up with that one.
So where's that for the courthouse step centre?
It's the same.
Same one.
You use exactly the same ones because it's still moving towards the centre in the same way.
Right.
The only one that's different is the half log cabin, where you have to start off to one side. So I'll show that as well. I can show you. Oh yeah, got some time.
Have you found that this has been a lot easier than when you used to do it just, without the ruler?
Yes, it's definitely easier to make it more accurate.
Okay.
Definitely. And the accuracy is it's very satisfying actually, because I am a very much of that would do sometimes on some things. But yes, I do like the accuracy of these. And it's nice because it's so easy and it does give you a little bit extra, so you know for sure that it's going to have a nice perfect cut each time.
Again, still, it's avoiding lots of wastage, isn't it? You're literally getting sort of slithers off there. So then you're still pressing your seams all out, away from your centre square. Okay.
It's definitely easier to do that because you don't have to. If you press it the other way, then you're pressing against the seams, pressing your seams inwards, and that you don't tend to want to do that.
So sometimes it's not necessarily, the sort of the rule of thumb pressed to the dark side. Sometimes you're going against that, aren't you?
Yes, yes. So the rule, press the dark side is if you can.
Okay.
But there are some blocks when you put them together, you're not going to be able to get it to the dark side every single time with the fabrics that you're using and the way things are going together. So with pressing, I usually don't fight it.
Yeah.
But also, if you've got quite an intricate block, you'll find if you press it one way or the other, your points match a little bit better one way or the other.
Oh, okay.
So in those cases, if it looks like I'm off a little bit or it looks better one way or the other, I'll go with the way it looks better.
Yeah.
There's just little tricks that you can do like that.
Especially when you're doing the first block, I think it's good to make up a block first to check that you're happy with the colours, isn't it? Before you start with your chain piecing.
Definitely.
Had another picture come in. Thank you for all these pictures. It's brilliant to see.
Oh, let's see.
Hi, Jean.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Jean, these colours are beautiful. I
beautiful.
imagine this in Liberty.
It looks like a blossom, doesn't it? It looks like flowers.
Oh, I love this. Made using the Creative Grid ruler. So easy to use. That's from lovely Jean. Jean, that is so pretty. So pretty. Love the colours. We have another picture. I'm not sure who this is from.
Oh, wow.
What?
Look at that.
Hang on, are those seahorses courthouse steps as well? Or log cabins?
Yeah.
Log cabins.
They look like it, don't they?
And the heart. How on earth? Right, please, will you send your name in if this is you? Somebody text it in.
Wow.
That is, I'm a bit taken back by that. That's amazing. Oh, I love the flying geese round as well. And there's loads of techniques in there.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. But again, using that Creative Grid ruler and the log cabin traditional block, you can do so much with these.
Yes,
Brilliant
you can.
rulers.
And just with choice of fabrics, you can make it quite feminine, like that pink one, which looks like blossoms, or you can make them quite masculine as well.
Ruler selling very quick. Half the stock of the rulers gone. We are going to move on to the 8-inch log cabin trim tool as well at some point. So do bear that in mind. We're single figures on the book, and that's the one that goes with the log cabin trim tool too.
There we go. So this one, you then, it's that one. So it's actually the white bold square. So you can see how it lines up as well. So you've got little dashed lines, so you can see how they line up against your seams as well.
Oh,
so you can make sure it's square as well as lining it up with your centre square.
I like that it's in different colours as well. You've got the black lines and the white lines. So depending on what fabric you're working with, you're always going to be able to see those, aren't you?
Yes.
You're always going to have a reference point to line it up with.
There we go. And then you just finish the last round, and then you get a 6-inch. So that's the centre for that one.
Love it. Amazing.
And then the last one, we've got time, is the off-centre, which I think is really fun. It reminds me of a braid.
Well, that one, this is, if you put together different blocks, isn't it the one that you can sort of make like a star, or if you put them together, it looks like, I think, is it the one that we were looking at in the block, the barn?
Oh, yeah.
Is that using the corner?
You can do, you can do a lot of different things. You can do a lot of different ones with just a regular log cabin.
Right.
The start and the barn raising. This one, you can do some really nice squares.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I think the one that's in here, I want to say it's one of the, I know I saw one. I think it's one with the dots on it.
Oh, there's some lovely applique options as
Yes.
well on in some of the patterns, actually. In fact, I know which one exactly
Oh,
which
there.
one you mean. Oh, you got it.
Scrappy half log cabin pillow. You can see the squares.
Yeah. That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And especially using those autumnal colours, it's going to look gorgeous.
And all those different whites that are in there.
Even, you could use the fabric that you've had left over from your Bargello.
Yes. Oh.
Your lovely autumnal colours would look beautiful. Got plenty of fabric left over as well. Brilliant. So this one, the difference is basically that starting corner is in the bottom.
Yes.
The
So you
bottom
don't
corner instead
go
of the middle.
all the way around. You only go on two sides.
Okay.
So you still start with your square here,
Will it tell you in your instructions or on your rule of what size to cut these
Yes.
squares or
So
strips?
the first page with all the, if I go back to this, it's right here, even though ignore my scribblings. So it gives you all the different blocks, and then it tells you for each round what size strip, the width of the strip by the length of the strip.
Okay.
So you've got them as all the strips that you'll need to make one block.
Right.
So you can do some pre-cutting if you want to.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I did. I kind of looked at all the different sizes that were in there. I cut my strips were all 1.5 inches.
Yeah.
And then I cut them to different lengths and put them into baggies
Great,
that were all lined up, so I can just scrap and pull them out as I wanted them. So that goes on. Start off exactly the same.
If I did this all completely scrappy without doing the lights and the dogs, would it work? Or do I need to have the two contrasting shades?
You can do it completely scrappy. You'll lose some of that contrast.
Yeah.
What you can do is, even if it's just colours, so if you've got all your blues on one side, or your reds, or all your yellows or something, if you just differentiate by colour, or light versus dark, or printed versus plain.
Yeah.
But yeah, completely scrappy is nice as well. Just bear in mind you will lose some of the pattern.
Okay.
There we go. And that's my next one. So I am just going to do lights on one side and colours on the other.
So I bet these come together really quickly, actually. You get to have a bit of a production line going.
Definitely.
And you see results really quickly. Which, as a newbie quilter, is nice to see. Patchwork could take a lot of time, I think, and actually to see results quite quick, to see that pattern building. Well, I always found it's really nice. I'm definitely I'm quite impatient. I want to see end results quite quick. It gives you confidence, doesn't it?
It does. It does. It builds it because it's quick. It's quick results, and it's just nice to see it come together. And the 6-inch blocks are nice because you've got small ones, and so you can make a really nice pattern for a lap quilt or a baby quilt or something, rather than having to commit to a massive bed-size quilt before you see anything nice happening. So this one, you line up right in the corner. So I'm lining up my, I don't know if you can see that one. Move it up a bit.
That's perfect. Thank you, Emma.
Good, good, good. So I'm lining up this bottom square in this corner with my seam right there.
Right.
And then I am going to trim it a little bit there.
I mean, it's only a slither, but it's still worth trimming that little bit.
Yep. And then the other side, you move it up one square. So instead of using the square that's right in the corner, I'm using the first round one that I did before. There we go. So that is your first round. There are 6 rounds on this block. So my next one is the stripe.
Don't forget, by the way, the machine that Emma's using, we've got back in stock today. It's very exciting because it's available on pre-order. We have got it on split pay today. Make the most of it. You can see it there. It's the NX7. There was a show with Rebecca Reed and Gary, and I must say he is obviously a wealth of knowledge. He's the expert on Juki, so I do want to make sure that you get all of the information, as it is quite an investment, this machine. So we do want to make sure that you get all the information. So what we're going to do in 10 minutes time is play you the show when Gary was live here in the studio going through everything.
The other thing that I forgot to mention on this machine that I really was excited about, is it tells you how much bobbin is left.
Ah, yeah, it's got the the sensor, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has your little percentage of how much of your bobbin is left, because I always lose at thread chicken. Well, I don't always, but mostly I do.
We did yesterday, didn't we? It's always annoying when I'm like, honestly, I've just sewn so much and now not realised.
Oh yes, when you, oh, that's the worst.
Using a light colour thread and light fabric, and then I'm like, hang on, this hasn't sewn at all. I probably ran out ages ago. That's so frustrating. Book sold out. Well done if you managed to get the book. Book sold out. Ruler available at the moment. There's a handful of those rulers still remaining. $24.99 for the ruler. The 6-inch and the 12-inch on that one.
Yeah. So I am using now the second round again. No, sorry, the third round. So the white square, if you can see that, the white square to line up, because that would technically be the second round. There we go. And then the other side, go back to my original, just to trim off those new edges. So it'd just be the new strips that you just added that you'll need to trim up. There we go. And that goes like that. And then you just continue building one side and then the other.
Yeah, and then that will get your corner. Is that right? Half log cabin.
Half log cabin. Yeah, which looks like this.
Brilliant. And then start putting them together and you'll get some really, really beautiful designs.
So you can mix and match. So you could add some log cabin with some half square or even some,
Oh, mix and matching blocks as well.
Yeah.
That'd be
or
interesting.
do this one in the centre and then do some different things around the edge.
Yeah. Loads of possibilities. So, I mean, we've literally got a few minutes, but just wanted to talk through. I know that you were also sent the 8-inch log cabin trim tool, weren't you? So, what's the difference between this and the big one?
The only difference is this one only makes an 8-inch.
Okay.
It tells you all your instructions, so it tells you how wide to cut your strips and your centre squares. It won't tell you how long to cut your strips, but it is quite easy to figure out. I actually just made one up, and like I said, I started using this, and then I started writing all my numbers down because it wasn't quite right. But then I realised. So it is really easy to figure out. So if you are experienced and you just want to do log cabin, this one is really good.
Same again, you can still do exactly what you've been showing with the log cabin, the quartile steps, and also the half log cabin. Also, I find there's a QR reader on these rulers, which is a really, really great way of going straight to YouTube and seeing lots of inspiration. They've got a great online presence, haven't they, Creative Grid rulers?
Yes, lots of support. So yeah, they're really nice. I love them.
Keep your instructions, check out the QR reader. You've got your 1/4 of an inch around the edge. You've got all of your non-slip grip little pads all the way through, built-in non-slip grip. So another great ruler. If you did want to do a finished 8-inch log cabin block, then that's the one to go for. They're both brilliant though. Thank you ever so much. We've learned so much. We need to do more. I think we should do regular not stripology, Creative Grid shows with you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Because I know you're fab and explain them all so clearly. When are you back, Emma?
Oh, I think we've got a date, 16th of December.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so I'll be back 16th of December.
Oh, we'll be all festive, feeling all festive.
Oh yeah, I can wear my Christmas jumper.
Yeah, Christmas jumper. I'll see you then. Thank you ever so much, Emma.
Thank you.
Brilliant to have you here. Right, so just so you know, book sold out. Well done if you managed to get it. The 2 rulers that we were looking at, we've got the log cabin trim tool 2, which is the big one. Literally a handful of those left if you do want to grab one. This is the one that goes in conjunction with your instruction books, the brand new book. But you could see then with Emma how easy it is to get that accuracy and that precision. £24.99, 1/4 of an inch seam allowance on there, all of your instructions, even your cutting instructions, telling you what width strips to cut to be able to create your log cabin, just £24.99. The 8-inch is also available, and all of the fabrics that you saw Emma using are on today's show deals on the web. Just very quickly, the graphics for the 8-inch log cabin trim tool. As I say, it makes exactly the same log cabin, quartile steps, and the half log cabin, just finishing this time with a perfect 8-inch finish block. £22.99. Well done if you have managed to get the book. There was loads of you that managed to check out on that this hour. Now, coming up, do not go anywhere because I will talk you through split pay. We'll have a bit of a closer look at the NX7 before we hand over to Gary. So don't go anywhere. We've all waited for so long to get this machine back in stock. It's the NX7 coming up after this. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Whether you are a knitting newbie or a career crocheter, Mariner Yarns is passionate about its yarns and products to keep you creating what you love at outstanding value. As part of the yarn-loving community, their aim is to provide you with quality products that you need. They know the importance of being able to find the perfect yarn that you would love to work with again and again, fitting perfectly within your wool stash. They produce a stunning range of traditional and contemporary yarns in a choice of popular weights with patterns too to cover all of your knitting and crochet needs. Yarn Lane has been working with Mariner to create exclusive kits using their yarn and patterns in choice of styles, colours and yarns.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Helen from Woolly Chic. I design knitting and crochet patterns and I also teach crochet in Hitchin, Hertfordshire, where I live. My mum taught me to knit and crochet when I was a teenager, but it wasn't until my children were little that I picked up a crochet hook again and literally became hooked, and I haven't stopped crocheting and now knitting ever since. I began designing about 8 years ago and started selling my patterns as part of kits, putting together my designs with British wool, some of which comes from my family's sheep farmed in Pembrokeshire, Wales. I love the fact that with a simple fibre like wool, you can create something really beautiful and unique, like garments or handmade accessories, cushions, blankets. Yeah, the possibilities are limitless. I'm also passionate about teaching crochet and passing on the skills that I have learnt. I'm really looking forward to being part of Yarn Lane TV and sharing some tips and tricks with you, and I really hope that you enjoy watching.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's Garden Party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
I am so pleased that we have finally managed to get stock back of the NX7. I think the last time that this was launched with Gary, it came in and it disappeared during that show. Now, we haven't had a huge quantity of these delivered to us because, well, selected for us, because there is at the moment, of course, as we've all been talking about, a bit of a national or a worldwide shortage of sewing machines. It isn't just us, it isn't just the manufacturers, it is worldwide trying to keep up with the demand of sewing machines. So I understand it's an investment, and this is probably going to go to the people who have been waiting for this to come back into stock. If you have been waiting for that dream machine, then this is it, look no further, especially now we have it available on split pay. So you've got 5 easy payments of £559, and it means that you can get this machine home over the next few days and get sewing with it straight away and have that and be able to split the cost, which is brilliant. It also comes with £160 worth of free goodies today, so we are still going to honour that. The video that we're going to play to you was recorded a while back with Gary and Rebecca Reed here, so the graphics will look slightly different to our graphics today, but don't worry, it's still the same offer, it's still the same price. It will be available with split pay at £599, 5 split payments, plus, of course, £160 worth of goodies. I mean, it is the most exciting machine. And when I heard that these were all coming back into stock, I said, do you know what? We have to hear from Gary with this. Whenever I watch Gary or speak to Gary personally, he goes through so clearly, so thoroughly how amazing this machine, this spaceship of a machine is. So £2,795. 5 split payments, just remember that. We will come back before 1 o'clock anyway to make sure that we're all clear with everything that's going on with the split pay options, and of course to tell you what's coming up on tomorrow's show. So without further ado, shall we hear from lovely Becca Reed and the amazing Gary from Juki talking about the NX7.
You haven't heard or seen Gary before, you are in for a treat. He's not a sewing machine demonstrator, he's an engineer. So he knows everything there is to know about these machines because he's been very involved in the development of them and the build of them, and he helps to mend them. He doesn't just show you how they work. So I'm going to introduce Gary to you. Welcome, Gary.
Good morning.
Thank you, and welcome to Sewing Street.
Well, thank you for calling me back, and I love your new studio. Absolutely
brilliant.
Wonderful. Yeah, first time here
It's
this
great,
morning.
isn't it?
Absolutely.
Space.
We've got some nice space to work with. The lighting's fantastic
It is,
on there.
isn't it? It's
Well, obviously, I don't know
really
if
bright.
lighting's good for me first thing in the morning, but yeah, that could be a bad thing. But hey.
So tell me a bit about yourself. Why do you do this?
Right. Well, you say introduce me as sort of an engineer, and to be fair, that's what I come into. Sort of left school, come into sewing machines. I've been in the business now coming up for 35 years.
Whoa.
So literally boy and manish coming into on that. So, and started on the inside of the machine even before I sort of knew how to use an outside of a sewing machine.
Okay, so why sewing machines?
Well, I've always been interested in engineering. Engineering is something I've got a passion for, and it's something I've enjoyed. And the nice thing with sewing machines and with our overlockers, you've got such a variety on there. So obviously we've got industrials, domestics, we have overlockers, then obviously embroidery machines, we've then got utility machines, and all the functions now are just getting bigger, the machines are getting bigger, but obviously people are demanding more quality. And the problem is now with machines, and there's a lot of mass merchandise machines out there where people, they do a lot for the money, but then people are realising they're built at a price rather than the quality level.
Okay.
And at Juki, we supply over 40% of the world's manufacturing machines.
Wow.
So when it comes to sewing, we sort of
Juki
know
what they're
what we're doing.
talking
We've been in
about.
business over 80 years. We're not a new company. A lot of people don't realise actually how big we are as a company.
So you do a lot of industrial machines
Oh,
as
huge
well.
amounts of industrials. Again, certainly with what's been happening lately over the last sort of 4, 5, 6 months on there, with all of them, a bit of lockdown and that, it's really coming. I wouldn't like to say with sort of it's praise that come into our own, but because everybody's been indoors, sewing has just sort of just gone from leaps and bounds on there.
And I guess people appreciate quality there, don't they? It's
they
really
are
annoying.
more now. We've got people then who have started sewing for the first time.
Yeah.
They've got back to sewing again, so they've been setting their machines around for sort of many years and suddenly right, let's get back into sewing again. And obviously there's always the sewers out there as well. And it's always the case, the more you use something, the more you're either going to like it or dislike it.
True.
Because if you've got something you enjoy, you're going to use it more because it's going to give you that encouragement.
Well, you must get a lot of feedback from customers and, you know, what do people say about the Juki machine?
And, well, it's certainly within the level of performance, and this is something, obviously, we're going to show you a few things on here about, doesn't matter what I sew, the machine will cope with it on there.
Okay.
There's certain features that we put into the machines as well. When we design machines, we design them to be a sewing machine. Not, I know it sounds daft on that by saying that, but what we don't put into our machines is lots of fancy little trick bits which look good on paper, or you see it for the first time, you think, oh, that's interesting, but you never use it.
Right,
So
right.
what we concentrate is obviously the sewing side. Yeah, we've got 500 patterns built into it, alphabets, including alphabets, all your buttonholes and that. So we've got a lot to play with. And as I say, I've just stitched a few out as a sample on here as well.
Wow.
So you've got some nice creativity. But what we have concentrated on is ease of use. People look at the machine and think, it must be for professionals.
It does look really complicated.
Exactly, yeah. It looks it, but it's really not.
Okay.
What we've actually done, we've transplanted our industrial screen onto our machine. And we've basically turned it into a smart machine in a way.
Right.
So we've got the built-in dual feeding system, or the smart dual feed
What does
system.
that mean?
So where with most machines you've got a walking foot, which you screw on, it's an attachment that you put onto it to help with all sorts of sewing. People think quilting is the main thing it's used for, it's not. Dressmaking, vinyls, plastics, leathers, all those awkward fabrics, matching up plaid, stripes.
So for people who don't know what dual feed, what that means.
What is a dual feeding system? Well, with a sewing machine, has a bottom feed system, and it does that all day long, basically, just taking your fabric
feet.
through, just all your little teeth, that's it, travelling through. A dual feeding basically is a top feeding system as well. So it will then travel your fabric, front and top and bottom. So it prevents slippage, it prevents movement, and so with most machines it's an attachment you add onto it. On ours, now built into the machine, at the back it is just a lever we can pull down and just engage. So now that's the walking foot.
Like a walking foot.
A walking foot is the same as a dual feeding system.
Yeah.
Different terminologies, people will call it a walking foot, people will call it a dual feeding system on there.
Right.
But now we've put the smart system on there, so whether I'm using a 1/4 inch patchwork foot, whether I'm using a zip foot, whether I'm using embroidery, utility, I can use my dual feeder with all of those attachments as well.
Perfect.
So where you need it, like for 1/4 inch piecing, things like that, you don't want no movement or slippage. Again, we've got it built in, it's perfect for it. So, and it's all then controlled by the touch screen as well.
Okay.
So before I go too far into that, because that all sounds like, oh, that's getting a bit complicated.
Yeah, let's start at the beginning.
It really is, and let's start from the beginning on
Okay.
here. So as soon as you switch the machine on, the machine itself will give you a step-by-step. It won't actually allow you to do anything wrong. It won't allow you to make mistakes. That way you can't misprogram it. And it's not an open computer, i.e. I'm not uploading, downloading, plugging in bits, taking that out. It's a smart system in here, so it knows what it's doing and it's got its boundaries and restrictions, so you can't then again get anything wrong there. So which is again user-friendly that way. So touchscreen, it's got a little green arrow. I'm just going to press that. On there.
The light. Yeah, the light is bouncing off the screen.
On there, yeah, just so we can see it properly.
If you look on the, you can see it. So I don't know how to.
Yeah, we can get you. So you can't sort of. You've got the arrow keys.
Okay.
On there. You just press that once on there, and
I
again.
think maybe the machine, if we move it back a bit. That might help.
So, oh,
Perfect.
there we go. That's excellent on there.
Perfect.
So
Right.
yeah, so it's now then gives you our instructions, or basically our information on the screen. So it doesn't matter what I've previously done with the machine. As soon as I switch it on, it just comes on normal straight stitch, and then I'm just going to thread the machine up. So winding the bobbin is a conventional bobbin winder, same as most machines, but we can actually wind the bobbin and sew at the same time. It's completely independent on there, which is nice. So, but drop-in bobbin system, deep filled bobbins, so it holds a nice amount of thread. We just clip the plate off, that just pops up. I just drop the bobbin in and it's arrows and numbered. So I just follow number 1, number 2, number 3, and then it cuts off. And I'm left with a tail. As soon as I've got a tail in my hand, I just discard that and we know we're set. I don't have to do anything else now to the bobbin. I'm not picking it up, I'm not holding it. So put the cover back on. That system is also 100% jam proof as well, so it just looks after itself that way. It's a really, really nice smooth system. The top threading is fairly conventional to any sewing machine. Again, we've arrowed it and put numbers on there so it's easy to follow around. Number 1, number 2, number 3, over the take up lever, number 4. At that point, what we can do is put the foot down. The little reason I put the foot down is then I'm not keep on pulling tails, and before you know it, you're left with a couple of metres of thread. It's a waste. So I go down to number 5, which is a little guide just above the needle, just a wire guide. And then number 6, number 7 is your needle threader. And then number 8 is just a little cutter again, just on the side of the machine. So and again, as soon as I've got the tail in my hands, I know it's all set. And then to thread the needle, is this lever on the side. I'm just going to push that down firmly, let go, that's it, machine's done.
Wow.
So I'm not doing half the work, it's doing all of the work. So,
perfect.
as we were saying, to get on and actually go on the machine, it really is that easy to use. And then I can just pick up a piece of fabric. Well, just got a piece of calico, just cotton calico on there. Then you can use it with and without the foot control. On here, I will just point out we have a multi-function foot control. So we've got accelerator, speed control, and then we have a side button.
Oh, what's that doing?
Aha, many different things on there. So I can actually program that to how I'm comfortable. So I can press that and it will just cut the threads for me top and bottom. I can press it and it will lift the presser foot for me. I can press it so it then reverses and ties off.
So you can choose what
I can
it
choose,
does.
or I can have it so it sets all of it.
Oh,
so I
okay.
can press it once and literally it would tie it off, cut the threads and then raise the
Oh,
foot.
right.
So,
That's just, oh.
but again, it's not gimmicky. That's something you do every time you sew.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why industrials have it. So,
Do they?
because it's quick, it's something you do every time you sew as well.
Yeah.
So again, what we've done with the features on the machine, we've not, let's say, we've not put bells and whistles, we've put useful sewing
No, that's
features
really
on
useful
there.
because every
And
time I have to, on mine, I have to cut the thread every single time.
every day,
But
and
that's
it.
fantastic.
Where that just does it all for me.
Yes, I would like that.
So all we're going to do is I'm going to pop the foot under and then put my foot down and away we go. The machine itself, one of the people that love about Juki, because of the industrial design system, we've put a box feed in here. Basically a box feed, what is a box feed? Most people will ask. Most domestic machines come with what they call an elliptical feed. So basically the feed's coming up and it's catching the middle of the fabric. So it's not a full contact. So therefore, when you get to the sort of different layers, lumps and bumps, this is why sometimes it skip stitches at the beginning, skip stitches at the
When
ends.
you go over a seam in like a jeans hem or something, it just goes bloop,
and then
jumps
suddenly
over,
it just
doesn't
jumps straight over it as well, because
Yeah.
the feed has just not gripped
Yeah.
it properly on there. So a box feed is why all industrials have it. It will then come up and it travels then the full length of the fabric, and then comes down, up. So it's
So you
actually
don't get
carrying.
skip
So you don't get
stitches.
skip stitches at all. And then when you get to those lumps and bumps, it will undulate itself and it would ride up and down on there. So,
Wow.
but just for your normal straight stitch, to say at the moment, I'm just going to go very solid, full metal chassis inside. Well, a lot of people sort of say, is it a portable machine? We've got a 12-inch arm, 30 centimetres, the biggest non-embroidery arm on the market as well, and it's a high system, so very
for
good.
quilting.
For quilting,
Perfect to get
patchwork,
the big
soft
quilting.
furnishings, using
Yes.
walls, making coats, making bags now.
yeah.
Just people appreciating, originally the long arm machine started to get more and more developed because of quilters. Why not have more space? It makes life
Well,
so
there are
much
so
easier
many
on
things
there.
where you need that extra space for, and it's really hard to get everything through, not just quilting.
No, and that's just it. And the more space you've got, the less you're trying to squeeze things through, and then the more the machine. So even when I'm producing, it goes over 1,050 stitches a minute,
And doesn't skip.
and it just doesn't. It's not vibrating. It doesn't bounce. It just does the job for me.
It is very still, isn't it? Because quite often with other machines, when you're going that speed, it does start to
That's it
judder,
again.
and
You've got vibration
and the
movement in
table as
there.
well, but there's nothing.
There's no vibration, and also again, it's whether I'm doing it on straight stitch, zigzag, or patterning. It will still allow me that full speed to produce. And then, I say very, very simple. At the moment, I've got it programmed in with the auto presser foot. So now, when I'm not touching anything at all. So when I stop, the foot has just automatically lifts, so it'll then allow me to pivot.
So the needle's down and the foot's up.
Needle's down, foot's up.
Perfect.
I can change that all on screen if I want to as well. So I can then, as I say, I can tailor make the machine. So at the moment we've got it fairly standard, but if I go into the machine itself, I keep pressing the button instead of getting my fingers in the way. This one here, it has an auto tie on and off facility. So now it's asking me, do I want it to tie the stitch on? The answer is I do. And do I want to do it as in more of a dressmaking?
What do you mean by tie it on?
So when you, at the beginning and end of every stitch, you usually reverse your stitches on and off. So that's basically tying your stitch on and off.
Okay.
So this one will do it automatically.
Does it reverse or does it do like a lock stitch?
Ah, this is the difference.
Oh, okay.
Because it gives you both options on there. Because basically a reverse tie on and off is more for dressmaking, etc. Because you don't mind that little bit of bulk. But a lock stitch is a single point stitch, which more patchwork and quilters want because you don't necessarily want the bulk.
Yes.
So we put both in there. We don't dictate what sewing we're doing. You want to know. So I'm going to program it in on the beginning. I'm also then going to program it in on the end as well. So to get to the end, it will tie it off. I'm also then going to ask it to cut the threads for me, and I'm also then going to ask it to say I can have it lift or lower the presser foot on there as well. I'm happy with those settings. I'm just going to press the arrow key. So now when I sew, then when I get to the end of my seam, all I do is tell the machine in where I want it to stop. I'm just going to press the button once. It will then go forwards, back, stop, cut the threads, bring them out. See, my foot's still flat on the floor. I've not moved. I'm going to take it off now. And there you go, one completely seam. And if we look at the knot, it's a tiny little tail. It's not at the end. You haven't got to go around cutting. You're not pulling threads.
Yeah, that's great. I like the fact that you can tell it when to do that.
And that's it. It gives you those options to play around exactly how you want to.
But you don't have to if you want to start off basic.
I just switch it all off. And then this is a nice thing about it. When you first get on the machine, you can get on.
You don't have to start with all that programming.
Not at all.
Yeah, because it can be a bit daunting. I know.
Very much so. Yeah.
A lot of people who say, well, the machine's still in the box.
I know. Well, with all of our machines, they come with proper instruction manuals. It's not to download, it's not a flimsy leaflet, it's a proper manual. That's one thing I specifically want still with our machines on there. It's nothing better than having something to flick through and you can mark things in there or something like that. But we've also got 90% of our instruction manual built into the machine as well. So if you want to know something, you can actually ask the machine. You've got full information on here. And it will then come up, so it will then show you how to thread the machine. It was actually then going to tell you then what the dual feeding you can do with it. So it does give you that step-by-step instructions. And also, it will give you that instructions also on each individual stitch as well. So instead of thumbing through page or what does that stitch do, and as soon as you choose a stitch, you can ask it for information. It will then tell you what it's suggesting to use the stitch for. Obviously at home you use stitches for whatever you want. You have some fun with it. It doesn't matter that way.
We've had a question in.
Brilliant, yeah.
From Debbie. Right, so she likes the Juki NX7, but she's worried she'll miss having the 9mm stitch length.
It'd be 9mm stitch width, I would say, rather than length.
Yes, that'd be too long, wouldn't it? Stitch width.
Again, this is part of the design aspect, and this is where I've been very pleased that I've been involved with our machines. On some machines, they're getting wider zigzags. They're having the feed system so they can go sideways, diagonal, and stitch in all directions. 90% of anybody's sewing is straight stitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
We want it to do straight stitch perfectly. So therefore, because of that, there's some things we can't put in a machine, i.e. as soon as you start putting a wide zigzag in there, you've got more chance of it chewing the fabric down.
Okay.
And also you have a wider set feed on there as well. So certainly on some fabrics, the finer the fabric, the worse that's going to be. If you've got a real heavy, dense fabric, then it's not so bad. But if you've got so the wider the feed, the wider the width, the more it's got chances of chewing fabrics.
What is the zigzag, the maximum width?
So 7mm.
Oh, 7.
Yeah,
okay.
so it's not
it
a huge amounts of difference, but for the little time that extra 2mm on that embroidery you may or may not use, what it's actually going to take away from the utility sewing,
well, that makes perfect sense.
Is there. And the same as with the feed system. Our feed system does one thing: it moves the fabrics forwards or back. Obviously, technically two things, I suppose, but it's only going in one direction. Yeah, okay. Now with the new feeds, or not even the new feeds, it's the feed systems that have been out there, which are basically on a big embroidery machines and things like that, because they want creative patterns. If you want big embroidery, get a hoop embroidery machine. Don't rely on a feed system.
Okay.
A feed system should travel your fabric one way, not try and feed it diagonal separate, because it's never going to support the fabric well. It's never going to travel it too strongly either. So again, this is where I've been glad to be involved with the design aspects of the machines.
Yes, because you've been able to say what you think people need and what they don't need.
This is it, because as the bigger companies come in, obviously we look at what the competitors are doing and think, oh, we should compete with them, we should compete with them. But as sewers and engineers, no, don't do that. Don't do that, because it doesn't need to have certain things on there as well.
Okay.
But yeah, so I'm afraid, yeah, we are keeping to 7 mil because of those reasons.
Yes, no, but that does make sense.
But we have still got full override on width, length on there, so we can still play around with all the stitches. And because of the box feed systems, with most straight stitch lengths on there will come up to 4 mil. We've actually got 6 mil stitch length on here, which again, very important for thick fabrics. We find that more important because it's something you're going to use more, which I'm going to show you for as well. A gathering on there, but heavyweight stitching as well, which is one of the stitches on there specifically. It's brilliant. But right, let's see if we can show a bit more on there.
Yes.
So then let's just take that back. So just reverse arrow to go back into the main menu again. So then from stitch to stitch, just to how easy the machine is, say just to get on and go. And then all I'm going to do is just, your utility sewing is on the front, so it's just come up, then I'm just going to go for zigzag, and then I just put my foot down, and then away I go again. Again, it ties it on at the beginning, and then as I'm sewing, I can now change the stitch length and stitch width as I'm sewing. So I've got complete override for creativity. It shows me on screen exactly what I'm doing as well. So then I then want to take it down to more of a satin stitch. Again, I can adjust it to see what it looks like as I'm sewing, once it's showing me on screen. And just tie it off, finish, cuts the threads, stops, brings the foot up. So then I've got that complete overrideable stitch length and width as I'm sewing. And again, on all the patterns I can do that as well. So with the amount of patterns on there, they're not just set. I've got elongation, I've got two-way mirror image as well. So I can start being very creative. So it just gives me a lot of flexibility to play around with. Then what you should be able to, and the main thing which people do have a lot of queries with, and it's one thing, again, we're quite passionate about at Juki, is we don't just all use calico and standard cottons, we use all sorts of fabrics on there. And with all the different stitches, a lot of machines out there which will give you a few hundred stitches to have a play around with. And again, because I can then play with the widths, lengths and all that, but as I said before, sort of 90% of our sewing is just normal utility sewing on there. So what you should be able to do, doesn't matter what piece of fabric I pick up, I should be able to sew it without any problems at all.
Yeah,
so
that's a tricky one,
crystal
isn't it?
organza, slips, moves, slides
horrible.
all over the place on there. Obviously I have still got the walking or dual feeding system put into it, so I've got that engaged still. So all I'm going to do is just take the crystal organza, pop it under the foot, and so I'll put it on, back onto normal straight stitch. Again, it's just going to tie it on for me, sew my seam. So even with this fragile fabric, even at full speed, I don't have an issue. Again, very, very powerful box feed system which will just take it through. Now I get to the end of my seam, now I just tie it off. Again, forwards, backwards, stop, cut the threads, bring the needle out and raise the foot for me. And there you have
That's perfect.
one perfect, say,
Absolutely
we sort of get
perfect.
a sort of close on that.
Not
and
pulled,
no,
gathered.
And this is what you want. You don't
That
want to
is
sit
ex-
there
yes.
having to fiddle with your tensions, having to fiddle with this.
No.
That's all the annoying frustration things. And then when you come to sew, then you think, okay, I've only got 5 minutes just to get this job done, and you end up rushing that, and it's not right.
So the machine works it all out for you?
Absolutely. Well, this a lot of people sort of say to me about automatic tensions and things like that. I actually say there's no real thing as automatic tensions. A machine itself can't gauge the threads and that go. You either really get a good quality tension or bad tension. A bad tension will move and flex because of either the nature of the computerized system or because of the spring system's a cheap system on there. With a good quality tension, whether I'm going through heavy weights, light weights, the stitch should always be even. You shouldn't have, the thickness of fabric doesn't control the stitch. It's the thread that runs through the tension.
Right.
So not the fabric. And there's a lot of people think it's the different types of fabric that changes the tension. Generally it's not. A good machine should be able to go from medium weight, very lightweight, even in real heavyweight denims on there. So without having to adjust anything at all. And this is the nice thing. So very solid denim on there. So what we're going to do is we just sew our seam as we down the edge of a pair of jeans. Then basically it's 3 layers of denim just on your folded seam.
Okay.
And with this, to be fair, you should be able to pick up most machines and sew 3 layers of denim without a problem at all. This flat piece of fabric, it's not going over any lumps or bumps, so realistically I should be able to just put that straight on and sew it absolutely no problem.
And you don't have to change the tension then for different fabrics, it just...
Not at all, no. Foot pressure adjustment, no tension adjustment.
Whoa.
Sorry, got the back to the camera there.
Yeah,
I'll turn back that way again, I'll get used to that.
So how does it know then?
Well, and as I was saying, this is the difference between a good quality machine, where it will always give you a balanced tension, or a machine that you have to then play around with the tensions.
Yes.
And you say, whether I'm using metallic threads, embroidery threads, thick or thin, there's no machine that will actually adjust the tensions accordingly. A machine should always give you even tension, whatever thread you put through.
Yeah.
And that's the advantage we've got. It always gives me an even tension. Right. So that's the good thing about that. And then if I just cut that now, it's tying on and off. So again, cut my threads, needle out, foot up. And then that's just given me obviously a seam on 3 layers of denim. Perfectly straight, absolutely no problem. Obviously, I'm not there feeding it through.
And you've not changed the needle either.
I've not changed the needle, anything like that. Again, penetration power to the needle, DC motor, very powerful motor. So even sewing slow, it would give me the strength there as well. So, because sometimes when you're going through real thick fabric, sometimes people will put a heavy needle in the machine. That's like trying to chuck a spear through a brick wall. But if you've got something very fine, it's going to pierce it easy. So to me, at home, key thing, new needles are more important sometimes than the different thickness of needle. So, because if you use the right size blunter needle on thick fabrics, it's going to bang, 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 it's going to miss stitches on there. Where everything I'm doing here, I'm using a size 80. I actually don't change, unless I'm using metallic threads or ballpoint where I need for stretching jersey. I would use pretty much an 80 or a 90 on everything. And what I'm going to show to you there is putting a hem on that pair of jeans, because obviously 3 layers, not a problem at all. So, hem, obviously.
Most people are now sitting at home going, oh, my machine's going to die.
6 layers on there, and obviously that's quite a lump.
Yes.
That's not a jeans hem. A jeans hem is, let's just fold that again. On there. So we've actually now got 3 folds on there, very, very thick. So we've gone from 3 layers basically up to 6 layers, 12 layers, then back down to 3 layers again. So I'm just going to have to stand up just to line it in front of the machine. So
do you have to go quite slowly because you're going through all of those?
Well, when you're going to lumps and bumps and you're doing fragile areas, I always recommend just so a little bit slower on there, just so that extra control, but also just so you can see for yourself on there.
Right.
But I'm not sewing slower because I'm thinking, I'm frightened about Willie is going to do it, is he's not going to do it. So if I now just stitch this, all I'm going to do is hold the lump down because I haven't got it pinned or tacked. So if I just sew that through now, then again it's just going to take it through. It will ride up and down. I'm not going to touch anything. I'm not pushing it through. It doesn't bang.
No,
it doesn't murmur.
Your hand.
And again, you can hear the machine doesn't strain at all doing it. It's not banging.
And that's because of the box feed.
And again, the box feed in the combination with the DC motor, so the powerful, it's cleanly feeding it and it's cleanly letting the needle go through the work. So
it's amazing.
The combination of different things there. And again, that is just...
and I see what you mean now. See, this is so much more important than fancy stitches, isn't it?
Because this is the
what's
amount of
important.
Sewing. And
that's incredible.
Certainly, during all the lockdown, we have been supplying, well, I think at the moment, there was such a shortage of sewing machines everywhere because of people being at home, starting sewing again and things like that.
Yeah.
Then we do know supplies are getting very difficult to get hold of. One of one good thing about that, where people have been buying the mass merchandise machines, obviously I was just starting sewing and let's see if we can get on with it. And they're starting to then make masks and scrubs, which thousands of people have been doing. It's been fantastic response that way. It's been wonderful. Absolutely brilliant response. But the problem is, which people are not realising, they may think they're only going for a few layers of cotton, But once you've got then the double seam on the edge of the mast, then you've got the fold to put the elastic through.
Yeah.
That is a very, very hard piece of fabric. So it's not thick, but it's hard. The density is incredible.
Yes, yeah.
And it has been sort of damaging on quite a few of the lower range machines on there. And people realising, actually, if I want to, I'm at home now sewing more, then they're not going away, or so we're not having holidays, not travelling, and alas to say on there. But they are then justifying, think, oh, actually, let me just treat, I'm going to treat myself.
Yeah.
Because when you buy the right machine, as we all know, you don't change them every couple of years like you will do with other equipment that you do at home. A sewing machine, you get the right one, people keep for 30 years.
It's an investment.
It's a great investment on there. And I get a lot of people coming into
summer holidays, just summer holidays.
Well, this is it. It is a price of a holiday which you've got for life rather than just once in a year on there.
Well, just simple things like, you know, it is, you know, a lot of people say, well, I'm going to buy a machine, I don't want all the embroidery stitches, but this is what you want.
That's it.
You want it to be able to go through.
Absolutely want it to go. What I say,
and easily.
And that's the thing, we're knowing that when you get to this level of machine, you sort of think, oh, is it a bit fragile? Is it going to do this? But again, what I'm hopefully going to do to prove it.
It is an industrial machine, isn't it?
It's an industrial sewing system machine on there. So you just, as I said before, it's not so much of a portable machine. We've got a nice big double handle in, so you can carry it around, but it's designed to be a solid workhorse.
It isn't supposed to be carried in and out of the house.
That's it. And it's something about people doing things like they're redeveloping and starting doing now, different types of sewing, you say, with the masks, people then obviously realising how hard the fabric is and things like that, but also bag making. Very, very big at the moment.
Well, and all these vinyls.
Exactly. Cotton back, vinyls, leathers.
Oh, have you got Velcro there?
This is actually nylon heavy webbing.
Oh.
This is, the Velcro is okay, but it's thinner. This is actually thicker on there. We're going to do it properly on there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew like a seam. So we were making like a bag handle or something like that. Obviously, I'm just going to do 3 folded layers on there. So with a lot of people, they actually try and put thicker threads through their machine. Just because you're using thicker fabrics, domestic machines generally do not like thick threads. It's the sewing system's not designed for it. The hook's not designed, the timings are not designed for thick threads. So some people then, again, you either then put a normal thread through, which is not as strong for that. But what we've got on the NX series on here is the reinforced straight stitch. And to be fair, most people will have this stitch on their machine. And it looks like, on here it's number 9, but it is this one here. And we can see it clear on, so therefore it's telling me to return the dual feeding system on this particular stitch. So I'm quite happy doing that. So it's giving me that instruction there. So as soon as I do that,
it tells you what to do, isn't it?
Exactly it. So again, it's that thing where you can't then make any mistakes.
Yes,
the machine's
because
not
it tells
allow
you,
to
do not
anything
do
wrong.
that.
Exactly it. So then when I sort of go in and then I can choose my stitch, then with this one on number 9, it gives me the reinforced straight stitch.
So it's using the same weight of thread, but doing it several times, so it's almost
it's the triple stitch on
right,
there.
okay, that makes sense.
With a lot of machines with the Supermatics, and the reason I say the technical term Supermatics, basically it means it moves forwards and back.
Okay,
on that. So the Supermatic forward and back. A lot of machines sometimes make the stitches smaller because the elliptical feed can't travel.
Yeah.
So if I just start sewing, I'm just going to put 3 layers of vinyl under here. And then I'm literally just going to sew that into a straight line. So it's tying it.
Do you have to use a special foot with that vinyl?
No, again, because of the feed system on here, I have just got the normal utility foot on. So I'm just.
And how many feet come with the machine?
Ooh, we've got a nice selection of feet. So we've got then all our utility, we've got a 1/4 inch feet, we've got a 3 motion feet, so we've got the dual feeding built into it, the buttonhole attachments, all the hemming, the overlocking feet. So utility, quilting, patchwork,
everything.
Embroidery, all that. At the moment, while we're here, obviously put a bit of special for
we've got
the
special
show.
offer, haven't we?
I have got another range of feet that we're putting with it. They're worth about sort of £160-ish on there. Invisible zips, bias binding, creative, gauging. So yeah, we've chucked some more in there as a special offer.
£160 worth
at the moment. Yeah, £160 worth of extras.
Wow, that is a really
there.
good deal.
Included in the machine, we do get the extension table as well. So it comes with a nice cover. So you're getting all the bits and pieces as you see here. All of that included.
Fantastic.
So, but going back to that stitch, so at the moment, on the stitch, it's just giving me then my Supermatic reinforced straight stitch. but it's restricting then the length of stitch on most machines. But because of the box feed system, what I can do again is elongate that. So where it was on 2.5, so I'm just going to take that up to 5mm. Again, it is telling me in the little screen, I don't know how close we can see that. Oh yeah, so we can see the 5mm in there. So what I'm going to do now, again, I'm not going to feed it, I'm just going to let the machine do the work for you. And if I show you the difference on this stitch, you're going to love this, is because it's not just how strong it is, it's the overall effect it gives you as well. Okay, we're just going to tie it off, cut, through, foot. So the first part of the sewing on there, which is tiny little stitches, which basically destroys the fabric.
That looks like you'd have jeans or something.
Exactly, yeah. So if I can do that, I can do that down the side of the hem on the jeans as well to make it that seam. So if you look at that,
and that is
beautiful
absolutely
stitch.
Perfect on the back as well.
And that is it. So, and that's the important thing. So we can play around with the feed systems on the right stitching, and obviously the stitching we're going to then use.
As well. That's amazing.
So it really is a great stitch.
That's so neat, and I can't believe, you know,
if I take it then one step
that.
further,
okay,
let's put a handle or strapping to it.
Oh,
obviously on bags. And
most machines would be crying
just absolutely not crying. So obviously with a lot of attachments, then some people then obviously it's there, but that's not attaching a handle. You fold then underneath, you attach it on.
Yeah, you haven't got a hope now. Slip stitches.
I'm actually going to fold it to the other side. So we've got 4 layers of nylon, heavy nylon webbing, 3 layers of vinyl on there. So I am going to have to stand a little bit closer to this one because I control my fabric.
No, that's fine, because we just want to see it at the end.
Yeah, that's the end result. So all I'm doing is then I'm putting it under. I've got extra high clearance on the foot as well. So basically I can lift it up once and I can lift it up again.
Oh, for bulky
the
things,
bulkier fabrics on there. Obviously I haven't got this pin nor tack, so I'm just doing it a free hand on there. So again, I'm not going to force it through, sew it. Again, it's not making any strange noises, bad noises. It's happily sewing it. So it's down, then again, I'm using the foot lift because of the extra high clearance to allow for the bulk. And then the reinforced cross down the middle.
It's not straining at all, is it?
And that's...
It's just like...
Well, as soon as your machine starts banging and clonking and straining, really, you should stop sewing what you're sewing because you know it's not actually
Mine sometimes says motor overloaded.
And that's really not good,
that's not good, is it? Motor overloaded. I go, do you think it's time to put the kettle on then?
This is it. You've got to let it cool down for half an hour or it ends up blowing safety fuses. There you go.
Oh my Lord, that's amazing. So you've got like 2 layers of webbing, 3 layers of vinyl and another
another 2 layers underneath as well. And obviously that is, actually the thread I'm using on here at the moment is a 60 weight thread. It's not even a 40 or something like that. And if you look at the strength of the stitch
that's
in
incredible.
There, it is absolutely. And as we said, as you sort of, you could hear.
That, can you see? I mean, look at all the thicknesses. You've got 2 and then 2 and all of that. I mean, and what's more, it's perfect on the front and back.
And obviously it's a heavy nylon, so it's not an open weave fabric or something. It's a type of fabric, it's a high density fabric.
Nylon webbing.
Yeah, so which is lovely
That's
that
incredible.
way. And again, it's those things where people are finding their machines are not doing
yes, absolutely.
what they should do. Or like you say, you then end up damaging your machine, or your machine you have to switch off and let it cool down for a little while, or you go and make a cup of tea or something like that. So the power, the strength, coping with the fabrics and that, absolutely, that is what your sewing should be about.
And it comes with the table, does it?
It does come to a large extension
really
table.
useful.
That also then comes off, so it gives you the sleeve arm on there as well. So it gives you a nice long arm for freehand embroidery. Freehand embroidery, sorry, that's what I'm thinking about going to next time. So for your sleeve arm, creative sewing that way on there as well. Nice adjustable leg table, so it gives you perfectly flat finish.
If your leg table isn't perfectly flat.
And the nice thing about it, once the table is off, I have still got a complete support. I hope I just ruined my microphone. We've got a complete support base as well.
Okay.
With some machines, is when you take the accessory tray off, you think that's a bit unbalanced now, because the tray makes up part of the machine.
Oh, I see.
Obviously, with ourselves, the platform is the platform. The machine is sturdy on whatever you use it as on there. So, and then say that just goes back on. As simple and as easy as that.
It really, I mean, it really is an investment, but it is so worth it, isn't
well,
it?
People sort of, again, it's one of those things people say, well, what sort of market does it go to? And to be fair,
anyone who loves sewing?
Everybody who loves sewing, but also the justification
market?
as well is we're a lot of beginners. It's hard for a beginner to invest that much to start off with. But if you've got a passion and you really want a machine that you could just grow and grow with without thinking, oh, it doesn't do this, or I've got to change it soon.
So much cheaper than these bikes, though.
You start looking at the price of some sort of things out there, like the bikes, etc. Well, golf clubs, anything like that. Where you're spending an absolute
spend like
fortune.
3 or 4 grand on them, don't they?
Well, there is also.
And this is a machine.
And this is a full machine. It's going to last you for many, many years on there, which you're going to enjoy actually using it as well.
Well, I like the way that it isn't just, oh, it's got fancy stitches. It actually does stuff that you need it to do.
And that's why I like to show, because as I say, with all machines doing the fancy bits and pieces, it's lovely to have all the creativity. But as you say, with a lot of your sewing, with your quilting, bag making, then a lot of it is just normal frustrations people get from the, I can't use that fabric, or it doesn't like that fabric, or why is it skipping stitches here? And obviously that's the bit we like to show, is because the 500 fancy stitches a lot of machines will do.
Yeah, but a lot of people like to use
them. No, that's the great thing, why we put the creative side on there. And rather than just being set stitches, as I say, we can play with the elongations, the mirror images. I can join patterns together to create my own series of patterns as well, which hopefully I'll get to show in a minute. But what I am going to show you now as well, it's something that we all do a lot on garment making. And this is an attachment people look at and think, whoa, what is that? That is the buttonhole attachment.
Okay.
On there. But what we've done, we've made it a sensor buttonhole on there as well. Because the great thing about it, with a lot of the electronic or the computer buttonholes, they will either count the stitches. I don't know if you've ever done it where you sew a buttonhole, you've done one perfectly on your test piece, then when you come to do it on your main garment, because you've then had a double fold you've not realised, it's skipped stitches, or the stitches have gone close together, or suddenly you've gone faster, so the stitches then come out differently, because when you speed up and slow down on some machines, it doesn't grip the fabric as well. Where, like the industrial style machines on some of them, it will actually censor the fabric. The feed system on the buttonhole on this doesn't touch the fabric. It's actually to do with the attachment itself. And the nice thing about that, like we've been showing you on all different types of fabrics, I'm just about to show you that on my buttonhole attachment as well. So whatever size button you've got, and I would love to say this is a button I got out earlier.
Here's a button I got earlier.
And I've lost it.
Oh.
Where's my button? Right. The nice
and does that come standard with this?
This all comes as standard as well.
Okay, gosh.
So the nice thing about it...
That looks like a sort of a special purchase.
A lot of times when you start looking at attachments like this, you can think, oh, actually, yeah, I can see them. I'm not just paying for lots of stitches. This technology is what I'm getting in there. So whatever size button you've got will then just go into the back of the foot. So it then just gauge the size. So every single buttonhole will be the same size, which a lot of machines will now do. But what I'm going to do with this, so it just clips onto the machine. So just press a little button at the back, and then the utility foot or the feet will just change. And then, like with most machines, it just clips onto the bar, onto the actual foot itself.
Not as complicated as it looks.
That's no different really to any other machine out there. And the nice thing then, once that's just clipped into place, just on there, the jack plug on the side of the machine, I don't know if we can get the camera there, but there is a little jack plug hole on the side with a picture of the buttonhole on.
But, yeah, that's handy.
That's it, but what I can do, then if I go into the buttonhole series on there, so we've got 20 different styles of buttonholes. Why do you need 20 different styles? Well, thick, thin fabric should take different. So if I'm doing a shirt or there's a blouse, you want a very fine buttonhole. If you're doing a heavier wool fabric, you want it in a heavier buttonhole. So we've not just got width and length, we can change the type of buttonhole to the type of fabric. Then you've got all your keyhole buttonholes for your tailoring. But now, bag making, buttonholes, cushions, buttonholes, tab top curtains, buttonholes, tie backs, buttonholes, buttonholes. So let's have some creative buttonholes. So yes, there might be more than what most people would want. But again, if you've got it, you think, well, actually, if I'm making cushions this time, let's do an envelope back with a button on there.
And because it's got that.
Because it's got it.
So
why not do that? And if it's very easy to use, I'm just going to lean in front and plug that into the side on there. So we can go into then the buttonhole sections. So once you go into there, you can then scan your different pages then, or you can then just program in actually a pattern number, or I can then go into a completely different section, and then I can then go into the memory. So if I've got anything programmed in, so there's something I specifically had, I can program it in. So if there's a project you're on, you can then choose a stitch, choose your lengths, your widths, your settings, and have that as a set stitch. So you haven't got to keep every time repeating and resetting your machine. You can just choose it from a set stitch on there. So again, I can play around with the screen, absolutely no problem. Then, right, let's just go into buttonholes. And let's just put on a standard buttonhole.
Yeah, now you've got to choose one though.
This is it, that's the thing. Yeah, just think, which one do I want this time? So that's just an everyday buttonhole on there. So your boring piece of calico, just to show you, just to start off with. So all I'm going to do is just pop that under and say the fabric doesn't actually go against the feed system. It's going in between the two layers.
Right.
What I'm going to do is also, I'm going to take the foot control out.
Okay.
Don't use that because what I can do is set it to a comfortable speed that I want, and also then means because I'm not speeding up and slowing down, you're not changing the grip at all.
Itself,
it just does it all for you.
Yeah.
And with a buttonhole, it's not like I have to steer it or anything like that, so might as well be comfortable just on there. And again, I can program the auto thread trimmers, cutters, so that is all in there as well, which I've got on. So once I'm all happy, I can then just set my speed to what I'm comfortable at, again depending on sort of more the fabric you're using.
Right, so with a heavier fabric you'd go a little bit slower.
Yeah, it's more the awkward fabrics. Believe it or not, sort of some of the heavier fabrics are so easy to sew on because it's solid. But when you start getting to, which I'm going to show you in a minute, flimsy fabrics, stretch, jersey, move, anything that's got more movement in, sometimes you're better off to sew a little bit slower, just so you control it that little bit easier on there. But all I'm going to do is just press start. And it doesn't just do a 4-stage buttonhole. It does the same as the industrial machines, a 6-stage buttonhole. So it reinforces both beads.
Oh, okay.
So again, a lot stronger.
And also, they're all going to be identical.
And they're going to be exactly the same every single time on there, and that's which is
And can
nice.
you set how far it is from the edge of the fabric?
That's again me putting the fabric in. You still got something to do on there.
Yeah,
no,
but you can. There is a guide.
There's gauging guides on there, so you can actually get it set every time. Yeah, sorry.
That makes quite a difference, doesn't it? If
absolutely.
You can, because otherwise you're having to sort of measure.
And we have a look at that.
Oh, that's amazing! That is just amazing.
And it is that.
But having that gauge so that you know,
yeah,
you haven't got to draw it on.
Perfectly level down there, and you say,
and then you just get your
quick
stitch
unpick.
ripper.
That's it, yeah, and just slice the centre there.
Can you see that? That's so neat, isn't it? Just so neat.
And then
a question off Patricia.
Yeah.
Hi, Gary.
Hello, Patricia.
Hang on a minute. You start. You're getting what? Do you get nesting on the underside of the material?
Big question. Absolutely. A lot of people do ask that.
Okay.
You can
when what? When using the automatic threader? Thread cutter.
The thread cutter,
yes.
Yep. Right. Early developments, and what again, the industrial design that I think I was a part of as well. With original thread cutters on domestic machines, because the way the needle plate, bear with me a little bit on this, if it's the technical side of it, with the needle plate, where the bobbin housing sits and where the thread cutter had to come across, there had to be a certain distance. So on some of the earlier thread cutters, when you cut the thread, the tail was longer, and when you started sewing, it wrapped it round. And that's the bird nesting, which a lot of people just didn't like at home.
Okay, that's what she means.
So that I fully understand that. We solved it with this, is because again the technology we've got in the feed system, the hook system on there.
Yeah.
On the bobbin case, we've done it. So we've actually cut a part of the needle plate, especially for the thread trimmer, same as we would do on the industrial machines.
Okay.
Again, it's a development we've had, but just we couldn't use it on earlier machines because of this bobbin setup. And now we've got it where the cutter comes within 3mm. Where before it was 6mm.
And that's what creates the nesting.
Exactly.
So what you mean is all that sort of...
yeah, so we've halved the cutting on there.
That
so basically no nesting at all.
Because I have that on my machine, that I always have sort of a lump of thread on the back. And you think, and then you have to try and cut it off without cutting the seam.
And that's it. Or you've just weakened the seam because you didn't cut the knot off on there.
And that's due to the automatic.
Again, this is it. So this is a nice thing which we do at Juki. We see the problems which have happened in the past. We can see what frustrations people have got at home. Think, we can solve that. There must be a way of solving that. We can solve that.
Yeah.
And then you say, literally, as we know, you have those queries at home. We try and solve it. And the bird nesting side, we have solved. So yes, thank you. Good question.
Good question. Well, Gary's got, you know, if you've got any questions, Gary is certainly welcome. So, is there anything else you want to show us? We've got just about a minute left.
Quick, right, okay, just while I've got the buttonhole attachment on then, let's just do it on a couple of different types of fabric.
Okay,
so we did it on calico, perfect.
Yes. Oh, I wouldn't want to put a buttonhole in that.
Exactly.
I just
crystal organza. No. This time I'm going to go to a different buttonhole, so just a little decorative buttonhole on there. So it's a double rounded end buttonhole. So I'll just put it there. I'm not going to change any other settings at all.
Okay.
Literally just take my fabric. And then we can just pop it back under. And again, I'm putting it in between the plates. Just press start, and then again, just let it get on with it. So again, it's a reinforced buttonhole as well, so it's a 6-stage buttonhole.
And it's taking it beautifully, isn't
Absolutely.
it? Absolutely. Puckering the fabric.
It's not going to pull that first bit down again like the bird nesting does. Yes, you look at the beginning of it, it's pulled it underneath, and again, it looks horrible. It's puckered that first bit automatically. Where again, with that, straight through, no worries. There, if I show you that one.
Right. Oh, that is perfect, isn't it? Right, you need to have a look at this, guys.
And then
I might put a bit of blue fabric underneath.
While you're looking at that,
so
I'm just going to actually put a keyhole buttonhole style on this one.
Can you see that one? Look how neat that is. Can I, if I lift it up? Oh, wrong way. Oh, I can't do it, mate. Yeah, that's better. Look how neat that is. Oh, in just a bit of, you know, organza, which I just don't think, I don't think many machines will be able to manage it on that fabric.
It would just end up chewing, or again, this is where the little things where if the zigzag's too wide, especially when doing something as fragile as that, where it ends up then just pushing the fabric into the hole because the hole's too big. So what I've done this time, I'm going to do more of a tailored finish. So I've got the keyhole buttonhole on there, and then I've done actually a wool fabric, a wool mixed fabric, and then done a button band on there. So it's actually going to go from 1 to 3 to 2 layers on there. And this is where, as we know, people have queries or the stitches change length and things like that. So all I'm going to do, again, I've not changed any other settings apart from putting it onto the keyhole on there, or the eyelet on that. And then the way it finished it actually does the eyelet first, where a lot of machines will do half of eyelet, go down and come back up and do the other half, and sometimes they don't marry up because the pile on the fabric or something like that. And then it's, this actually does the complete keyhole first, so it's a perfect circle. And again, cut, finish, and voila.
Another one.
I'll show you that one as well.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So again, it's gone over several different layers on there. It's not skipped a stitch at all.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Look.
Obviously, every single buttonhole's the same length.
And look at the back of it. Yeah, I do. It is great. I mean, a lot of people always say to me, I want to buy a sewing machine, or my mum wants to buy a sewing machine, what should I get?
Yeah.
And you think, well, you probably don't need all the fancy stitches, but there are things like this that you really do need.
Oh, very much so. Well, what I do say to a lot of people, and it is one of those things, and they say, well, I don't want any fancy stitches or something like that. And it is one of those things where I go, okay then, don't have it. Like, there you go, you've got a fantastic straight machine on that. Don't have the fancy stitches, but if you want something to play with,
free bonus one.
then you're going to just pop that back on.
Brilliant, Gary. So we're going to have a quick break while we get it set up for the overlocker.
Flies again, doesn't it?
I know it's just gone, but
seems like he's shown 5 minutes of it, but brilliant.
So Gary's going to come back in a couple of minutes and show us the overlocker. So if you've got any other questions for him, anything you want to know, do email them in. studio@sewingstreet.com, and we'll pass them on to Gary, but we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Hello. Well done to everybody who managed to take advantage of the split payments and have got the most incredible machine on their way to you. It will be sent directly from Juki, just as a reminder. So anything else that you've bought today, maybe you bought any of the Liberty fabric earlier on, that will come from us. This will come from Juki with the warranty, with all the gadgets, with all the bits and bobs that come with it, and of course with the £160 worth of machine, feet and bundled with it. Now, we've had a bit of exciting news over the last sort of 20 minutes or so. Gary is going to be here live in the studio next Thursday. Now, I'm here and I'm hoping he doesn't change the date and he's avoiding me, because then I will get paranoid, because the last 2 times I've supposed to be on with him, something's happened and he hasn't been able to come in. So fingers crossed, all being well, he will be here live in the studio on Thursday with myself. Problem is that there are a certain amount of machines that have been allocated to us. Fingers crossed they will still be available by Thursday. If they are, amazing. We will, of course, talk to Gary more about this machine. It will be a great chance to ask him any questions. It will be a perfect opportunity to learn a bit more about the machine, because, as I say, it's such a spaceship of a sewing machine. There is so much to learn and so much to know. But Gary will be here live to be able to take any of your questions. So if you are umming and ahhing about it, my suggestions would be, if you can afford to do it, don't wait until then, just because I know there's a lot of people who missed out on this last time. And there's a lot of you who have got this in your basket today. So have a serious think about it, but don't wait too long. And then Gary can answer any questions you have, or you'll learn more about your machine that's on its way to you next Thursday. Split payment, just so you know, is there on your screen. It's £559 over 5 payments. What was it that you wanted to just tell me? Sorry, Kat. Have a look at other prices online. We are, well, it is this price elsewhere. It's the price elsewhere. But the best thing about us is, one, of course, we're offering split payment now with 0% interest, 5 easy payments, and also we're offering it with a free £160 worth of feet. So, I mean, that is brilliant. All of the information is on the website for that. All of the information is there. Please do have a serious think about this one, because it came into stock the first time round and completely sold out the first showing. So I'm really excited to be able to bring it back, and I just thought it's really important to hear Gary talking about it. So I'm pleased that everybody enjoyed that show. We've had a fabulous day today. I mean, it's been mega, hasn't it? Lovely to see Emma Bradford back in the studio. Well, I say back in the studio for our first show in the studio. And both kits were very popular sellouts on the Bargellos. The Liberty as well was just sensational, wasn't it? If you haven't yet had a chance to look at the Liberty, have a scan through the website. If you've opened your order, it's only 1p all day, so have a scan through. Grab yourself some of the brand new Liberty fabrics we've literally launched today. Tomorrow's show, John Scott is going to be in the house. He'll be back with you tomorrow, live bright and early with your early bird special from 8 o'clock. The Sanderson Cashmere fabric collection, I know he had a few days ago, and it was so popular. You may have heard of this cashmere fabric collection. It's cotton and it's absolutely stunning. That's at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, all things stripology, and I'm so pleased that Hannah had allocated stock, because we sold out of the XLR allocation today. It's always going to be really popular, so we'll be looking more at the stripology with Catherine Wright and John Scott for the stripology salsa table runner. At 10 o'clock, we've got the Great British Make-Off winner, number 3, I think we are on now, aren't we? Who's lovely Barbara McClay. And she's here demonstrating her own design, her own kits, which are Christmas bunting. Very exciting. 11 o'clock, boho and tweed bags, again with Catherine Wright and John. And then at 12 o'clock, don't forget to set your alarms, because we're taking another trip down Yarn Lane with knitting and crochet for babies. Oh, cute, amazing. Who's that? Who's this with? That will be with Catherine Wright as well. That will be with Catherine Wright, which is very exciting. Anyway, I'm back next Thursday. I'll see you over on Jewellery Maker on Saturday and Sunday this weekend. Hope you can join me. John's going to be with you, as I say, bright and early tomorrow at 8 o'clock. It's been lovely being with you the last few days. Thank you to my lovely bubble. We'll see you next Thursday. Bye.